On an early morning at the opulent Unicorn Mansion, a place adorned with luxury, a blood-curdling scream echoed, shaking the very foundation of the house. "Gotta make money, gotta make money." These words tumbled out of the mouth of a man with pale skin, to add to the scene, was munching on a cucumber. The man, clutching his head in his hands, sat in a house plastered with foreclosure notices. "I'm still young. I can't be stuck here, otherwise I'll never recover. My name is Xia Lin. Just half a month ago, I was a wealthy young heir in High King, living a life of luxury, oblivious to the struggles of everyday life. Now, I not only face a mountain of debt, a staggering $2 billion, but also the prospect of imprisonment." Just the thought of it made his face turn ashen, draining him of all motivation. "Half a month ago, my father suddenly passed away, leaving me with the Unicorn Corporation and its colossal debt. Overnight, I plummeted from paradise to hell. I've truly experienced the fickleness of fate. This blow is even harder than when my ex-girlfriend cheated on me with 2 guys at once." Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone cut through his thoughts. The face illuminating the screen was his girlfriend. Lin answered with feigned enthusiasm. "You won't believe." He didn't even get to finish his sentence before the voice on the other end cut him off. "Xia Lin, I got accepted." "We're over." Her words hit Xia Lin like a ton of bricks, leaving him pale and speechless. He gripped the phone so tightly it looked like it might shatter. Finally, he found his voice, his words laced with anger and hurt. "So you're dumping me the moment you achieve success?" His girlfriend replied with a tone of forced calmness. "I'm sorry, Xia Lin, your debt is just too much for me to handle." Pushed to the brink of despair, Xia Lin resorted to pleading. "Okay, I understand. But could you at least return the money I gave you? Even half of it would be something." He didn't even finish his plea before he was met with the cold, heartless beeps of the disconnected line. Lin collapsed onto the sofa, utterly defeated. "Mom, if only I hadn't wasted my time chasing girls, I wouldn't be in this mess now." He clutched the necklace around his neck, tears streaming down his face. "Mom, all I have left is this pair of earrings you gave me. Yesterday, I took them to the pawn shop, thinking I could use the money for travel expenses. They turned out to be fake. This is truly a cruel twist of fate." A tear splashed onto the pendant. Suddenly, Xia Lin slammed his fist on the table, startling himself. He stood up, a newfound determination burning in his eyes. "Crying won't solve anything. I need to face reality. I can't just sit here and wait for the inevitable." He started putting on his jacket as he spoke. "The trial is still 6 months away. Right now, the only one who can save the Unicorn Corporation is her. If I can get her on my side, maybe there's still a chance." A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Lin kicked away the bowls on the table and declared, "Even breakups deserve a proper face-off." With nothing better to do, Xia Lin found himself standing before the gates of a company building, staring at a photo of a woman. Yilan, CEO of the Galaxy Corporation, known as the Queen of Business. In just 3 months, she turned the entire company around. Lin smirked. "She's exactly what I need." Lost in his thoughts, he was caught off guard when a masked woman bumped into him, causing him to yelp in surprise. "Ouch!" Lin glared at the woman's retreating figure. "Hey, are you blind or something?" He finally turned to leave, muttering under his breath, "What bad luck." Later that night, as the moon hung high in the sky, casting long shadows, the mysterious masked woman from earlier stood on the balcony of a building, her movements shrouded in secrecy. She opened her violin case, but instead of a musical instrument, it contained a gun and 2 boxes of ammunition. This was the legendary assassin. She raised her weapon and muttered, "Showtime." Her sights were set on 2 women strolling below. The one in front was Yilan, the CEO of Galaxy Corporation, the very woman Xia Lin was looking for. The short-haired woman beside her was her bodyguard, Mianqi. Hidden in the bushes, Xia Lin spotted Yilan approaching and rushed out to meet her. "CEO Yi, it's me, Xia Lin, from Unicorn Corporation." He ran up to her, his voice booming. "I have a $1 billion business proposition I'd like to discuss with you. Can you spare me 10 minutes? Mianqi stepped between them, shoving Lin away. "Back off. Don't block the way." The scene resembled a celebrity being swarmed by overzealous fans. Zilin stumbled back, bumping into Mianchi. "Hey, watch it!" he shouted. "Today's the day I throw caution to the wind." Suddenly, Mianqi grabbed his arm in a vice-like grip, making him cry out in pain. "What are you doing? Let go!" Without hesitation, Mianqi tossed him. "Stay away from us," Xia groaning. "Are you blind? Can't you see where you're throwing people?" At that moment, the assassin seized her opportunity, aiming her gun directly at Yilan. "This is it," she whispered, pulling the trigger. But instead of finding its mark in Yilan, the bullet hit the unsuspecting Xia, who stood frozen in shock and surprise. Yilan gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Mianqi frantically scanned their surroundings, her brow furrowed in confusion. What just happened? Where did that shot come from? Meanwhile, the assassin gritted her teeth, her frustration mounting. "I shot the wrong person again. I'm going to get fired." Hit by the bullet, Xia crumpled to the ground, unable to utter a word. His mind, however, was still racing, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. "What just happened? I think I got shot. My consciousness is fading. I can feel my strength draining away, my eyelids heavy." The only sound that reached Zilin's ears was Yilan's frantic voice. "Wake up. I need you to wake up. You just saved me. You can't die." Whether intentional or not, Xiaolin's hand landed on Yilan's thigh. "Is this what it feels like to die? So soft," he thought, a strange sense of calm washing over him. "I can literally feel my life slipping away," he cursed his misfortune under his breath. As if being saddled with a 2 billion VND debt wasn't bad enough, now I'm losing my life too. Suddenly, the pendant around his neck emitted a blinding blue light. Yilan's voice echoed once more. "Oh no, someone call an ambulance." Zilin's surroundings shifted abruptly. One moment he was in front of Yilan, the next he found himself standing before a magnificent, otherworldly palace. "Why, is this heaven? So it seems I'm not going to hell after all. Maybe all those good deeds for the ladies paid off." A melodious voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "The goddess contract system has been activated." Connecting to host. "What's going on?" Xia stammered, completely bewildered. Before he could get an answer, the system spoke again. "Connection successful. Goddess contract system online." A holographic display appeared before him. "Contract targets: CEO Yilan, bodyguard Mianqi, assassin cosign. Successfully forming a contract with each target will grant you lifespan rewards and other bonuses." Zilin's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed the most crucial detail. "Your remaining lifespan, 1 hour. Holy moly. It seems I've stumbled upon some kind of cheat code," Xia exclaimed, his mind racing. His surroundings shifted once again, this time depositing him in a sterile white hospital room. A voice filled with astonishment echoed through the hallway, carrying a hint of disbelief. "Incredible, the bullet pierced his heart, yet there's no cardiac arrest. This isn't just a medical marvel, it's a medical miracle." Yilan entered the room, her face breaking into a radiant smile upon seeing Zilin sitting up in bed. "You're awake. You're finally awake." Zilin was just as surprised to find himself alive and well. "I'm not dead. So that system thing wasn't a hallucination after all. Well, might as well make the most of this second chance." Seizing the opportunity, he pulled out a contract and launched into a well-rehearsed speech. "CEO Yi, I'd like to offer you the position of CEO of Unicorn Corporation. I know it's a lot to ask, but you're the only one who can save us now." Yilan seemed taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. "This is..." She picked up the contract, her expression turning thoughtful. "Honestly, while Unicorn Corporation is on the verge of bankruptcy, there's still room for recovery. However, my health hasn't been great lately. I was actually planning to take a break." Xia heart sank. Each passing second brought him closer to his time limit. "But," Yilan continued, "since you've come all this way, I'm willing to consider it." Zilin could have cried tears of joy. "Please don't overthink it. Every second counts. Just think of it as a donation to my funeral expenses later." Their conversation was interrupted by the unwelcome arrival of a brash young man, Lee Haok-suan, the heir to the Galaxy Corporation, who barged into the room, clutching a bouquet of roses. "Zilin, you'd better stop. If you don't pay your debts, you'll rot in jail." He pointed an accusing finger at Xio-lin, his voice dripping with disdain. "Don't even think about challenging the Galaxy Corporation. You're way out of your league." Then, turning to Yilan, he said in a mocking tone, "Yilan is mine. Stay away from her, accept your fate, loser." Zilin, never one to back down from a challenge, retorted, "What's yours is mine if I have my eyes on it." Before Yilan could react, Lee Haok-suan dropped to one knee, presenting the roses to her. "Yilan, marry me, become the wife of the chairman of Galaxy Corporation. You'll never have to worry about resigning ever again." Both Yilan and Zilin were stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The guy certainly knew how to seize an opportunity. Yilan, however, was not impressed. She pushed his hand away coldly. "Get up, I'm not interested. We're not a good match." Lee Haok-suan's face darkened with humiliation. "Yilan, do you really want to see your precious company crumble?" he hissed. "Crumble?" Yilan confused. Suddenly, she swayed on her feet, her vision blurring, her face draining of color. Meinqr rushed to her side, her voice thick with whirring. "CEO, your headaches are acting up again." "Ood," Yilan mumbled, clutching her head. "They've been getting worse lately. Everything feels jumbled." Lee Haok-suan tossed the roses aside, his earlier facade of politeness gone. "Enough with the charade. Yilan, make your choice. Become my woman or face my wrath." Yilan straightened up, her voice regaining its usual strength. "Whether I choose to be your enemy or not is a decision I'll make when my head isn't pounding. As for being your woman, don't even dream about it." Lee Haok-suan's expression hardened. "You're making a big mistake, Yilan." And she stepped protectively in front of her boss. "Mr. Lee, please calm down," she said firmly. Lee Haok-suan's gaze turning vicious. "Who are you to tell me what to do? Don't forget, you're employed by the Galaxy Corporation, not Yilan. One word from me and you're fired. Let's see how your sick sister will get her medicine then." Meinqi froze, her heart clenching at the mention of her vulnerable sibling. It was her biggest weakness. Xio-lin suddenly remembered. "So this is Meinqi, my first contract target." Enraged by their defiance, Lee Haok-suan raised his hand, his voice laced with threat. "How dare you meddle in my affairs? You're nothing but a lowlife." Just as he was about to strike Meinqi, a hand shot out, stopping him in his tracks. "I said, stop," Xio-lin growled, his jaw clenched tight. Lee Haok-suan's face contorted with fury. "Xio-lin, you have some nerve. How dare you interfere with my business?" Without hesitation, Xio-lin slapped Lee Haok-suan hard across the face. "Show some respect, and who cares about the stupid Lee family? If your father was here, I'd slap him too," he roared. He thought to himself, "I'm going to die in an hour anyway." Lee Haok-suan clutched his face, howling in pain and indignation. "You're dead, Zilin. My father will hear about this." But Zilin wasn't finished. He rained down another blow on the cowering man. He snarled, "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me," Lee Haok-suan screamed, his voice cracking. Okay, I'm sorry. I surrender. You're breaking my teeth." After landing the satisfying slap, Xio-lin said, "Get out of my sight." Lee Haok-suan, reduced to a cowering mess, scurried towards the door. But before leaving, he turned around and said, "You just wait, Xio-lin, this isn't over." Yilan couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Wow, so decisive and powerful, what a man. Witnessing Zilin's unwavering defense, any lingering doubts vanished from Yilan's mind. With newfound confidence, she swiftly signed the contract. "Xio-lin, I've made up my mind. I trust you." Xio-lin's spirits soared. Yes, those slaps were worth it. He clutched the signed contract like a winning lottery ticket. "My goddess, my savior," Yilan cocked her head, her eyebrows furrowing. His goddess, did the impact scramble his brains a little? Just then, the system chimed in. Contract with Yilan successful, lifespan reward, 7 days. Bonus reward granted, Please confirm. Xio Lin stared at the 2 cards that materialized in his hand, curiosity piqued. What are these? How do I use them? The system responded promptly. Approach the target and find a way to activate them. As if on cue, Yilan swayed, her hand flying to her head. Oot, not again. Zilin instinctively reached out, catching her by the waist before she could crumple to the floor. Yilan, what's wrong? She leaned against him, her voice weak and shaky. I was hesitant to sign the contract because of these headaches. They've been so bad, affecting my memory and concentration. I signed in a moment of impulsiveness, but now I'm worried I won't be of any help to you. The bonus must be for this, Zilin thought. The system is offering a solution to her headaches. He cleared his throat, putting on his best confident face. As a matter of fact, I'm a bit of a traditional Chinese medicine enthusiast. I know some massage techniques that might help. Yilan sank into a nearby chair, gesturing for him to proceed. Go ahead, it can to try. Mianqi, however, remained skeptical, her arms crossed. Don't get your hopes up. Yi has been to countless doctors, both Western and Eastern, but nothing has worked. If a simple massage could cure her, I'd kneel before you right now. But I have my system hacks, Xio Lin thought triumphantly. With a mischievous grin, he approached Yilan and gently placed one of the cards on the back of her neck. Her eyes widened as a wave of relief washed over her face, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Oh wow, that feels amazing. Mianqi's jaw dropped. Seriously, it's that effective. Yilan stretched her neck, her entire body radiating relief and delight. The pain, it's gone, completely gone. This is incredible. Mianqi's eyes widened. No way, it's more potent than any mythical elixir I've ever heard of. Yilan blushed, turning to Xio Lin with gratitude shining in her eyes. Zilin, thank you. You not only saved my life, but also cured my chronic headaches. How can I ever repay you? Intimacy points increased by 3, the system announced gleefully. Oh, so physical contact after fulfilling a contract grants intimacy points. This system really knows how to play the game. Zilin thought, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Yilan gasped, her eyes widening as if a bolt of lightning had struck her. Wait, I remember now, I remember everything. She pulled out a USB drive, her expression turning serious. This contains information about your parents. Xio Lin's breath hitched in his throat. My parents? What do you mean? Yilan nodded, her voice grave. The CEO and I, our email addresses only differed by a single digit. I accidentally received this video intended for him. She took a deep breath before continuing. I was in a hurry at the time and didn't get a chance to watch it properly. But one thing is for sure, your parents' deaths were no accident. My headaches caused me to forget all about this, but now it's all coming back to me. Yilan grabbed his arm, her voice filled with urgency. Come on, we need to go to the police. A steely glint entered Xio Lin's eyes. Whoever was responsible for their deaths will pay. They will pay with their blood. Without hesitation, he changed into his regular clothes, ready to head to the police station. But as they reached the hospital corridor, their path was blocked by a figure in a trench coat and high-heeled boots. The female assassin cosine, her face hidden behind a mask, brandished a gleaming dagger. You're not going anywhere, she hissed. Surrender now and your deaths will be swift. Mianqi reacted instantly, drawing her baton. You to go on ahead. I'll hold her off. Zilin shook his head, a surge of protectiveness washing over him. No way. I'm not leaving you here to fight alone. Mianqi spun around, her eyes flashing. Don't be ridiculous. You faced down Li Haoxuan like a true man. Now you want to cower behind me like a scared child. Yilan, knowing Mianqi's stubborn streak, quickly took Xio Lin's hand and pulled him along. Let's go. We'll argue later. Just as they turned to leave, a group of figures in black suits emerged, blocking their exit. Well, looks like they have company, Xio Lin muttered, recognizing them instantly. The infamous black suits from my father's files. Leading the pack was a muscular man with a cruel sneer plastered on his face, Black Star, one of the organization's deadliest assassins. Don't bother running, he said, his voice laced with amusement. You're all going to die here today. His smugness, however, was short-lived. Before he could even blink, his men were sent flying, their heads meeting MEIANQI's baton with bone-crunching force. "Co Yi, go, we'll clear a path." She whirled around to face the dumbfounded Black Star, her eyes blazing with challenge. "I'm MEIANQI, and I'm not afraid of you or your reputation." Faced with MEIANQI's ferocity, Black Star stood frozen, his confidence crumbling. To think Co Yi had such a skilled protector by her side all along, Zilin murmured, impressed. MEIANQI seized the opportunity, launching a swift and powerful hit towards Black Star's chest. "This isn't over, coward," MEIANQI shouted after him, her chest heaving. But he managed to dodge at the last second. Black Star watched in stunned silence as MEIANQI feigned innocence. "What?" she exclaimed, her voice dripping with faux naivete. Zilin slapped his forehead, groaning internally. Oh no, she missed again. Realizing he'd been played, Black Star's pride flared. He punched MEIANQI in the stomach, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. "Don't try to show off when you're clearly outmatched," he sneered. "Just forget about being a hero, okay?" He swiftly reloaded his gun, his gaze cold and menacing as he pointed it at Yilan. "Co Yi, hand over the USB. Now." Yilan stepped forward, her voice surprisingly steady. "Li Haoxuan sent you, didn't he?" she questioned, her chin held high. "How much is he paying you? I'll double it." Black Star pointed the gun at her, his voice low and dangerous. "I don't need your money. Give me the USB, or give me your life. Choose wisely." Yilan's face paled. For the first time in her life, money couldn't solve her problem. "It's time for Plan B," Zilin thought, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He couldn't just stand here and watch. He pulled out the second bonus card, whispering a silent command. "Yilan reward. Activate." Black Star fired. The bullet ripped through the air, aimed directly at Yilan's head. But Zilin was faster. He swept Yilan into his arms, narrowly dodging the bullet. "Run," he shouted, adrenaline surging through his veins. "Got it. Good luck out there, hero," Yilan yelled as they sprinted down the hallway. From her vantage point, Cosine watched the scene unfold, her eyes widening in disbelief. He dodged a bullet. How is that even possible? Black Star couldn't believe his eyes either. "What kind of sorcery is this? Don't think you've won." He roared, firing off another round, but thanks to the system's boost, Zilin perceived the bullet's trajectory as if it were moving in slow motion. Dodging it was child's play. Frustration contorted Black Star's features. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. And then, he was out of bullets. Zilin, seeing his opportunity, slowly advanced, his gaze never leaving the stunned assassin. "Who are you?" Black Star stammered, his previous confidence replaced by a flicker of fear. "My name's Zilin," he replied calmly. He threw a punch, his fist connecting with Black Star's jaw with a sickening crunch. "Here's a taste of my power." To his surprise, Black Star barely flinched. "Is that all you got? I can barely feel a thing." He laughed, emboldened by the lack of pain. "So you're all speed and no strength? What a joke. You think you can scare me?" He swung back, aiming for Zilin's face. Zilin cried out, collapsing to the ground. His enhanced speed meant nothing against a direct hit. Zilin, Yilan rushed to his side, her voice filled with concern. "Are you okay?" he groaned, struggling to sit up. "Does it look like I'm okay?" he sighed, clutching his ribs. "Unfortunately, speed is all I have right now. If only I had some real fighting skills." As if on cue, he felt a pair of hands grip his shoulders. He turned to find MEIANQI straddling his neck, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Get ready for a wild ride, buddy," she exclaimed. "You run, I'll fight. Let's take this clown down." Zilin could only stare at her, bewildered. Was she serious? Black Star, having reloaded his gun, aimed it at them, a cruel smile spreading across his face. This time, there will be no escape, and so began the most unconventional partnership in history. Zilin, the speedster, weaving through the hospital corridors with MEIANQI, the fearless fighter, on his back. 12 o'clock. Don't miss. Zilin shouted, his eyes darting back and forth. Got it? MEIANQI responded, her voice filled with adrenaline-fueled glee. Following XIO Lin's directions, she rained down a series of well-aimed blows on the hapless assassin. Black Star, overwhelmed by their combined might, reeled backward, unable to defend himself. One moment his shoulder would be throbbing from a well-placed strike, the next his hip would be screaming from a powerful kick. Cosine could only watch in astonishment as the unlikely duo made short work of the seasoned assassin. How are they doing that? She breathed, her eyes wide with disbelief. This was a side of MEIANQI she'd never seen before. Zilin cheered, his earlier anxieties forgotten as he revelled in their teamwork. Get him. ANQI. MEIANQI, thoroughly enjoying herself, slammed her baton onto Black Star's head, his face contorting in pain as he staggered backward. Just as she was about to deliver the final blow, a flash of metal caught her eye. It was Cosine. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. They both knew this fight was on another level. Cosine moved with a speed and agility that belied her small stature, her attacks swift and precise. MEIANQI, despite her strength, struggled to keep up. Within seconds, blood trickled down her arm, a testament to Cosine's skill, her movements, they're too fast. MEIANQI gasped, clutching her bleeding arm. I can't get a clean hit. You're hurt, XIO Lin exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm as he saw the blood-staining MEIANQI sleeve. Seizing her opportunity, Cosine pulled Yulin close, the sharp edge of her dagger pressed against her throat. The USB, she demanded, her voice cold. Hand it over and I'll let you all live. Defy me, and she dies. XIO Lin. Yulin cried out, her voice strained. Go. This is your chance. Take the USB and alert the authorities. Cosine pressed the dagger deeper, a thin trickle of blood appearing on Yulan's skin. Silence. You talk too much. Zilin's heart clenched at the sight of Yulan in danger, but he knew she was right. This was their only chance. With a heavy heart, he tossed the USB drive toward Cosine. Here. Take it. Just let her go. She caught USB, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. Hold her there. I need to make sure this is the real deal before I release your precious CEO. Yulin couldn't help but protest, tears welling up in her eyes. That USB contains 180 billion. How can you just hand it over like that? XIO Lin's voice soft but firm. Money can be earned back, but a life, once lost, is gone forever. He thought to himself, the queen of business is worth far more than 180 billion anyway. Cosine examined USB, a satisfied nod escaping her lips. It's real, you can have her back. She shoved Yulan back towards XIO Lin, who caught her before she could fall. CO Yi, are you all right? MEIANQI rushed to her side, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, Yulan reassured her, her voice trembling slightly. We need to get out of here now. Come on, XIO Lin said, his gaze steely. I know a place. As they disappeared down a side corridor, Yulan glanced back at XIO Lin, a newfound warmth spreading through her. Perhaps putting her trust in him wasn't such a bad idea after all. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the hospital, Cosine tossed the USB drive to Black Star. There, my end of the bargain is complete. She met his gaze, her expression resolute. As promised, I'm leaving the organization. I'm done being an assassin. Black Star caught USB, a look of displeasure flashing across his face. You did well, he conceded grudgingly. But his voice took on a dangerous edge. Why did you let them go back there? Cosine turned to face him, her posture radiating confidence. A deal's a deal. Suddenly, Black Star's demeanor shifted. He drew his gun, aiming it at her back. A deafening gunshot echoed through the empty corridor. Cosine gasped, her eyes widening in shock as searing pain exploded in her shoulder. She stumbled, clutching the wound as blood seeped through her fingers. You know too much about our operations to just walk away, Black Star sneered, his face contorted in a cruel mockery of a smile. You were foolish to think you could betray us and live. Cosine glared at him, her voice shaking with anger and pain. You promised. Die, Black Star roared, firing another shot. This time, she was ready. She dove to the side, the bullet whizzing past her ear. She flung her dagger towards him, her movements fueled by desperation. Black Star, Caught off guard, barely managed to dodge, the blade slid over his shoulder. He cried out, his face pale as he scrambled backward. Cosine, seeing her chance, launched herself towards the nearest window, shattering the glass with a deafening crash as she leapt through the opening. Black Star screamed, his voice raw with fury. "Find her, dead or alive." "Yes, boss," his men echoed, racing after her. The night gave way to dawn, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. At the Unicorn Mansion, Zilin paced back and forth, a wave of relief washing over him. Yulan's at the company, settling everything. He murmured, "Finally, I can breathe easy." He entered the living room, his steps faltering as his eyes fell upon the figure sprawled on his sofa. It was Cosine, her clothes torn and blooded, her body trembling with exhaustion and pain. Zilin stared at Cosine, sprawled on his sofa, his jaw hanging slack with astonishment. "Whoa, where did this wild woman come from?" he sputtered, his eyes widening as he noticed her injuries. "And she's hurt pretty badly. Should I take her to the hospital?" He paused, his shoulders slumping. "No, I can barely afford instant noodles, let alone a hospital bill. Being poor really limits options." As if reading his mind, the system chimed in. "System detecting a damsel in distress. Would you like to use an item? High-level healing salve available for 5 intimacy points." Zilin hesitated, his internal monologue reaching a fever pitch. "I only have 7 days left to live. Those 5 points could be the difference between life and death. But I can't just let her die here. What if this is my chance to rack up some good karma? Maybe she even play poker with me before I kick the bucket." He deciding that a few days less of life were worth the risk. Fine. A beautiful woman's life is more important than a few days anyway. He selecting the high-level healing salve, to his surprise, the salve in his hand. "Whoa, that's handy. Now if only money could appear out of thin air." He carefully put the salve to Casine's wounds. To his embarrassment, he realized her most serious injury was a deep gash just above her chest. "Talk about a test of willpower," he muttered under his breath, trying to ignore the awkward proximity. The salve worked its magic, quickly seeping into Casine's skin. Her breathing calmed, and the bleeding stopped. To Xiolin's astonishment, the wounds began to fade, leaving behind smooth, unblemished skin. Cosine stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she took in her unfamiliar surroundings. Before she could gather her bearings, Zilin's voice broke through her daze. "Amazing, it's a miracle, not even a single scar." He was practically bouncing on his heels, his eyes glued to her chest with a disconcerting intensity. This creep, Cosine thought, grabbing her jacket to cover herself. Is he seriously checking me out right now? Should I stab him? She fixed him with a frosty glare. Eyes up here, buddy, enjoying the view. Zilin's face flushed bright red. I wasn't staring. I was just admiring the efficacy of the healing salve. He scratched his head sheepishly. So, you're awake. How are you feeling? Cosine narrowed her eyes, studying him closely. You don't recognize me, do you? Zilin was surprised. Have we met before? Cosine reached up to touch her face, her eyes widening as her fingers met bare skin. My mask, it's gone, she exclaimed, realizing why he didn't recognize her. She glanced around the room, her gaze finally settling on Xiolin. Where am I? Zilin puffed out his chest, striking a heroic pose. Welcome to my humble abode. I must say, showing up at my doorstep, gravely injured no less, is quite the dramatic entrance. Without a word, Cosine stood up and ripped a foreclosure notice off the wall with a swift, decisive motion. This place is mine now, she declared, brandishing the notice like a conquering hero's flag. Hold on, I saved your life, and this is how you repay me? Talk about trespassing. Cosine nonchalantly tossed a wad of cash at him, the wad of cash landing on his face with a satisfying smack. Consider it rent. The sight of all that money had a transformative effect on Xiolin. He crumpled to his knees, bowing low before his unexpected tenant. Of course, stay as long as you like, esteemed guest. To think that I, a former tycoon's son, would be reduced to groveling for rent money, he lamented internally. But hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Once Cosine was out of sight, Zilin snatched up the money, his eyes widening as he inhaled the sweet scent of wealth. Ah, I've missed this smell. Money may not buy happiness, but it sure can rent you a badass assassin as a roommate. With the rent paid, Xiao Lin turned his attention back to his predicament, namely, his rapidly dwindling lifespan. Okay, time to brainstorm, he muttered. There are 2 ways to extend my lifespan: forming contracts with the goddesses and earning intimacy points. Yulan is taken care of for now, but I need to get closer to her to max out those points and buy myself some more time. He grabbed his phone, a hopeful grin spreading across his face. Time for some quality time with my goddess. He dialed Yulan's number, his voice overflowing with false cheeriness when she answered. Hey there, gorgeous. Free for coffee later. Not interested, Yulan replied curtly, before hanging up without another word. Zilin stared at his phone, his heart sinking. Rejected again. What am I going to do? The system, as always, had other plans. Contract target information updated. MEINQI, attribute, fiery bodyguard, special skills, enhanced strength, precision targeting. Reward, a vine fist, cosign, attribute, cold-blooded assassin. Special skill, accidental manslaughter, reward, fatal strike, eagle vision. Wait a minute, Xiao Lin thought, scrolling through the updated information. Cassine's in my house right now, and she's a walking, talking special skill waiting to be unlocked. Meanwhile, at Li Haoxuan's secret lair, the atmosphere was thick with tension. How could you let them get away? And where's the USB? Li Haoxuan roared, slamming his fist on the sofa. His subordinates, sporting various injuries from their previous encounters, cowered before him. A voice cut through the tension. There's no need to get so worked up, darling. Those muscleheads are useless. Let them go. Gong Manly sauntered into the room, her long legs accentuated by a skin-tight dress. She perched herself on the edge of his sofa, her gaze meeting his with a knowing smirk. Money can buy anything, darling, even revenge. Li Haoxuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And how do you propose we achieve that? Yulan and her bodyguard are close. Gong Manly leaning closer and said, Yulan has a close relationship with her personal bodyguard, but that bodyguard is in urgent need of money to treat her sister. We just need to start with her. A slow, cruel smile spread across Li Haoxuan's face. That is an interesting idea. Early the next morning, Xiao Lin stood outside a bustling shopping mall, his heart pounding with a mix of hope and trepidation. He'd messaged MEINQI, hoping to convince her to sign his bodyguard contract. You wanted to see me, MEINQI asked, her arms crossed, a skeptical expression on her face. Zilin flashed her his most disarming smile. I'd like to offer you a job, MEINQI, as my bodyguard. To his surprise, she replied instantly, okay, really. Xiao Lin couldn't believe his ears. That was easy. His joy was short-lived. MEINQI's next words brought him crashing back down to earth, 100,000 per day. And I'm not above being your girlfriend if that sweetens the deal. Her tone was nonchalant, as if she were discussing the weather. Zilin cringed, wishing he could disappear into the pavement. Well, you see, about that, I'm currently bankrupt, but once Yulan gets things back on track, I'll pay you back tenfold, I promise. MEINQI rolled her eyes, dropping all pretense of friendliness. No money, no deal now. If you'll excuse me, I have places to be. She turned to leave, but Xiao Lin, desperate, called after her, money isn't everything, MEINQI. A person needs ideals, dreams, aspirations. As if to emphasize his point, he reached out and placed a hand on her bare shoulder. It was a critical error. MEINQI reacted instantly, her elbow connecting with his stomach, sending him sprawling into a nearby bush. Ach, not again, Xiao Lin groaned. His attempts at contract negotiation were turning out to be hazardous to his health. 6 days later, at the once grand unicorn mansion, Xiao Lin resembled a ghost haunting his own home. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes shadowed with despair. He clutched a cardboard box, his shoulders slumped with defeat. This is it. This is how I die 12 o'clock, alone, in a cardboard box. Maybe I use my remaining energy to scatter my ashes around the mansion, a fitting end for a failed heir. As he was contemplating the logistics of his self-made funeral, a voice startled him out of his morbid musings. "This is a beautiful house. You have exquisite taste in art. Xia Lin. Those are priceless masterpieces." Zilin couldn't muster the energy to turn around. "What does it matter? I'll be selling them all soon anyway." His head snapped up, his eyes widening as he saw Yilan standing in his living room, an apologetic smile on her face. "Yilan, my goddess, you came." Tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed seeing her until this moment. "I've been busy these past few days, trying to salvage what I could of Unicorn Corporation's assets," she explained, holding up a card. "It's a mess, but I managed to recover 800 million in investments and another 200 million in unpaid tolls. It's a drop in the bucket, but it's a start." Zilin grabbed her hand, his gaze intense. "You've done more than enough. You know, all I ever wanted was to see you again." Yilan blushed, flustered by his sudden intensity. "A lot to process. Are you sure you're feeling okay?" "Of course, I am," Xia Lin blurted out, squeezing her hand. "Being near you, it's like a breath of fresh air." "Zilin, dinner's ready." Cosine emerged from the kitchen, a bright smile on her face, a frilly apron tied around her waist. She's strangely domesticated. Xia Lin's heart sank faster than a lead weight in the ocean. "Oh no, I forgot she was here." Before he could explain, he felt a chill run down his spine as the system deducted 10 intimacy points. Yilan pulled her hand away, her face hardening. "Your girlfriend is very beautiful." "She's not my girlfriend," Zilin protested. "It's not what it looks like." His pleas fell on deaf ears. Yilan's phone buzzed, and her expression darkened as she read the message. "What is it?" Xia Lin asked, sensing her distress. The message was from Li Haoxuan. It showed a picture of Mianqi, dressed in boxing gear, looking dazed and confused. The accompanying message simply read, "Haohan Fight Club, come alone." "I'd been there before," Yilan said, her voice tight with worrying. "It's Li Haoxuan's underground fight club." "But why is Mianqi there?" Tears welled up in her eyes. She must be desperate for money to treat her sister's illness. "But she's been having those dizzy spells. She can't possibly fight." "She could get seriously hurt. Let's call the police." Zilin said, his voice urgent. "No, underground fighting is illegal. If the police get involved, they'll both get arrested. I need to reason with Li Haoxuan myself." "I'm coming with you," Xia Lin said, his jaw set with determination. He thought, "I finally got you. I won't let you go easily." Yilan's voice surprisingly steady. "Well, come with me." Cosine stood in the door, a dangerous glint in her eyes. It is impossible to spend a few days in peace. At the Haohan Fight Club, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The crowd roared, their cheers echoing through the dimly lit arena as two fighters squared off in the ring. Mianqi, her face pale and slick with sweat, struggled to stay on her feet. She raised a shaky leg, aiming a kick at her hulking opponent. "There it is, the death blow," someone yelled from the crowd. But instead of connecting with her target, Mianqi's foot missed the opponent. She stumbled, her eyes filled with confusion. "What's wrong?" Her opponent laughed, taking advantage of her disorientation to deliver a punishing blow to her jaw. Mianqi crashed to the floor, her body racked with pain. Just as Mianqi was beaten and lying on the floor, Yilan and Zilin arrived at the Haohan Fight Club. "Anqi? Anqi, are you all right?" Yilan called out, her voice laced with worrying. Mianqi struggled to sit up, her vision blurry, her head pounding. "What are you two doing here?" she groaned. "Anqi, you have to sign my bodyguard contract." Zilin blurted out, ignoring her question. Mianqi stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. "Are you serious? I'm about to get pummeled to death, and you're offering me a job. You're not put off by my imminent failure." Her body was screaming in protest, every muscle aching, her energy reserves completely depleted. Zilin ignored her protests, grabbing her hand. "There's no time, you're about to lose anyway. Sign the contract while you still can. I'll help you win this fight." Before Mianqi could object, Xiao Lin had dipped her thumb in ink and pressed it onto the contract. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, leaving MEINQI speechless. Contract with beautiful bodyguard MEINQI successful, lifespan reward, 7 days. Bonus items, Divine Fist card, Precision Targeting card, the system announced triumphantly. Wait, what just happened? MEINQI sputtered, shaking her head in disbelief. And how are you going to help me with motivational speeches? Don't worry, Zilin said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I have a plan. He pulled out a small, yellow talisman from his pocket and, without warning, slapped it onto her forehead. What is this? MEINQI squawked, trying to swat his hand away. As soon as the talisman made contact with her head, a jolt of energy surged through her body. At that exact moment, her instincts screamed at her to move, sensing an incoming attack. She rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow from her opponent. What? He surprised by her sudden burst of agility. She was practically down. How did she do that? MEINQI's vision cleared, her previous dizziness vanishing as if by magic. She fixed her opponent with a steely gaze, a newfound confidence surging through her. She raised a leg, her foot suddenly feeling as strong as steel. Time to end this, she muttered under her breath. With a swift, fluid motion, she delivered a perfectly executed roundhouse kick to his jaw, the sound of bone connecting with bone echoing through the stunned silence. The crowd gasped as her opponent crumpled to the ground, landing near the edge of the ring. Knockout, the referee yelled, his voice echoing through the stunned silence. I can actually see straight, MEINQI exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mixture of disbelief and elation. She rushed over to Xiao Lin. You did it. You actually did it. You're amazing. Intimacy points increased by 10, the system chirped happily. Yes, I might actually survive this, Xiao Lin thought, a wave of relief washing over him. But even with those points, I'm still living on borrowed time. I need to step up my game if I want to stay alive. Yulan approached them, a triumphant grin on her face. ANQI, that was incredible. I bet all my money on you, by the way. 18 to 1 odds, Zilin choked. You bet how much? Don't worry, she couldn't lose. Xiao Lin stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. This woman, she's not just rich, she's wildly, recklessly rich. He gave her a thumbs up, grinning. I have to admire your confidence. MEINQI climbed back into the ring, her eyes sparkling with determination. I may be Zilin's bodyguard, I fight for the unicorn group, for our comeback, I will definitely win. The referee's voice boomed through the arena. Look, the fallen fighter grabbed the side rope. According to the rules, he can ask for help. MEINQI's face fell. Back up, what back up? Come up and challenge me if you dare. She glanced towards the entryway, her jaw dropping as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Bomber, a mountain of muscle and scar tissue. Are you kidding me? You're telling me I have to fight with him? The referee's voice dripped with exaggerated drama as he introduced the newcomer. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the undefeated champion, with 98 wins and 0 losses. Bomber, MEINQI stared at her new opponent, her blood running cold. He towered over her, his muscles bulging, his eyes cold and calculating. She muttered, "Oh my God." The crowd erupted, their cheers deafening as they sensed an epic beatdown was about to take place. Yulan's face paled. Oh no. I've made a terrible mistake. Farewell, my fortune. Zilin, sensing her distress, he comforted. Don't worry, I got this. The referee blew his whistle. Second round begin. MEINQI, fueled by a surge of desperate energy, launched a powerful punch, aiming for Bomber's midsection. Let's see how tough you really are, she yelled, putting all her strength into the blow. Unfortunately for MEINQI, her punch connected, but the impact sent a jolt of pain shooting up her arm, and she cried out, her knuckles throbbing. Bomber laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to shake the very foundation of the building. You think you can hurt me, little girl? He grabbed her by the neck, squeezing tight. Girl, you think too highly of yourself. He dragged her, ignoring her struggles. The ground is dirty. Use you to wipe it. The referee, clearly on his payroll, made no attempt to intervene. Manqi struggled to breathe, her vision blurring, her strength fading fast. "I'm sorry, little sister," she thought, her heart sinking. "I'm so sorry, I failed you." Lee Haok-suan, seeing her defeat, stood up, his face twisted in a triumphant smirk. "See what happens when you cross me, Xia Lin. I'll gladly accept your 1 billion, but you'll never be able to turn over in your life." Zilin ignored him, his gaze locked on Manqi's struggling form. "I'm the master of the system now, and fate is in my hands." "Why are you pretending to be so arrogant?" he muttered, his eyes narrowing. "It's not over yet." Manqi felt her consciousness slipping away as Bomber tightened his grip. Suddenly, Zilian's voice cut through the haze of pain and despair. Anqi grabbed the ropes. His words were like a lifeline, pulling her back from the brink. She forced her eyes open, focusing on the ropes surrounding the ring. With the last of her strength, she lifted her leg. Using leverage, she executed a move she hadn't attempted in years, a desperate maneuver that surprised even herself. Bomber, caught off guard, stumbled back. Manqi rolled across the fighting ring, edging closer to the boundary ropes as Xia Lin had instructed. Bomber, seeing his opportunity, leapt into the air, channeling all his power into a devastating punch. The crowd roared with excitement. It's his signature move. Oh no. Manqi isn't even trying to block, she's just crawling towards the ropes. Manqi's fingers grasped the ropes, but it seemed too late. Bomber's fist was inches from her face. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena, a blinding flash of light followed by a deafening explosion. He got her. It's over. But as the smoke cleared, Bomber stared in disbelief. Manqi was gone. He turned, his heart pounding, and saw Xia Lin standing there, cradling Manqi's limp body in his arms. "She touched the ropes," Xia Lin announced, his voice ringing with authority. "Now it's my turn." He gently lowered Manqi to the floor, where Yilan rushed to her side. "Don't worry," Xia Lin said, his voice reassuring. "I'll win this, even if it kills me." The gong sounded, signaling the start of the next round. Zilin barely had time to take his stance before Bomber charged at him, his fists blazing with fury. Zilin dodged the blow, his movements surprisingly swift. "You're faster than you look," Bomber growled, his surprise quickly turning to anger. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one aimed at Xia Lin's head. But Xia Lin, using his agility and speed, evaded every blow. The crowd gasped. "He's dodging everything. How is he so fast? This is incredible." Bomber, frustrated and enraged, roared, "Stop running, fight me like a man." But Zilin just smiled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I'd rather not." Suddenly, a loud clang echoed through the arena. Lee Haok-suan, his face contorted with rage, slammed his staff against the gong. "No running," he bellowed. "You must face your opponent head-on, or you forfeit." Yilan bit her lip, her anxiety growing. "This is bad," she whispered. "Zilin is fast, but he doesn't know how to fight." Manqi, her voice weak but filled with indignation, shouted, "That's not in the rules, Lee Haok-suan. You're cheating." Lee Haok-suan sneered. "These are my rules. I can change them whenever I want. If you don't like it, you can fight me." Yilan's eyes narrowed, her fists clenching. "That bastard," she hissed. But Xia Lin, to their surprise, remained calm. "It's all right," he said, his voice steady. "We'll play by his rules." Manqi stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you crazy?" Yilan shrieked, her voice cracking with panic. "He'll kill you." Bomber, seeing his opportunity, launched himself into the air, preparing to unleash his devastating aerial attack. "It's an aerial bomb. If you can't avoid it, you'll definitely die." The crowd roared. "He's done for." But Xia Lin, his eyes narrowed, his mind focused, reached for his secret weapon, the Divine Fist card. A surge of power coursed through his veins, his senses heightened, his movements lightning fast. Before Bomber could complete his attack, Xia Lin struck, his fist connecting with Bomber's jaw with a sickening crunch. Bomber crumpled to the ground, his legs sprawled in the air, his eyes rolled back. Lee Haok-suan, his face ashen, stared at his fallen champion, his dreams of victory crumbling around him. Zilin knocked him out with one punch. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Yilan, her face alight with joy, rushed towards Zilin. We did it, Xiaolin, she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. We won. We earned the first 80 billion for Unicorn Group's revival, but her joy was short-lived. Her smile faded as she saw Mianqi clinging to Xiaolin's arm, Mianqi's eyes shining with adoration. You were amazing, Zilin, she gushed, so strong, so brave. Mianqi leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, leaving Xiaolin speechless, his face flushed, his heart pounding. Intimacy points increased by 50. He had earned more than just money today. He had earned a kiss from a beautiful woman and a reprieve from his impending doom. He was still alive, and for now, that was all that mattered. Yilan watched the lovebirds in front of her, completely oblivious to her presence, their laughter and playful banter filling the air. Her face darkened, a sour taste filling her mouth. The scent of jealousy hung heavy in the air. She dejectedly dropped the credit card she was holding, but another hand quickly snatched it up. Zilin, still unaware of the tension brewing beside him, took Yilan's hand and beamed. Thank you, Yilan. Yilan's voice was cold, her words laced with sarcasm. You're welcome. I should thank you for your generous praise. Zilin, oblivious to her icy tone, slung his arms around both women and cheered. Let's go home. He and Mianqi were practically skipping with joy, but Yilan's face ashen, her heart heavy. Before they could reach the exit, a voice stopped them in their tracks. Hold it right there. Li Haoxuan, his face dark with fury, blocked their path. Don't think for a second that I'm going to let you walk away with 80 billion. He snarled. Xiaolin calmly cracked his knuckles. And don't think for a second that I'm incapable of taking it, he replied, his voice steady. Li Haoxuan roared. So you can fight, but can you fight against 28 professional fighters? He gestured towards a group of hulking men, each one twice Xiaolin's size. Zilin didn't flinch. We'll see about that. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, his movements so fast, so precise, that the fighters were unable to react. One by one, they crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. The onlookers gasped. He's taking them all down. He's like a martial arts master. Li Haoxuan stared in disbelief. Impossible. He was a useless rich kid. How can he be this strong? Zilin approached Li Haoxuan, his voice low and menacing. Step aside, Li Haoxuan, don't make me use you as a stepping stone. Li Haoxuan cowered, his bravado gone. I can't give you the money. It's not mine to give, Xiaolin raised his fist. I want it fair and square, and I'm taking it. Li Haoxuan, desperate, looked around for help. Black Star, where are you? A group of men, armed with guns, emerged from the shadows. You're not going anywhere. Black Star snarled, his eyes filled with hatred. This time, you're dead. Li Haoxuan, seeing his chance, quickly distanced himself from Xiaolin, Yilan, and Mianqi exchanged worried glances. They were outnumbered, but just as they were about to give up hope, a shot rang out. Black Star clutched his chest, blood oozing from a wound in his shoulder. He's been shot, Mianqi exclaimed. Someone's helping us. It was Cosine. She had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Consider this payback for saving my life, you little punk, she muttered, before disappearing into the crowd. Zilin looked around, but she was gone. Where did she go? He wondered. But there was no time to dwell on it. Now's our chance, he shouted. Attack! He and Mianqi charged towards the remaining thugs, their movements synchronized, their attacks precise. Mianqi, empowered by the charm Xiaolin had given her, landed every punch and kick, her accuracy no longer hampered by her clumsiness. Zilin disarmed one of the thugs, whispering in his ear, "Mind if I borrow this?" He then proceeded to unleash a barrage of bullets, sending the remaining thugs scattering for cover. Mianqi stared at him, her eyes wide with admiration. "You know how to use a gun," Xiaolin shrugged, a wry smile on his face. "I was a rich kid. Remember, I've dabbled in everything." He shoved Black Star to the ground, his foot pressing down on his chest. "You tried to kill me, Black Star," he snarled, his voice filled with rage. "I'm not going to let you get away with it." Black Star, realizing he was defeated, pleaded for his life. "Wait, I have information. I can trade it for my life." Zilin's eyes narrowed. "Talk." Black Star looked at Lee Haok-suan, his voice trembling. "The man who killed your father, Xio Che, it was Lee Haok-suan's father." "Lee Shingae, I have the USB drive. It's the proof." Lee Haok-suan, who had been trying to sneak away, froze. You bastard!" he shrieked, his face contorted with rage. "You sold me out." But it was too late. Xio Lin had heard everything. He turned to Lee Haok-suan, his eyes blazing with fury. "Lee Haok-suan," he growled, his voice low and menacing, "you are going to pay for what you did." The truth, spoken with such casual cruelty from Black Star's lips, ignited a firestorm of rage within Xio Lin. His blood roared in his ears, and a cold fury pulsed through him, threatening to consume him entirely. "You bastard, Lee Haok-suan," he growled, his voice barely a whisper. He didn't give Lee Haok-suan time to react. With a speed that seems to defy physics, he was upon him, his fist slamming into Lee Haok-suan's chest with a sickening thud. Lee Haok-suan gasped, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as he was launched backward, crashing into a wall with enough force to shatter the plaster. He slid to the floor, coughing violently, each cough accompanied by a fresh wave of blood. Zilin was on him in a flash, grabbing him by the collar, his eyes blazing with cold fury. "You murdered my father. You're going to pay." Terror filled Lee Haok-suan's eyes as he looked up at the man he'd underestimated for so long. His arrogance had vanished, replaced by fear. "No, please, I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me." Xio Lin dragged him towards the exit, his grip unrelenting. "You're damn right. Start talking, now." Yulan and Meinqi followed closely behind, their faces grim as they watched Zilin's fury unfold. Black Star, left alone with his fallen comrades, struggled to sit up, pain lancing through his body. "Don't blame me for betraying you, Lee Haok-suan," he muttered, wiping the blood from his mouth. "I was just following orders." Just as Xio Lin reached the door, a shadow detached itself from the darkness, a gun pressed against Black Star's face. His eyes widening in shock. "You? But how?" Cassine's eyes were cold and unforgiving. "You betrayed your accomplices again, Black Star. There's a price to pay for that." Before he could utter another word, she pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the room, the sound swallowed by the thick silence that followed. Black Star slumped to the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, a single bullet hole marring his forehead. Cosine stepped over his lifeless body, her gaze sweeping over the carnage around her. "Let this be a message to Gong Manly," she said, her voice a chilling whisper. "You should stay out of Xio Lin's way, or this will be your fate." Back at the Unicorn Mansion, Lee Haok-suan whimpered, his body curled up in a corner, the remnants of Zilin's earlier beating still evident on his bruised and blooded face. "Please, I'm begging you, stop. I told you everything I know." Zilin, however, wasn't interested in his pleas. He was too busy snapping photos of Lee Haok-suan's misery, his phone clicking incessantly. "Perfect. Hold that pose. This angle is fantastic." He adjusted the lighting, completely ignoring Lee Haok-suan's whimpers. Once he was satisfied with his photo shoot, he sent the photos to Lee Shingae, along with a simple message. "Lee Shingae, have you seen the photo? Lee Haok-suan has told me the whole truth, and you must pay for it." The phone rang almost immediately. "You have what you want." Lee Shingae's voice was cold and controlled, his anger barely contained. "Don't hurt my son, I have a better idea," Xio Lin replied, his voice laced with ice. "I want you to hold a press conference tomorrow. Confess to everything. The world needs to know what you did." Finally, Lee Shingae spoke, his voice strained. "Done. But if anything happens to Haok-suan, he'll be fine," Zilin said, hanging up before Lee Shingae could finish his threat. He locked Lee Haok-suan in a spare room, ignoring his frantic pleas. "Stay in there and think about what you've done. We'll let you out after your father's confession." Lee Haok-suan rattled the bars, his voice breaking. "No, please, I'm scared of the dark. Don't leave me here alone." Zilin left him to his misery, heading upstairs to check on Yulan and Mianchi. As he entered the living room, he was met with a scene that made him do a double take. Cosine, dressed in a maid's outfit, holding a tray with a steaming bowl of soup. "Welcome home, master. I made you some bone broth. Would you like some?" Zilin stared at her, utterly bewildered. The deadly assassin he'd encountered in the hospital had been replaced by a docile, subservient maid. What had he gotten himself into? "Sure, thanks." He took the bowl, cautiously taking a sip. It was surprisingly delicious. As he finished the soup, he noticed something was missing. "Where's the ceramic urn that was sitting here?" he asked, glancing around the room. "The one with my father's ashes." Cosine's smile widened. "Oh, that. I used it to enhance the flavor of the broth." Xiaolin's blood ran cold. "What? You?" he choked, his face turning pale as he realized what he'd just consumed. Cosine chuckled. "Relax, I'm kidding. Your father's urn is safe and sound in the family shrine." "You evil woman," Xiaolin thought, glaring at her. "You almost gave me a heart attack." After his little exchange with Cosine, Zilin retreated to the family shrine, seeking solace in the familiar presence of his ancestors. He knelt before his father's altar, his heart heavy with a mixture of grief and determination. "Father, I know that cunning fox, Li Xingye, won't go down without a fight. I'm prepared to risk it all to avenge you. Watch over me, Father. Grant me the strength to win this final battle." A gleaming dagger, resting on the altar next to his father's portrait, caught his eye. He picked it up, its weight surprisingly in his hand. "Father, lend me your strength," he whispered, his fingers tightening around the hilt. "Lend me the power of the Xia clan's heirloom blade." The next morning arrived, a harbinger of change. Zilin dressed carefully, choosing his sharpest suit and a tie his father had given him years ago. He slipped the dagger into his pocket, a comforting weight against his thigh. "Heading out already?" Cosine asked, watching him from the doorway. "Wait, your tie is crooked." Before he could protest, she was upon him, her nimble fingers straightening his tie with surprising gentleness. He felt a strange warmth spread through him, a feeling he quickly pushed away. "Cosine," he said, "if I don't come back, you can start packing. Consider this your 6-month eviction notice." Her smile didn't waver. "I'll be waiting for you. Come home safe." Her unwavering confidence was both unnerving and strangely comforting. He left the mansion, her words echoing in his ears. At the Galaxy Corporation's headquarters, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Reporters and camera crews jostled for position as Li Xingye took the stage, his face grave, his posture radiating power and control. "I've called this press conference today to address a very serious matter," he announced, his voice booming through the silent auditorium. "I've already alerted the police," Mianchi whispered to Xiaolin, her eyes glued to the stage. "The moment he confesses, they'll arrest him. Unicorn Corporation will be saved." "Let's hope so," Zilin murmured, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew Li Xingye was a cunning adversary. He wouldn't go down without a fight. Li Xingye continued, his voice laced with righteous indignation. "This man," he said, pointing an accusing finger at Xiaolin, "he has kidnapped my son, Li Haoxuan." A wave of gasps rippled through the audience. "Gotcha," Zilin thought, a grim smile playing on his lips. He'd anticipated this move. Right on cue, a team of police officers marched into the auditorium, their expressions serious. Officer Luo Yunon stepped forward, holding up his badge. "Zilin, we have reason to believe you're involved in the disappearance of Li Haoxuan. You're coming with us." Li Xingye smirked, triumph radiating from every pore. "Don't worry, Xiaolin, my men are already on their way to rescue my son. Even your father couldn't defeat me. What makes you think you stand a chance?" Zilin's expression remained calm, despite the turmoil raging within him. "From the moment I lost everything, I accepted the possibility that I might not survive this fight. But I'm a man of the Xio clan. If I can't avenge my father, then my life has no meaning." He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the dagger's hilt. "This was it, Xiaolin. Put your hands where I can see them." Luo Yunon shouted, her hand hovering over her holstered gun. "Don't make me shoot." Zilin's fingers tightened around the object in his pocket. It ends today, one way or another, but as he pulled his hand out, his heart sank. It wasn't the dagger, it was the USB drive. What the hell? He stared at it in disbelief. Where's the dagger? That's mine. Yilan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Where did you find it? It doesn't matter. Zilin said, thrusting the USB drive towards Officer Luo. Watch this, and then tell me who the real criminal is. The auditorium fell silent as the video on the USB drive began to play. On the screen, Li Xin's face was contorted with rage as he strangled Ziche with a length of rope, his eyes cold and merciless. The audience gasped, reporters scrambled for their cameras, their faces a mixture of shock and excitement. He killed XIO Che. Li Xingye murdered Chairman XIO. As Officer Luo raised his gun, Li Xingye panicked, raising his hands in a futile attempt to surrender. Wait, don't shoot. I confess to everything. But Zilin wouldn't let him escape justice so easily. You'll pay for what you did, Li Xingye. He roared, charging towards Li Xingye. He had a plan, a risky, desperate plan. As he ran, he pretended to trip, falling towards Li Xingye. In the chaos, he slipped the gun he'd picked up at the fight club into Li Xingye's hand. It's unloaded, but they don't need to know that, he thought, a grim satisfaction settling over him. No, don't shoot, Zilin screamed, collapsing at Li Xingye's feet, playing the part of the terrified victim. Li Xingye stared at the gun in his hand, his eyes wide with confusion. Where did this come from? Li Xingye, drop the weapon. Officer Luo's voice boomed across the room. Do it now, or we'll fire. The other officers aimed their guns at Li Xingye, their fingers hovering over the triggers. Li Xingye's eyes darted back and forth, panic rising in his chest. I didn't. It's not mine. But before he could explain, a single gunshot echoed through the room, followed by a terrifying barrage of gunfire. Li Xingye's eyes widened in shock as a bullet pierced his chest. He staggered back, his body riddled with bullets, his white shirt stained crimson. Luo Yunon shouted, his voice frantic, who fired those shots? The other officers looked at each other, confusion and fear etched on their faces. It wasn't us, sir. Li Xingye collapsed at Zilin's feet, his body convulsing, his breath shallow and ragged. He was still alive, but his blood was bleeding out onto the polished marble floor. Li Xingye, his face pale and contorted in pain, choked out a final, spiteful laugh. You think you've won, XIA Lin. He rasped, blood trickling down his chin. You think I was the only one? Who wanted your family destroyed? You can't fight them. You can't win, you're going to die. His words died in a gurgle as he slumped forward, his lifeless eyes staring vacantly at the pristine marble floor. Meinqr rushed to Zilin's side, her voice filled with concern. Zilin, are you all right? I'm fine, he replied, his voice hollow. His victory tasted like ashes in his mouth. Yilan leaned close, her voice a hushed whisper. The first shot, it came from the building across the street. Someone wanted to silence him. What? Zilin's head snapped up, his eyes widening in disbelief. What's going on? Who else wants me dead? He clenched his jaw, his gaze hardening. My father's death. It's not as simple as it seems. There's something else going on, something bigger. As they turned to leave, Officer Luo Yunon stopped them, his expression serious. Zilin, the matter of Li Haoxuan's disappearance hasn't been resolved. We need to search your house. You're not leaving my sight. Back at the Unicorn Mansion, officers swarmed the house, their footsteps echoing through the silent rooms. Sir, nothing in this wing, nothing here either, sir. Luo Yunon tapped his fingers against a seemingly ordinary wall, his eyes narrowed. This house has too many secrets. There has to be a hidden room somewhere. Zilin, watching from a distance, felt beads of sweat trickle down his back. No, they can't find him. He watched in horror as the officers discovered the loose brick that concealed the entrance to his makeshift prison. Sir, we've found something, a hidden room. One of the officers called out, his voice laced with excitement. Luo Yunon grabbed Zilin's arm, snapping a pair of handcuffs around his wrists. Zilin, while I sympathize with your situation, I won't hesitate to arrest you if you've broken the law. The officers kicked the door open, their guns drawn, ready to apprehend the missing master. "You're home." The voice that greeted them wasn't Lee Haok-suan's, it was Cassine's. She sat on the floor, bound, and a look of mock terror on her face. "Oh, master, you saved me. I was so scared." She batted her eyelashes at Xio Lin, her performance worthy of an award. Luo Yinon stared at her, utterly bewildered. Is this some kind of kinky game? Zilin's jaw dropped. What the hell? Cosigned. "Nope, nothing to see here," Luo Yinon said, turning to leave, his face flushed. "We're done here, pack it up, boys." "But it's not what it looks like." Zilin protested, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. He watched them leave, his face burning with shame. "I'm never going to live this down," he groaned. "I'm officially the pervert." Once the officers were gone, Cosine untied herself, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "That was fun. Consider it a favor. How are you going to thank me?" Zilin, still reeling from the encounter, shot her a playful smirk. "With my body, I'm all yours." "You rascal, what are you thinking? I have higher standards." Cosine rolled her eyes, her smile softening. "Wait, where's Lee Haok-suan?" Zilin asked, suddenly remembering his captive. "I moved him to the attic. It's sealed tight." "They'd never find him there. You're amazing, Cosine," Zilin exclaimed, relief washing over him. They climbed the stairs to the attic, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit hallway. But as they reached the attic door, a wave of icy dread washed over them. Lee Haok-suan lay sprawled on the floor, a pool of blood staining the dusty floorboards. You killed him," Xio Lin stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Cosine knelt beside the body, her brow furrowed as she examined the wound. "This wasn't me. The blood is still warm. He was killed moments before we arrived, but the door was locked." Zilin exclaimed, his mind reeling. "How is that possible? Unless we have another mystery on our hands." Cassine's eyes narrowed. "The killer is still here, hiding." She moved with a speed that startled Zilin, launching herself towards a small ventilation shaft high on the wall. "Wait, how did you?" Xio Lin stared at her in disbelief as she disappeared into the narrow opening. "Only one assassin I know is skilled enough to pull off a locked-room murder," Cassine's voice echoed from the shaft. Zilin, his heart pounding in his chest, scrambled up after her. They crawled through the dusty, cramped shaft, the air thick with the smell of stale air and fear. "How are you moving so fast in this tiny space?" Zilin gasped, his limbs aching from the awkward position. "Focus, Xio Lin, we need to catch him while he's injured," Cosine urged, her voice muffled by the close quarters. He stopped, his body wedged tightly in the shaft. "I can't. I'm stuck." Cosine, right behind him, pushed past him, her body pressing against his. "Move over. I'll get us out." Xio Lin's face flushed as her soft curves brushed against him. "Cosine, don't move. I can't breathe." Suddenly, they both froze. Cosine sensed Zilin's reaction, a mixture of panic and something else. Something that sent a jolt of awareness through her. She swatted him on the head, her cheeks burning. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "No, I'm not, I swear. It's just really cramped in here," he stammered, his voice cracking. They emerged from the ventilation shaft, blinking as their eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight streaming through a skylight. Cosine pulled off her gloves, tossing them into a nearby fireplace. The gloves, stained with blood, caught fire, the flames quickly consuming them, leaving behind nothing but ashes. "He won't be a problem anymore," she said, her voice calm and steady. "Don't worry. There's no trace." "Who are you? You were shot before?" Xio Lin asked, frustration mounting. "It doesn't matter," she cut him off, her voice sharp. "The less you know, the better." "No," Xio Lin snapped, his patience wearing thin. "I need to know. Li Xingye was murdered right in front of me. I could be next. I'm tired of being in the dark." Cosine sighed, her shoulders slumping. "The man who killed Li Xingye, his name is Falcon. The one who killed Lee Haok-suan, his name is Wen Chao. They belong to the same organization." "The Haidonghui," she met his gaze, her expression grim. "Their reach is vast, Xio Lin, far greater than you can imagine." "Haidonghui," Xio Lin's eyes widened in recognition. "My father, he mentioned them once. They wanted him to join their organization. But he refused. That's why he died. Meanwhile, at the Haedonghui's headquarters, 5 shadowy figures sat around a table, their faces obscured by the dim lighting. Manly, give us an update, Yu Xiaoqiang, the vice president of Qiangshen Corporation, commanded, his voice sharp and authoritative. The Li family is out of the picture. The video only shows Li Xingei committing the murder. We're in the clear. Gone, Manly reported, her voice cool and confident. But Zilin is still alive. Gao Jianhe, the CEO of Gao Corporation, interjected, his voice laced with anxiety. He's a dangerous one, Huang Yazu, the president of the Haiking Merchant Guild, chuckled. So, kill him, then, problem solved, we can't kill him. A woman with fiery red hair slammed her hand on the table, Su Mingyu, the president of Haiking Bank, her voice commanding attention. He owes us a fortune. If he's dead, we'll never see that money. We can use him to recover our losses. He owes the Galaxy Corporation 180 billion, Gao Jianhe said, his voice tight with frustration. He owes me 220 billion. What about the rest of you? 300 billion, Yu Xiaoqiang and Huang Yazu said in unison, their voices grim. He owes my bank another 100 billion, Su Mingyu added, her voice shaking slightly. Gao Jianhe stood up, his voice rising in anger. That's a mountain of debt. Even if we sell everything he owns, it won't be enough. We need to cut our losses and get rid of him before he drags us all down with him. Su Mingyu hesitated, opening her mouth to object, but Yu Xiaoqiang silenced her with a cold stare. Since we can't reach a consensus, we'll vote. All in favor of eliminating Xio Lin, raise your hands. For hands shot up, including Su Mingyu's. The motion passes, Yu Xiaoqiang said, his voice laced with finality. Jianhe, Manly needs more manpower. And Xio Lin is under police surveillance. You'll handle this. Gao Jianhe smiled, a cruel glint in his eyes. Consider it done. Later that afternoon, outside the Unicorn Corporation building, her bicycle screeched to a halt. Boss, when are we getting a car? Mei whined, her voice breathless as she struggled to steady the bicycle. Zilin perched precariously on the back seat. My legs are killing me, and this is hardly the image a publicly traded company CEO should be projecting. Zilin chuckled, his arms wrapped around Mei's waist. Relax, Anqi, the judge ruled in our favor. We don't have to pay back the 180 billion we owed the Galaxy Corporation. The remaining 1.8 billion is manageable. We'll get a car after we pay off our debts, boss. My sister's surgery is today. Can I leave early? I need to be at the hospital. Of course, Anqi, I'll go with you. That evening, Xio Lin and Mei waited anxiously outside the operating room, their hopes dwindling with each passing minute. When the door finally opened, Dr. Bai Ji's face expression also fell. I'm sorry, she said, her voice filled with regret. We did everything we could, but your sister, she didn't make it. The world seemed to stop with Mei. She stared at the white sheet covering her sister's lifeless form, her mind refusing to accept the doctor's words. No, no, that's impossible. She was fine this morning. Wake up, wake up. She collapsed onto the bed, her sobs echoing through the sterile silence of the hospital room. Why did you leave me? What am I going to do without you? Zilin watched her grief unfold, his heart aching for her. He'd lost his father, and now Mei had lost her sister. The pain of loss, sharp and unrelenting, connected them in a way he hadn't anticipated. The grief emanating from Mei was more than Xio Lin could bear. His voice thick with desperation. System, there has to be a way to save her. I can't just stand here and watch her suffer. The system didn't respond verbally. Instead, a notification flashed before Xio Lin's eyes. High-level resurrection pill purchased. First-time discount applied. 60 intimacy points deducted. Remaining intimacy points, 0. Xio Lin's jaw dropped. My intimacy points, which had just been topped up to over 60, were now gone. System, you traitor, I called you father. How could you do this to me? I was just asking. I hadn't even decided yet, and now I have less than a day left to live. A small, pearly pill materialized in his hand, accompanied by the system's emotionless voice. There's a price to pay for a life of pleasure, Xia Lin, and this time, the price is steep. Zilin sighed, his anger quickly dissipating as he looked at Mianqi's tear-stained face. Fine, saving a life is worth it, he approached Mianqi, his voice gentle. Don't cry, Anqi, I can save your sister. Dr. Bai Ji, who'd been silently observing the scene, bristled at his words. Are you questioning my expertise? I did everything I could. Her heart stopped. There's no brain activity, she's gone. Do you even understand basic biology? Then I'll show you a medical miracle, Xia Lim retorted, ignoring her outburst. Miracles don't exist, Bai Ji yelled, her face red with indignation. There's no bringing back the dead, that's what you think, Xia Lin said, a confident smirk playing on his lips. You just haven't met me yet. He gently lifted the white sheet, placing the pill on my Anna's tongue. They waited, their breaths held, their eyes glued to the still figure on the bed. A minute passed, then another. Nothing happened. See, nothing. You're a fraud. Get out of my hospital before I call security. Bai Ji shouted, her patience snapping. Just give it a minute, it needs time to work. Zilin pleaded, his own anxiety rising with each passing second. Suddenly, the small figure on the bed stirred. My Anna sat up, blinking her eyes as she looked around the room. What's all the yelling about? She mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Is it morning already, Anna? And she gasped, her voice trembling with disbelief. You're awake. How? But you? Bai Ji stared at her, her mouth agape, her worldview crumbling before her very eyes. She's alive, but how? Who are you? What did you do? She turned to Xia Lin, her previous hostility replaced by a mixture of awe and curiosity. A magician never reveals his secrets, Xia Lin replied. After done, Mianqi took her sister for a medical checkup, leaving Xia Lin to wait anxiously on a bench in the hallway. He glanced at his watch, his heart pounding in his chest. Less than half an hour left, he muttered, his voice filled with despair. I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. When will Mianqi and her sister be done with their checkup? He thought, his mind racing. I need those intimacy points. I need them now. Just as he was about to give in to despair, a woman's voice startled him. Patient number 19 has made a full recovery. All vital signs are normal. It was Bai Ji. She approached Xia Lin, her eyes wide with astonishment. You've defied all medical logic. She exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. What did you give that little girl? Can I have a sample for research purposes? What kind of family education can cultivate your habit of asking for things at your fingertips? Did you really think I'd just hand over a life-saving miracle drug for free? Your audacity was almost admirable. Money, research. He laughed, a bitter sound that echoed through the room. If only it were that simple. What do you want, then? Bai Ji's voice took on a desperate edge. I know your medicine is precious and I can buy it with money, his voice coldly replied. It would be great if I could buy it with money. I'll buy it with my life. She said, confused. Whatever you want, just ask. Everything can be negotiated. Just then, the system chimed in, its voice filled with excitement. New contract target detected. Bai Ji gulped, her eyes widening. She pulled out a contract and thrust it towards Xia Lin. When I was in university, I founded a pharmaceutical and cosmetics company, she explained, her voice trembling with eagerness. We own numerous exclusive formulas. Our current market capitalization is 20 million. I know it's not much, but it's all I have. I need that pill, Xia Lin. I need it for my research. Then, the system displayed a notification. New contract target detected. Bai Ji. Title, Goddess of Medicine. Special skill, medical expertise. Reward, enhanced smell, fast hands. Lifespan increase, 10 days, the system chirped excitedly. Zilin's heart skipped a beat, a new goddess. And with her skills, he might actually have a chance to survive this mess. Remaining lifespan, 10 seconds. The system's warning brought him crashing back to reality. He took the contract, his voice taking on a businesslike tone. We can make a deal, but I have conditions. You'll continue working as chief researcher for your pharmaceutical company. Bai Ji, surprised by his demand, hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Fine, but I need that medicine. How? Remaining lifespan. 8 seconds. Sign. Now. Zilin thrust the contract towards her. 3, 2, 1. Just as the last grain of sand slipped through the hourglass of his life, Bai Ji's signature landed on the dotted line. Lifespan increased. Remaining lifespan, 10 days. Zilin grabbed Bai's hand, relief flooding through him. That was close. I thought I was dead. Bai Ji, startled by his sudden touch, pulled her hand away, a shiver running down her spine. You're a strange man, Xia. So, about that medicine. She continued, her voice regaining its usual confidence. Now that the contract is signed, you can give me that sample, right? Zilin cleared his throat, his face suddenly flushed. Actually, I need to inspect your company first. Make sure it's really worth 20 million, you know. Due diligence and all that, he cursed his failing memory. He was so close to death he'd forgotten he had 0 intimacy points to purchase another pill. Bai Ji raised an eyebrow. Of course, here's my card. Meet me at my office tomorrow morning, and don't forget the medicine. Don't worry, I won't, Xia replied, trying to sound confident. As he watched her leave, a wave of panic washed over him. Where the hell am I going to get another resurrection pill by tomorrow morning? Then, MEINQI and Zilin returned on the bicycle. MEINQI pedaling while Xia sat on the back. Thank you for saving my sister, boss, MEINQI said, her voice filled with gratitude. You're a good person, Xia sighed inwardly. Good people don't live long, he thought, a bitter taste filling his mouth. Suddenly, MEINQI slammed on the brakes, sending Zilin's head crashing into her shoulder. What's going on? He groaned, rubbing his head. A group of menacing-looking thugs, armed with machetes, were blocking their path. There they are, one of them shouted. MEINQI cracked her knuckles. Boss, I'll go first. If I can't handle them, you take over. But before she could dismount, Xia threw the bicycle aside and started running. Are you crazy? He shouted over his shoulder. There are like 10 of them, and they have knives. Even if we win, we'll be seriously injured. Why bother? MEINQI, surprised at first, quickly caught on. You're right, boss, you're a genius. She sprinted after him, her long legs easily keeping pace. But why are they still chasing us? She asked, her voice breathless. Li Haoxuan is dead. They must be from Heidong Society. Xia gasped, his lungs burning. We need to lose them, MEINQI said, her eyes scanning their surroundings. We can't keep running forever. They spotted a construction site, its scaffolding rising high into the sky. I have an idea, Xia exclaimed. Quick, climb up. He boosted MEINQI onto his shoulders, helping her reach the lowest rung of the scaffolding. What about you? She asked, her voice filled with concern. I'll be right behind you, he assured her. The thugs were closing in, their footsteps echoing ominously behind them. They're climbing up. Where's the man? Zilin, hidden in the shadows, smirked. Time for a little construction accident. He reached for a metal support beam and yanked it free. Down you go, he shouted. The scaffolding, weakened by the missing beam, began to collapse, sending the thugs tumbling down like dominoes. MEINQI screamed as she fell, her arms flailing. Xia. Zilin, his eyes wide with alarm, leapt into action, his arms outstretched. ANQI, don't be afraid, I'm going to use my ultimate move now, he shouted. He caught her, his arms wrapping around her waist, his body cushioning her fall. They landed with a thud, Xia groaning in pain. MEINQI, her heart pounding, looked up at him, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. You caught me, she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. You're amazing, Xia let out a sigh of relief. You really need to lose some weight, he said, his voice strained. I feel like I just fell off a building myself. MEINQI playfully pinched his cheek. You're the best, Xia. Ah, he yelped, tears welling up in his eyes. But the pain was worth it. Intimacy points increased by 100, the system announced. Zilin grinned. That was a lot of points for a little bit of pain. He scooped Mianqi up in his arms and carried her away from the construction site, his heart filled with a strange mixture of relief and exhilaration. 100 points, he murmured, his voice filled with wonder. She must really be grateful that I saved her sister. Meanwhile, in a luxurious car parked nearby, He slammed his fist, his face contorted with rage. Useless idiots, how could they fail to capture one man? Su Mingyu, sitting beside him, watched the scene unfold with a detached amusement. It seems Xia Lin's luck hasn't run out yet, she said, her voice calm. Perhaps we should give him a little more time. We can always collect our debt later. There's no need to rush into killing him, He glared at her. You're involved in this too, Director Su. If we let Xia Lin rise to power, neither of us will have a happy ending. Su Mingyu clutched her handbag. I know what I'm doing, she said, her voice cold. You don't need to remind me. He took a deep breath, his anger subsiding. A sinister smile spread across his face. You may have escaped this time, Xia Lin, he hissed. But I won't let you rise again. Enjoy your last moments of freedom. Su Mingyu, her face unreadable, stared out the window, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Was there something she was hiding? The next morning, at Baiji's pharmaceutical company, Baiji led Xia Lin on a tour of her facilities. This is our research and development department, she explained, gesturing towards a group of scientists in lab coats. And over there is our sales team. We're a small company, but we're very profitable. She showed him a bottle of cream, her eyes shining with pride. This is our new whitening product, she said. It's based on an ancient formula passed down through my family for generations. I believe it has the potential to generate hundreds of millions in revenue. Zilin's eyes widened. Really, is it that effective? According to ancient records, the snow fungus does have miraculous properties, Baiji began. But before she could finish her sentence, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. A group of thugs, led by a woman wearing a mask, stormed into the lab, brandishing baseball bats. Baiji gasped. The woman, her voice muffled by the mask, sneered. You ruined me, Baiji. Now I'm going to ruin you. Baiji stared at the woman in disbelief. Miss He, what's going on? Hefei ripped off her mask, revealing a face covered in angry red welts and blotches. How dare you do this to me, she shrieked, her voice filled with rage. I used your snow fungus cream yesterday, and look what happened. My face is not only ruined, but it also smells terrible. Baiji's eyes widened in horror. Oh my god, it actually happened. But it shouldn't smell. I can't smell anything. Hefei, mistaking Baiji's confusion for mockery, flew into a rage. You're making fun of me. You're going to pay for this. She swung her baseball bat at Baiji, who instinctively raised her arms to protect herself. But Xia Lin stepped forward, catching the baseball in his bare hands. Hey, let's talk about this like civilized people. Baiji stared at him, her eyes filled with gratitude and tears. Zilin, thank you for helping me, but I don't want to drag you into this. I hid the instability of the snow fungus from you. I don't deserve your medicine. I don't need it anymore. Just go, please. Intimacy points increased by 1, the system announced. Zilin shrugged. If I leave now, won't they eat you alive? Baiji hesitated. Hefei, who had been listening to their exchange with growing impatience, snapped. I don't eat people, but I will destroy your face. Zilin calmly replied, let's not resort to violence. I can help you restore your beauty, Hefei scoffed. You, how? Give me 3 hours, Xia Lin said, his voice filled with confidence. And I'll give you back your flawless complexion. Hefei considered his offer, her anger slowly giving way to curiosity. 3 hours is too long, she finally said, her voice firm. I'll give you 30 minutes. If you fail, I'll not only destroy this lab, but I'll also make sure you both never see the light of day again. Zilin shivered. This woman was not to be trifled with. After Hefei and her thugs left to wait outside, Xia Lin and Baiji hurried into the lab. I told you to leave, Baiji wailed, her voice filled with despair. Now we are both trapped. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have given her the unstable product. Zilin calmly replied, then let's make it stable, Baiji sighed. I've tried thousands of different formulations, but the scent is too complex. I can't achieve the perfect balance. And because I've been experimenting with so many different ingredients, I've lost most of my sense of smell. Zilin finally understood why Baiji hadn't noticed the foul odor emanating from Hefei's face. Would you like to regain your sense of smell? He asked. Baiji's eyes widened. Of course, are you crazy? Who wouldn't want their sense of smell back? Zilin nodded. All right then. He pulled out Baiji's goddess contractor card. I have a secret technique that can enhance your sense of smell to the level of a bear's, he said. Don't question it, just trust me. He thought to himself, a bear's sense of smell is 2,100 times stronger than a human's. That should be enough to complete the research. Without hesitation, he pressed the card against Baiji's forehead. She closed her eyes. Her curiosity piqued. A moment later, she gasped, her eyes widening in amazement. I can smell again. I can distinguish different scents. This is incredible. We don't have much time, Zilin reminded her. Focus on finding the correct formula, Baiji nodded, her excitement bubbling over. She inhaled deeply, her nose twitching as she caught a whiff of Zilin's scent. Her cheeks flushed. Is this the scent of a man? He smells so good. Intimacy points increased by 10, the system announced. Zilin, noticing her distraction, cleared his throat. Miss Bai, are you ready to begin? Baiji, flustered, stammered. Yes. Yes, of course, Zilin smiled inwardly. 10 days of life, Miss Bai might be a good candidate for further exploration. Baiji, her mind focused on the task at hand, began to work. She thought, I couldn't solve this problem before, no matter how hard I tried, my fingers moving swiftly as I measured and mixed the ingredients. But now it feels as simple as basic arithmetic. Her movements were fluid, precise, her years of experience guiding her as she expertly crafted the antidote. 30 minutes later, Hefei and her thugs burst back into the lab. Time's up, she snarled. Have you decided how you want to die? Baiji, her hands trembling slightly, presented Hefei with the vial of antidote. Here you go, Missy, please trust me. This time, there won't be any problems. If there are any side effects, I'll take full responsibility. Hefei, without a word, snatched the vial and poured the contents onto her face. Zilin gulped. Aren't you worried? Hefei shrugged. My face is already ruined. What's there to be afraid of? If it gets worse, you'll be buried with me. I have nothing to lose. Zilin couldn't help but admire her courage. She's a true heiress, he thought, bold and fearless. Then, Hefei suddenly clutched her face and doubled over, causing Zilin and Baiji to exchange worried glances. It's so itchy, she groaned. My face is burning. The heat emanating from her face was intense, but after a few minutes, the itching subsided and the smoke disappeared. The results were astonishing. Zilin gasped. You're beautiful. Hefei's face was flawless, her skin glowing with a healthy radiance. It was as if her beauty had been hidden beneath a veil, and now the veil had been lifted. Baiji, overcome with emotion, threw her arms around Zilin. We did it, she cried, tears of joy streaming down her face. My snow fungus formula is finally complete. I'm so happy. Intimacy points increased by 10, intimacy points increased by 10, the system announced. Baiji looked up at Zilin, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Zilin. Zilin's eyes welled up as well. I can finally exchange for the great rejuvenation pill, he thought, his heart filled with hope. Even after the exchange, I should still have some points left. System, he said, his voice trembling with excitement. I want to exchange for the great rejuvenation pill. Begin exchange. Exchange successful. 200 intimacy points deducted. Remaining intimacy points. 1x. Zilin stared at the tiny pill in his hand, his jaw dropping. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. It's the size of a rat turd, he shouted. Who the hell authorized this automatic exchange? And why did the price go up? I only had 60 intimacy points last time. Baiji, witnessing his outburst, raised an eyebrow. Is he having another episode? She wondered. The previous price was a first-time beer discount, the system replied, its voice calm and emotionless. This is the regular price, all rights reserved. Zilin, defeated, could only mutter, fine, you win. Hefei, her face fully restored, turned to Bai Ji. Your medicine is so effective, she said, her voice filled with admiration. Why didn't you participate in the National Medical Beauty Competition? Bai Ji's eyes widened. The National Medical Beauty Competition. She let out a bitter laugh. Of course I wanted to participate. It's a great opportunity for publicity, but my application was rejected. Hefei pulled out a black card and handed it to Bai Ji. Use this to register. No one will dare to reject you. Bai Ji stared at the card, her brow furrowed. A black card? What's so special about it? Zilin, who had been arguing with the system, overheard their conversation and turned to look at the card, his eyes widening in surprise. Is that a Black Dragon card? The Black Dragon card was the exclusive membership card of the He Yuanlong family, the hidden emperor of Haikeng. Fewer than 10 people in the entire city possessed one. Its power and influence were unimaginable. He looked at Hefei's retreating figure, his mind racing. I've heard rumors about the He family's rebellious eldest daughter, he thought. Could this be her? Should I try to befriend her? After Hefei left, Bai Ji held the black card in her hand, her expression doubtful. I don't think this will work, she sighed. The Medical Beauty Association is a very prestigious organization. They won't be swayed by a simple card. Zilin took the card from her and smiled. We won't know until we try. Will we? Bai Ji's eyes widened. Do you think it's possible? Zilin held out his hand, his voice gentle and reassuring. This competition is important to you, isn't it? Why not give it your best shot? Bai Ji, encouraged by his words, felt a surge of hope. She picked up the vial of antidote she had just created. Bai Ji murmured, her voice filled with determination. This is my chance to prove myself. At the Haikeng Medical Beauty Association headquarters, a towering skyscraper in the heart of the city, Bai Ji and Lin approached the registration desk. A voluptuous woman in a tight dress leaned over the counter, her voice dripping with charm. Manager Yu, please put in a good word for me while I'm waiting for the review process. Yu, the manager of the association, flattered by her attention, grinned. Don't worry, Director Zhou. With your connections to Mr. Gao, the championship is practically yours. No one else stands a chance. Just then, Bai Ji and Lin arrived at the desk. Hello, we're here to register. The voluptuous woman, recognizing Bai Ji's voice, turned around and sneered. Well. It isn't our star student, Bai Ji. What's a small company like yours doing here? Bai Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Zhuna, what is she doing here? She whispered to Lin, that's my university classmate, Zhou Lin, who had been observing the interaction, he said, could tell that Zhou was not a friend. Bai Ji nodded. I don't know why she always targets me. After receiving Bai Ji's application, frowned. Bai Ji Aesthetics, what kind of company is that? Zhou, seizing the opportunity, leaned in and whispered in Yu Ji's ear. It's the company that exposed the dark side of the medical beauty industry. Yu Ji's face darkened. He lost all interest in Bai Ji Aesthetics. He stood up and said, his voice condescending, You're not a member of our association. You're not eligible to participate. Bai Ji's eyes widened in surprise. But the rules state that non-members can participate. Please reconsider. Our product is truly exceptional. Look at the clinical data. Yu angrily threw the documents on the floor. I said you're not eligible. Don't waste my time. Zilin and Bai Ji stared at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhou, seizing the opportunity, stepped on Bai Ji's scattered documents, her face contorted with disdain. I never thought someone as high and mighty as you would resort to such underhanded tactics, she sneered. Bai Ji, her eyes welling up with tears, knelt down to gather her meticulously prepared documents. This is my life's work, she cried. Even if you don't want it, please don't trample on it. Zilin, unable to bear the sight of Bai Ji's distress, stepped forward. Apologized to her. Now, he stood in front of Bai Ji, holding up the Black Dragon card. I demand that you apologize to her, he said, his voice firm. Yeah, assuming Zilin was trying to bribe him, his eyes lit up with greed. Are you offering me a black credit card? He asked, his voice eager. Sure, anything for you. Zilin quickly corrected him. It's not a credit card. Are you blind? He said. Yu Jia's face fell when he realized it wasn't a credit card. What is this? He exclaimed, throwing the card on the floor. Are you trying to trick me? Let me tell you something. You'll never be able to participate in the medical beauty competition. Get out of here. Lin raised an eyebrow. Wow, you're pretty bold. You just threw a Black Dragon card on the floor. Yu, still oblivious, continued to rant. Don't try to act like a big shot in front of me. Black Dragon card? What the hell is that? I've never heard of it, and even if I had, I wouldn't care. Jo No, seeing her chance, turned to Bai Ji and sneered. Look at the kind of man you've found, Bai Ji, a low-level pretender. How pathetic. Bai Ji remained silent, her face flushed with shame. She tugged at Zilin's sleeve. Zilin, let's just go. Lin gently stopped her. Not yet. Call your president. I want to speak with him. He thought to himself, I may be down on my luck, but I'm still the former #1 young master. I know the power of this card. You lowlifes have just entered the upper class. You don't know what true power is. Before Yu could make the call, a voice boomed from behind them. You won't call me. A handsome, charismatic man approached them. I am President Qi Ming. Jo No, upon seeing Qi Ming, rushed to explain. President Qiu, it's just a small matter. A small company with substandard products was rejected by manager Yu. They're causing a scene, Qi Ming calmly replied. Blacklist them. Yu and Jo No exchanged triumphant glances. That was exactly what they wanted. But then, Qi Ming's eyes fell on something familiar lying on the floor at Yu Ji's feet. Is that? He bent down and picked up the card, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's a Black Dragon card. Yu, his face pale, rushed forward. President Qiu, it's just a fake. I even stepped on it. He forced a smile. Just throw it in the trash. Don't dirty your hands. But his words only served to enrage Qi Ming. You stepped on it? Qi Ming slapped Yu across the face, his voice filled with fury. You idiot. You're going to get us all killed? Jo No stared at them. Her jaw agape. What's going on? Yu, clutching his cheek, protested. President Qiu, are you mistaken? It's just an ordinary card. Qi Ming grabbed Yu by the collar, his eyes blazing with anger. How dare you call a Black Dragon card ordinary? You're courting death. He proceeded to unleash a flurry of punches on Yu, his voice a low growl. I'll show you what happens when you disrespect the Black Dragon card. After he had finished pummeling Yu, Qi Ming turned to Lin, his face contrite. I'm so sorry, sir, he said, his voice filled with respect. I apologize for my staff's incompetence. You can participate in the competition without registering. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Lin took the card back, his voice cold. President Qiu, your association has no rules, does it? Qi Ming, faced with such immense power, could only nod and apologize. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm so sorry. Bai Ji, who had been watching the scene unfold in stunned silence, couldn't help but admire Zilin's commanding presence. He's so cool, she thought. He has the aura of a natural-born aristocrat. Jo No, her curiosity piqued, wondered, who is this man? Why is President Qiu so respectful? He seems almost afraid. After speaking with Zilin, Qi Ming turned to Yu and fired him on the spot. You're fired. Get out of here. Yu pleaded. Please, President Qiu. I made a mistake. I didn't recognize him. Please give me another chance. He started to cry. I have an elderly mother and young children to support. I can't lose this job. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. Qi Ming ignored his pleas. Get out, and don't let me see you around here again. He turned to Lin and Bai Ji. Don't worry about him. He's nothing but a nuisance. After Qi Ming led Zilin away, Jo No turned to Yu and sneered. Look at you now. You've lost everything. Yu glared at her. Director Zhou, I lost my job because of you. You have to help me. Zhou No shrug. Don't worry. My boyfriend is Gao Jianhe. Yu Ji's eyes lit up. That's right. I'll follow Mr. Gao. I'll be loyal to him. He looked like a dog, wagging his tail, eager to please his new master. Zhou No muttered under her breath, You got lucky this time, by G, but even if you can compete, so what? I'm going to win anyway. The competition soon began. Each contestant was assigned a woman with rough, blemished skin. For fairness, each contestant also had a manager who closely observed the process. After applying the snow fungus cream to the woman's face, Bai Ji said, You can wash it off now. The woman looked surprised already. Will it even work? She sat up and said, her voice laced with skepticism, Is your product a scam? Bai Ji didn't explain. She simply said, Please trust me. The woman, convinced by Bai Ji's sincerity, decided to give it a try. As she walked towards the restroom, she muttered, This is such bad luck. Why couldn't I be assigned to Teen Aesthetics? Their #1 product is the best. Zhou Na, seeing her opportunity, approached Bai Ji and sneered. You're already finished after 5 minutes. Are you admitting defeat? She said, her voice dripping with mockery. Well, it makes sense. A small company like yours has no business being here. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the restroom, My face, my face. The crowd gathered around the restroom door. What happened? Look at her face. The woman who had used Bai Ji's cream rushed out, her face beaming with joy. She bowed deeply to Bai Ji. Thank you, Director Bai. I apologize for my earlier words. I'm so sorry. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight. Your product is amazing. Her face was now smooth and flawless, all traces of blemishes gone. Bai Ji smiled. You're welcome. Zhou Na, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? She whispered, her face pale. After the other contestants finished their demonstrations, the judges analyzed the skin data from the 3rd round and prepared to announce the finalists. After 3 rounds of rigorous selection, the head judge announced that the companies advancing to the final round are Teen Aesthetics and Bai Ji Aesthetics. Bai Ji, overcome with joy, grabbed Xiaolin's arm and squealed. We did it. Our snow fungus cream is going to be a hit. Zilin smiled. Yes, we did. This is just the beginning. Soon, the name snow fungus will be known throughout the country. And even overseas, we'll be rolling in money. The head judge continued, The competing products will now be sealed until the final round. No one is allowed to touch them. Zhou Na and Bai Ji's products were placed in separate sealed glass containers. Zhou Na glared at Bai Ji and Xiaolin. You won't win, she hissed. Unable to contain her anger, she stormed into a waiting room and smashed a glass vase against the wall, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. I can't believe this, she raged. How could that bitch Bai Ji create such a good product? Is my Teen Aesthetics really going to lose to her? I won't accept it. As she was fuming, a gentle voice spoke from behind her. Who made my Zhou Na so angry? Zhou Na turned around and her face lit up. Jianhe. It was Gao Jianhe, the man who had been plotting to kill Xiaolin. She rushed over to him and clung to his arm. It's that damn couple, Xiaolin and Bai Ji. They somehow came up with a new formula that's even better than mine. They're trying to steal the championship from me. Gao Jian's eyes narrowed. Xiaolin, that name sounds familiar. A sinister smile spread across his face. I haven't even gone looking for him, and he's already delivered himself to my doorstep. Zhou Na looked at him curiously. You know him? He used to be the #1 young master of Hai Keng. Gao Jianhe replied, his voice dripping with disdain. But now, he's nothing but a stray dog. Zhou Na laughed. No wonder Bai Ji is so smug. She's found herself a sugar daddy. But a plucked phoenix is no better than a chicken. She never catch up to me. She leaned closer to Gao Jianhe, her voice a seductive whisper. Jianhe, you have to help me win the championship. I heard that the winning product has already been pre-ordered by high-level associations. The initial sales will be at least 1 billion. Gao Jianhe chuckled. Winning the championship is easy. He looked at Yu Ye, his voice laced with innuendo. It all depends on whether manager Yu is willing to cooperate. Yu, like a dog eager to please its master, immediately bowed his head. As long as it helps Mr. Gao and Director Chu, I am willing to do anything. Gao Jianhe grinned, then it's as good as done. This time, Xie Lin, you're finished. The day of the final round arrived, and BIG and ZHOU not quickly gathered on stage, waiting for the MC to announce the start of the competition. Welcome to the 8th National Medical Beauty Competition. The MC boomed, the final round is about to begin. Contestants, please choose your test subjects. A line of volunteers, each with a different skin condition, acne, wrinkles, scarring stood before them, hoping for a chance to be healed. Zhou No immediately rushed towards a woman with severe facial scarring. I choose her, Xie Lin watched with suspicion. Tina Aesthetics is known for its acne treatment, he thought. Why would she choose a scarring case? Something's not right. I'm afraid the snow fungus cream won't have an advantage. Bai Ji approached a woman with acne and said, then I'll choose. Wait, Xie Lin interrupted, stopping her before she could finish. What are you doing? You can't choose an acne case. You'll lose for sure. Bai Ji looked at him, confused. Then, who should I choose? Xie Lin pointed to an elderly woman with deep wrinkles. Choose her. Seriously, Bai Ji whispered, these young people are so strange. A few wrinkles and they think it's the end of the world. The woman was actually only 2 years older than Xie Lin. After Bai Ji Aesthetics chose their test subject, the audience erupted in gasps and murmurs. What? Bai Ji Aesthetics chose the most difficult case, wrinkles on a middle-aged woman. In the 7 previous competitions, no one has ever successfully removed wrinkles. Are they trying to challenge each other to see who fails first? The MC, sensing the drama, excitedly exclaimed, this is getting interesting. Tina Aesthetics, known for their acne treatment, has chosen a scarring case. And Bai Ji Aesthetics has chosen an impossible challenge. Is this arrogance or confidence? We'll have to wait and see. The MC's words were clearly intended to mock Bai Ji and praise Zhou No, hoping to demoralize her. Bai Ji opened her jar of snow fungus cream and immediately recoiled, her hand flying to her nose. Something's wrong. This isn't the right smell. Zilin looked at her, alarmed. What's wrong? Did a rat poop in it? Bai Ji turned to him, her face pale. Someone added hydrochloric acid. Zilin's eyes whitened in anger. That's despicable. Who would do such a thing? Just then, a voice filled with smug satisfaction rang out. Well, ZHOU approached them, a triumphant smirk on her face. I told you, you're no match for me. Bai Ji, realizing what had happened, glared at ZHOU. You sabotaged our snow fungus cream. I'll call the police. Zhou No laughed. Do you have any proof? I'll see you for slander. She wasn't afraid. She had planned this all along. Bai Ji, her legs trembling, leaned against Xie Lin. We're going to lose. Zilin quickly reassured her. No, we're not. Don't give up until the very end. Bai Ji couldn't hold back her tears any longer. It's useless, she sobbed. I only had this one chance with the snow fungus cream. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Xie Lin, desperate, called out to the system. System, help me. Can't you see this beautiful woman crying? Have you no heart? The host is requesting assistance, the system replied. I recommend purchasing the Elixir of Eternal Youth. Price, 18 intimacy points. Zilin's eyes lit up. There was hope. But I don't have enough points. No credit for small purchases, the system replied coldly. What if you default? Xie Lin sighed, running his fingers through his hair. Sorry, Miss Bi, our championship dreams are over. He placed his hand on Bai Ji's head and gently comforted her. Don't cry, Bai Ji, you'll break my heart. Bai Ji buried her face in his chest and sobbed. Zilin thought, what the hell, the intimacy value will continue to increase. The system interjected, intimacy point gain suspended. Zilin groaned, this was getting ridiculous. He pulled out the Great Rejuvenation Pill and said, BRG, this is the Great Rejuvenation Pill you need. Whether Bai Ji Aesthetics is successful or not, I'll keep my promise to you. But I have one condition. Bai Ji looked up at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. What condition? Xia Lin smiled. You have to be happy. Bai Ji's heart skipped a beat. Intimacy points increased by 99, the system announced. It worked. Bai Ji threw her arms around Xia Lin. You're the best. Zilin patted her head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Of course. Zhou No, seeing Bai Ji's breakdown, couldn't resist another jab. Looks like Bai Ji has given up. I told you, you're no match for me. Yu chimed in. Bai Ji aesthetics will become a laughingstock in the beauty industry. Zilin chuckled. Don't celebrate too early. It's not over yet. Exchange successful. Elixir of Eternal Youth purchased. 18 intimacy points deducted. Remaining intimacy points. 82. Zilin handed the elixir to Bai Ji. Use this. Bai Ji inhaled deeply. It smells so fresh and sweet. Will it work? Xia Lin shrugged. Do you trust me? This time, Bai Ji didn't hesitate. Yes. The competition continued, and Bai Ji quickly poured the elixir Xia Lin had given her into her volunteer's hand. The volunteer then carefully applied the liquid to her entire face, patting it gently to ensure absorption. After the waiting period, both volunteers used fans to cover their faces. And now, the MC announced, the moment of truth. The time has come to reveal the winner of the final round. Zhou, unable to resist another jab at Bai Ji, she leaned over and whispered, You may have been top of the class for 3 years in school, but today, I'm going to crush you under my heel. You'll finally know what it feels like to be beneath me. Bai Ji calmly replied, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The volunteers lowered their fans, revealing the results. The woman with the facial scarring showed significant improvement, but some faint marks remained. The elderly woman, however, looked like she had turned back time, her wrinkles completely gone. The audience gasped in amazement. It's a miracle, she looks younger than me. Bai Ji beamed with confidence. Reporters rushed forward, their cameras clicking and flashing, capturing the incredible transformation. This is amazing. This is going to be tomorrow's headline. This is a revolution in the medical beauty industry. The crowd surrounded Bai Ji, eager to get a closer look at the volunteer's flawless skin. Zhou, standing at the back of the crowd, stared in shock. How is this possible? A reporter shoved a microphone in Bai Ji's face. Director Bai, what product did you use? How did you achieve such a dramatic rejuvenation? Bai Ji smiled triumphantly. This is our latest innovation, the elixir of eternal youth. Zhou, unable to accept defeat, accused Bai Ji of cheating. Impossible. You must have used some kind of hormone. I demand an investigation. Xia Lin, his voice filled with confidence, replied, We welcome any investigation. Our product is completely natural. The inspection team rushed onto the stage and confiscated Bai Ji's elixir, carefully analyzing its ingredients. After a tense silence, the MC announced, After a thorough investigation, we have found no illegal ingredients in the elixir of eternal youth. Bai Ji held her breath, her heart pounding with anticipation. And the winner of the National Medical Beauty Competition is. But the MC's next words shattered Bai Ji's hopes. It's Tina Aesthetics. Bai Ji's jaw dropped. What? How is this possible? She turned to Zhou, her voice filled with anger. You cheated, didn't you? Zhou Na smirked. That's right. I told you, the championship is mine. You'll never be able to escape my shadow. Bai Ji's eyes welled up with tears. Why? She whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Footsteps echoed on the stage. Zhou, clinging to Gao Jion's arm, said, Because the man behind me controls everything. Bai Ji, recognizing Gao Jion, he gasped. It's the vice president of the Commerce Association. What's the point of even competing? Gao Jion, he approached Xia Lin, a smug smile on his face. Young master Xia, long time no see. Zilin didn't bother greeting him. So that's why Zhou is so arrogant, he said, his voice laced with sarcasm. She has you backing her up. He shook his head. You still prefer to operate in the shadows, don't you? You haven't changed a bit. Gao Jion, he chuckled. The winner takes all. Who cares about methods? Bai Ji, watching their exchange, was stunned. Who is Zilin? She wondered. How can he stand toe-to-toe with someone as powerful as Vice President Gao? Gao Jian, he continued, you've missed your only chance to make a comeback. Xio Lin, in 6 months, you'll lose everything. Why don't you beg me for help? Maybe I'll consider it. Xio Lin scoffed. Sorry, I don't think highly of your abilities. Gao Jian's smile vanished. Still stubborn, even in defeat. How pathetic. Zilin's voice was filled with confidence. I haven't lost yet. He turned to the MC and said, Mr. MC, I suspect that Tina Aesthetics contains illegal ingredients. Zhou not panicked. That's impossible. Gao Jian, he silenced her with a glare. Shut up, you fool. He whispered to Zhou No, let them investigate. I've bought everyone off. Even if they find something wrong, I can make it disappear. Zhou No breathed a sigh of relief. You're the best, Jianhe. We're going to win. But suddenly, Xio Lin changed his mind. Never mind the investigation, the test subject is the best evidence. He pulled the woman with the facial scarring onto the stage. Her face was now even worse than before, covered in festering sores. The audience gasped, their eyes wide with horror. What happened to her face? It's even worse than before. This is a medical disaster. Zhou No, her voice trembling with feigned outrage, exclaimed, this is impossible. There was nothing wrong with my product before. Zilin turned to Yu. You have your vice president to thank for this. Manager Yu, I'll be sure to have a word with your president. Yu Jie's eyes widened in panic. What are you talking about? Zhou No, realizing what had happened, interrogate him. You sabotaged me. You interfered with the competition. Yu frantically shook his head. No, it wasn't me. I only made a few minor adjustments. I didn't do anything else. Gao Jianhe, his face thunderous, had heard enough. He snapped his fingers, summoning his bodyguards. Take him away, Yu screamed as the bodyguards dragged him away. Mr. Gao, you can't abandon me like this. It wasn't me, I swear. Desperate to save himself, he blurted out, I confess, the HRU not told me to. But before he could finish his sentence, a bodyguard punched him, silencing him. Yu crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Zilin, his hands in his pockets, watched as the bodyguards dragged Yu away. I wanted to expose him in front of everyone, he thought, but it seems that's not necessary anymore. Gao Jian, he won't let him talk. The MC, sensing the shift in power, quickly changed his tune. He presented the trophy to BIG and announced, the winner of the National Medical Beauty Competition is BIG Aesthetics. BIG, her face beaming with joy, accepted the trophy. It was her first ever award, and it felt incredible. She rushed over to Xio Lin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zilin, we did it. Zilin smiled, I'm glad you're happy. Zhou Na, watching them celebrate, couldn't hide her jealousy, but she maintained her composure. It's just a championship, she scoffed, I don't care. BIG, overcome with emotion, kissed Zilin on the cheek. Thank you, Xio Lin, she whispered. Intimacy points increased by 100, the system announced. Xio Lin grinned. That was a nice bonus. They quickly left the Medical Beauty Association before anyone could change their minds. BIG, her arm linked with Zilin's, looked at him with admiration. How did you know they would sabotage our product? She asked. You turned the tables on them when everything seemed lost. You're amazing. Xio Lin held up his phone. Because I have my own strategist. BIG's eyes widened. You have a strategist. Just then, a pair of high heels clicked towards them. Sorry, it was too crowded in the hall. I couldn't show myself. I had to watch from afar. It was Yilan, the queen of business, accompanied by Mi and Chi. Xio Lin introduced her to BIG. This is my strategist. He thought to himself, Yilan's foresight ability is really useful. BIG, realizing who Yilan was, gasped. The queen of business, you're working for Zilin. Yilan cleared her throat and extended her hand. Director Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you. They shook hands, their smiles polite, but guarded. Yilan continued, if I'm the queen of business, then Xio Lin is our emperor. BIG's jaw dropped. The most famous professional manager in the financial world is working for Xio Lin. Zilin pulled out a stack of documents and handed them to Yilan. Director Yi, BIG Aesthetics is now part of Unicorn Group. These are the procedures and contracts for high-end custom orders. Please take care of them. Yilan raised an eyebrow. What about production? Can you meet the demand? Baiji smiled confidently. The snow fungus cream is no problem. I've overcome the biggest hurdle. We can start mass production anytime. Yilan couldn't help but admire the snow fungus cream. It's truly a high-end product, she said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. But what I'm more interested in is the elixir of eternal youth. Lin scratched his head. Can we just sell the snow fungus cream? He asked, his voice hesitant. The elixir of eternal youth, it cost me my life to make. Yilan chuckled. We can, but, she paused, her voice turning serious. The snow fungus cream will only earn us a few $100 million in the next 6 months. But the elixir of eternal youth, that could earn us billions. Zilin's eyes widened. Billions. He didn't hesitate any longer. Fine, here are 8 bottles to start with. I'll make more after you sell these. Yilan stared at him, her jaw agape. How did you? 8 bottles of elixir of eternal youth exchanged. At the same time, the system announced, special offer, increased quality, same price. 140 for intimacy points deducted, remaining intimacy points, 38. Yilan snatched the 8 bottles of elixir of eternal youth and shoved them into Meianqi's hands. Anqi, hide these, don't let anyone see them. People might think we're dealing drugs. You're overreacting, Lin said. It's not like it's some kind of forbidden treasure, Yilan chuckled, not a treasure. You're too generous, boss. She outlined her business plan. I'm going to divide each bottle into 100 portions. Each portion will sell for 10 million. 1 bottle will bring in 1 billion. Zilin's jaw dropped. You're a true business shark. Baiji looked at her skeptically. Will it sell at that price? Yilan's voice was filled with confidence. Absolutely. You underestimate the financial power of wealthy women. With a little marketing, this product will become a legend in the entertainment industry. She leaned closer to Lin, her voice a husky whisper. My dear boss, since you've invited me to join your team, I'll help you straighten out this mess. Earning to billion in 6 months, it's a bit stressful, but I'll do it for you. Zilin stammered, thank you so much. Intimacy points increased by 10, the system announced. Zilin sighed, Yilan is so hard to impress. She either doesn't give me any intimacy points, or she only gives me little point. It's so unpredictable, but she was making me money, so I could forgive her. As Yilan pinned him against the car door, Zilin suddenly broke free. You guys talk business. I have something to do. I'll see you later. He ran away, escaping the clutches of the 3 women. Yilan shook her head. He has no appreciation for beauty. Zilin didn't go anywhere special. He went home. He slowly undressed, letting out a sigh of relief. I need a shower to calm down. He opened the bathroom door and walked in. But the sight that greeted him made him freeze in his tracks. Cosine, wearing nothing but a towel, was standing in the shower. You're back, she said casually. I'm almost done. Wait for me. Zilin stared at her, his mouth agape, his mind blank. Cosine, annoyed by his silence, threw the towel at his face. What's wrong with you? You're a former young master. Haven't you seen a naked woman before? Lin caught the towel and replied, can't the young master be a pure and innocent boy? While waiting for Cosine to finish her shower, Lin went to the living room and checked the system's information. Goddess contractor system. Contract signed, CEO Yilan, bodyguard Meianqi, Dr. Baiji, remaining. Assassin Cosine, remaining lifespan, 10 minutes. Intimacy points, 48, only 10 minutes left, Zilin thought. Thank goodness I signed a contract with BIG, she gave me so many intimacy points. Otherwise, I'd be freaking out right now. He clicked the exchange button. Exchange all, I want to live a few more days. Transaction successful, hosts remaining lifespan, 48 days. Zilin leaned back on the sofa, his mind racing. I still haven't figured out how to open that door. I wonder what's behind it. I have some free time now. Maybe I should go check it out. Who knows, I might find something interesting. He closed his eyes, letting his mind drift back to the place he had seen before he died. After a while, he found himself standing in front of a magnificent palace. "This is it," he exclaimed. "I actually made it back." He pushed open the doors and stepped inside, his jaw dropping in awe. "This is incredible." The palace was even more magnificent than he remembered, its grandeur rivaling that of a royal court. "I feel like I've traveled back in time," he thought, his eyes wide with wonder. He walked over to a table covered in scrolls and picked one up. "Is this a list of all the goddesses I need to contract with?" He scanned the scroll, his heart sinking. 12 names, 3 scrolls each. That's 36 goddesses. Can I even handle that many? I might die from exhaustion before my lifespan runs out. He picked up another scroll. Lin Shi, one of the goddesses, currently a C-list actress. Unable to cry due to a childhood trauma. Cold exterior, warm heart, desires attention. Zilin's eyes widened. Lin Shi. She's one of my targets. She's beautiful. As he was reading, a sharp voice interrupted him. "How dare you trespass in the goddess palace? You insolent fool!" A dog barked excitedly beside the voice. Zilin froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Someone's here, and it's a woman. He didn't dare turn around. The dog, suddenly engulfed in flames, transformed into a massive beast, its eyes glowing with rage. It snarled at Xiao Lin, ready to devour him whole. Xiao Lin screamed, "Holy shit!" He knew only one thing: he had to get out of there. The beast lunged at him, its fiery claws outstretched. Zilin dodged, his heart pounding in his chest. "Oh my god, this is terrifying. I haven't even showered yet. I don't want to be a smelly ghost." Just as the beast was about to strike, a gentle voice whispered in Xiao Lin's ear. "What's wrong? Having a nightmare?" Xiao Lin opened his eyes and found himself cradled in Cassine's arms. She was stroking his hair, her voice soothing. "It's okay, I'm here now, nothing can hurt you." She looked like a mother comforting her child. Cosine sighed inwardly. He's still just a child, despite his age. He's been through so much in such a short time. The pressure must be immense. I need to take care of him. Zilin suddenly pushed her away. "Stop pretending to be nice," he shouted. "You're just trying to get close to me so you can lower the rent. I see through your tricks. I'm not stupid." Cosine threw a pillow at his face, knocking him onto the sofa. "You ungrateful," she yelled, storming out of the room. Zilin muttered, "You're the ungrateful one, you female gangster." Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. Who could that be? He wondered, picking up his phone. "It's been ages since anyone has texted me." The message was from Cao Haiyang, the class president of Class 32 at Haiking Noble Academy. "Hey everyone, it's Teacher Qio's birthday today. I've booked a private room at Haiking Hotel. Everyone's invited. Bring your significant others. Teacher Qio wants us to be successful in both our careers and our personal lives." Sun Peng and Liao Meiwan quickly replied, confirming their attendance. Cao Haiyang then tagged Zilin. "Xiao Lin, you have to come to. Teacher Qio was always so good to you." Xiao Lin hesitated for a moment before replying, "Okay." He thought, Cao Haiyang and I aren't exactly friends, but Teacher Qio was really nice to me. I should go. He stood up and said to Cosine, "I'm going out." "You can eat dinner without me?" Cosine looked at him curiously. "Where are you going at this hour?" "On a date." Xiao Lin didn't answer. He just walked out the door. Cosine heard his phone buzzing on the table. "You forgot your phone," she called after him. She picked up the phone and saw a message from an unknown number. "It's Liao Meiwan." "Xiao Lin, don't go to the party." "It's a trap." Cosine frowned. "Should I help him?" she wondered. Zilin arrived at the hotel Cao Haiyang had mentioned. He walked in with an air of confidence, his head held high. No one would have guessed that he was struggling to survive. A man with dyed orange hair approached him. Well, this is young Master Xiao." It was Sun Peng. "Young Master Xiao, before you enter, let me explain the seating arrangements. Those who drive cars worth over $1 million sit at the main table. Those who drive cars worth less than $1 million sit at the side tables." Zilin replied calmly, "Then I should sit at Teacher Qio's head. My car is worth over 50 million, Sun Peng was speechless. He had been trying to make fun of Xiao Lin, but Xiao Lin had turned the tables on him. Cao Haiyang, the class president, looked at Xiao Lin in surprise. A 50 million car? What car is that? I thought your assets were frozen. Teacher Qiao and Liao Meiwan were equally surprised. Zilin replied calmly, the subway. It cost 50 million to build. Cao Haiyang burst out laughing, spraying saliva everywhere. This guy is hilarious. Zilin sat down at the table and said, Cao Haiyang, I know you invited me here to make fun of me. But Teacher Qiao was good to me, so I came, he added. Of course, that goodness was because my father bought him a house. Teacher Qiao and Cao Haiyang coughed awkwardly. Who told him that? Cao Haiyang glared at Xiao Lin, his teeth gritted. Zilin had ruined my plan to humiliate him. He's still as sharp as ever, Cao Haiyang thought. But he's bankrupt now, I'm going to get my revenge. Liao Meiwan whispered to Xiao Lin, why didn't you reply to my message? Zilin looked at her, confused. He had no idea what she was talking about. Cao Haiyang nudged Sun Peng and gave him a signal. Sun Peng cleared his throat and said, I heard your family went bankrupt. You're in a lot of debt, aren't you? Our class president is now working for GAO Corporation. He can easily lend you a few million. Just toast him a drink, and maybe he'll even help you clear your debts. How much do you owe? Xiao Lin played along. Really? That would be great. I owe 2 trillion. I'll have to rely on the class president's generosity. Sun Peng and Cao Haiyang spat out their drinks. 2 trillion, Cao Haiyang quickly corrected. Sun Peng, don't talk nonsense. GAO Corporation isn't mine. I can't help him with that much money. Let's just eat, Xiao Lin chuckled. Is that so? Just then, a beautiful woman walked into the room. Sun Peng immediately stood up and greeted her sister-in-law. You're here. The woman nodded curtly. Sorry I'm late. Cao Haiyang put his arm around her waist and said proudly, let me introduce, she is my girlfriend, Ling Shi. She's a famous actress. Ling Shi, feeling his hand on her waist, glared at him, her eyes cold. Cao Haiyang, ignoring her glare, turned to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, isn't my girlfriend beautiful? I heard your girlfriend dumped you, you poor thing. Sun Peng, seeing Zilin looking at Ling Shi, scolded him. Don't look at sister-in-law with such longing. You're not worthy of a goddess like her. Zilin's eyes widened in recognition. Ling Shi, she's one of my targets. She's even more beautiful in person. Sun Peng CNT Giffy Vanoy, can I have your autograph? I loved your performance in Chasing Showbiz Dreams. Liao Meiwan stood up and whispered to Xiao Lin, my husband couldn't make it today. How about I pretend to be your girlfriend? I can help you get through this. I appreciate the offer, Xiao Lin replied, but it might affect your relationship if word gets out. Teacher Qiao, sensing the tension in the room, decided to intervene. Zilin, everyone else has found someone, but you're still single. How about I introduce you to someone? Sun Peng burst out laughing. Who would want to marry someone with so much debt? Cao Haiyang chimed in. Only someone desperate would accept him. Liao Meiwan glared at them, speechless with anger. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle engine revving echoed from outside. MEIANQI removed her helmet, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Zilin's classmates gasped, wow, she's hot. She's so cool, Sun Peng exclaimed. She's coming this way. Who's she here for? Cao Haiyang straightened his tie and said confidently, maybe she's here for me. But their jaws dropped when they saw what happened next. MEIANQI walked into the room and wrapped her arms around Zilin's neck. Honey, she said, why did you go out without me? I was so bored at home. Zilin, unfazed, took her hand and said, don't be silly. Everyone's watching. Teacher Qiao smiled. So Xiao Lin has a girlfriend. I thought he was still single. Cao Haiyang's face turned red with anger. I thought he said he didn't have a girlfriend, and she's so beautiful. And she has a great figure. I'm so jealous. He signaled to Sun Peng to try and find something wrong with Zilin's girlfriend. Well, his girlfriend might be pretty, but her ride is pretty basic. Our sister-in-law arrived in a supercar. Ling Shi rolled her eyes. Are you trying to suck up to me? Teacher QIO, unfortunately, played along. Yes, yes. For future success, the strength of one's partner is very important. Cao Haiyang's girlfriend is indeed very outstanding. Just as he finished speaking, a car screeched to a halt outside the hotel. Bai Ji stepped out of the car, her elegance and beauty captivating everyone in the room. Wow, another goddess. And she's driving a supercar. Who's she here for? Bai Ji walked over to Xiao Lin, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said in a sweet voice, "Boss, I'm having some trouble with a new formula. Can you help me?" Xiao Lin, still unfazed, replied, "Sure, sure." He understood what these women were doing. Sun Peng, unable to believe his eyes, thought, "She's here for Zilin too. Is the universe against me?" Cao Haiyang was furious. How did he find so many beautiful women? And they're all so successful. I'm so jealous. He clenched his fists, determined to find something to criticize. So what if he has fancy cars? Can he get his girlfriend to fly a helicopter here? He's just pretending to be rich. He's nothing but a debtor. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong gust of wind swept through the room, accompanied by the roar of helicopter blades. Sun Peng and Cao Haiyang looked out the window and saw a helicopter approaching. No way, it's a real helicopter, and it's a luxury model, not some cheap knockoff. A woman in high heels stepped out of the helicopter. It was Yilan, the epitome of wealth and power. Cao Haiyang, recognizing her, tried to claim a connection. I know her. She's the famous queen of business. She works for my company. She must be here for me. He called out, Director Yi, but Yilan ignored him and walked straight towards Xiao Lin, her voice sweet as honey. Honey, I'm here. She stood beside Zilin and whispered, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Aren't you going to invite me to eat? Zilin replied, the class president is treating us tonight. I don't know if he'll mind. Cao Haiyang, his throat dry, stammered, of course not. His heart was breaking. All the goddesses were with Zilin. Liao Meiwan cheered. As expected of young Master Xiao, Sun Peng couldn't hide his astonishment. Now I understand what it means to be a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even Ling Shi was impressed. This Xiao Lin is something else. He's managed to win over so many goddesses. He's truly remarkable. Teacher Qio, seeing the polyamorous situation unfolding before him, said with concern, Xiao Lin, this isn't right. You should be faithful in a relationship. No one envies this kind of chaotic life. He didn't know that Sun Peng and Cao Haiyang were secretly envious and heartbroken. Suddenly, the door burst open, kicked in by a large, menacing-looking thug. Everyone out. This room is reserved for Mr. Gao. Beside him stood Gao Jianhe and Zhou No. Sun Peng, oblivious to the danger he was in, swaggered towards Gao Jianhe and said arrogantly, What's the meaning of this, Mr. Gao? Don't you know first come, first served? Why should we give up our room? The burly thug beside Gao Jianhe slapped Sun Peng across the face, sending him sprawling to the floor. You talk too much, the thug sneered. This is Mr. Gao of Gao Corporation. When we tell you to move, you move. Sun Peng, humiliated, clutched his cheek. Liao Meiwan whispered urgently, we can't afford to offend Gao Corporation. Teacher Qio nodded in agreement, let's just leave. But Cao Haiyang, determined to save face, stepped forward. We haven't even finished our drinks yet, don't forget, I'm from Gao Corporation too. They have to give us some face. Sun Peng, his cheek throbbing, cheered. You're the best, class president. Teacher Qio, his chest puffed out with pride, said, I knew I chose the right person to be class president. They were oblivious to the humiliation that awaited them. Cao Haiyang approached Gao Jianhe and said, Mr. Gao, which branch of the Gao family are you from? I'm the sales director of Gao Corporation's architectural firm. We're practically colleagues. Before he could finish his sentence, the burly thug slapped him across the face, sending him crashing to the floor. A sales director dares to address Mr. Gao as a colleague. The thug roared. Liao Meiwan rushed to Cao Haiyang's side. Class president, are you okay? Cao Haiyang, too embarrassed to answer, remained silent. Teacher Qio, fearing trouble, said in a conciliatory tone, Please, let's just go. We don't want any trouble. But a voice stopped them, no one's going anywhere. Zilin, his hands in his pockets, stood up, his voice firm. This room is mine now. Sun Peng, his face pale, exclaimed, Xio Lin, what are you doing? Don't drag us into this. You're just a debtor. But Xio Lin ignored them. Gao Jianhe chuckled. Well, young master Xio, your classmates are right. You should know your place. Xio Lin smirked. You lost to me once. And you dare to talk big. Gao Jianhe was speechless. Zhou Na, seeing her opportunity, said, Don't waste your breath on him. Just call the manager and have him thrown out. No one will dare to refuse Mr. Gao. Gao Jianhe nodded. Good idea. Go get manager he. But before he could finish his sentence, a pair of long legs strode into the room. No need, I'm here. It was he FEI, the woman Xia Lin had helped at Bai G Aesthetics. Cao Haiyang's jaw dropped. Holy shit, it's Miss He. HEFEI addressed Gao Jianhe directly. Get out. You're not welcome here. Gao Jianhe laughed. Xia Lin, you've never been kicked out of a room before, have you? Don't worry, you'll get used to it, but he FEI cut him short. Gao Jianhe, I'm asking you to leave. She pointed at him, her voice cold. You, get out. Xia Lin is my guest. This room is now his private room, only he is allowed to use it. Liao Meiwan gasped, a private room. Sun Peng couldn't believe his ears. She's kicking out Mr. Gao for Zilin, but Xia Lin is bankrupt. How is he still so powerful? Gao Jianhe, humiliated and enraged, pointed at Xia Lin and snarled, You got lucky this time, Xia Lin. But you won't always have someone to protect you? He stormed out of the room, his face red with anger. HEFEI turned to Xia Lin. How did you offend Gao Jianhe? He's known for his vindictiveness. Be careful. Xia Lin nodded. Thank you for your help. HEFEI snapped her fingers. Use the Black Dragon card to pay for everything. It's on me. Enjoy the Ramoni Conti 35. If you need more, just go to the wine cellar. It's all yours. Sun Peng sighed. He's still a rich young master after all. He's still better than us. Cao Haiyang nodded in agreement. I've worked so hard, but I still can't compare to him. We were never on the same level. Ling Xiu, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, was stunned. The Black Dragon card. He has the Black Dragon card. HEFEI turned to leave. Enjoy your meal. I'll be going now. After she left, Bai Ji turned to Xia Lin, her voice laced with jealousy. She's so nice to you. Is she interested in you? Yulan chimed in. I agree. She went out of her way to defend you against Gao Jianhe. There must be something else she wants from you. Zilin, oblivious to their jealousy, nodded. Maybe. But she hasn't said anything, so I can't ask. I'll talk to her later. Yulan frowned at the word. Men are all the same, she thought. Cao Haiyang, seeing that the situation had calmed down, said, My girlfriend has to go film a movie. We'll be going now. He was desperate to leave before he lost any more face. Sun Peng, ever the sycophant, praised Cao Haiyang and Ling Xiu's sister-in-law. You're getting another big role. You're going to be an A-list actress soon. As Ling Xiu and Cao Haiyang were leaving, Xia Lin called out to her. Miss Ling, wait. Ling Xiu turned around. What is it? Zilin held out his hand. Miss Ling, I need you. Ling Xiu stared at him, speechless. Cao Haiyang was equally surprised. Are you trying to steal my girlfriend? Do you think I'm dead? Ling Xiu's face darkened. Zilin, please behave yourself. I'm not that kind of woman. Zilin, seeing that Ling Xiu didn't understand his intentions, turned to Yulan. Director Yi, I want Ling Xiu. I don't care what you have to do. Get her on my team. Yulan nodded. As you wish. Ling Xiu was still confused. Yulan approached her and said, Miss Ling, my boss has taken a liking to you. Ling Xiu scoffed. The queen of business is now a pimp. How low have you fallen? Yulan, sensing her hesitation, whispered, I can get you on the game show Octopus Games. Ling Hiyu's eyes whitened. Octopus Games, that's the hottest show right now. How can I get on it? Yulan smiled. The entertainment company under Unicorn Group has a direct entry slot for Octopus Games. She continued, You're just a C-list actress right now. But I can help you win the championship. The grand prize is the female lead in a fantasy drama. It'll make you an A-list star. Yu Lan knew exactly what Ling Shi wanted. She was just playing her cards right. Ling Shi was speechless. The female lead, me. Cao Haiyang, seeing his chance, grabbed Ling Shi's hand and said, Ling Shi, don't believe them, come with me. You're my girlfriend. Yu Lan raised an eyebrow. Is she really your girlfriend? From what I've observed, you hired her to be your fake girlfriend. Cao Haiyang's eyes widened in panic. How did you know? I thought I hid it well. He immediately clapped his hand over his mouth. Oops, I said too much. Ling Shi glared at him. You can't even keep a secret. Sun Peng looked at Cao Haiyang in surprise. You hired an actress. Seriously? Liao Meiwan scolded him. You're so shameless. Cao Haiyang, unable to explain himself, Xia Lin held out a contract to Ling Shi. Miss Ling, will you join my team now? Ling Shi, seeing no reason to refuse anymore, replied, all right. While she was signing the contract, Xia Lin turned to Yu Lan and praised her. You're amazing, my strategist. Your observation skills are impeccable. Yu Lan turned away and huffed, leaving Xia Lin confused. Women are so hard to understand, he thought. Ling Shi, Jade Ornament, contract successful. 15 days of lifespan awarded, remaining lifespan, 63 days. Intimacy points insufficient, no card reward. Zilin thought, the others I contracted with were all gold ornaments, so I received card rewards immediately. But jade ornaments require certain conditions to be met. It seems the higher the level, the more difficult it is. With everything settled, Xia Lin put his arms around his two new girlfriends and walked out of the room. Let's go, Cao Haiyang, defeated, trailed behind them. Shi, don't go, don't leave me. Ling Shi turned around and smiled faintly. Don't mistake fake for real. Be strong, Cao Haiyang. Cao Haiyang collapsed onto the floor, wailing dramatically. Xia Lin, you bastard. You slapped me and now you're stealing my girlfriend. Why won't you leave me alone? But as they stepped out of the hotel, Mianqi gasped, oh no. Gao Jion's thugs, who had been following Xia Lin on his orders, surrounded them. You're not going anywhere, Zilin. The thugs, their eyes gleaming with malice, looked like they had just escaped from a mental asylum. I want the beauties. I want the biggest chest, Zilin chuckled. What's this? Gao Jion, he can't take a loss. He thought, as the number of goddesses I contract with increases, the more people I need to protect. I can't keep running away. It's time to show everyone what I'm capable of. He channeled his energy into his palms, his eyes blazing with determination. The thugs were like mosquitoes to him. With a flick of his wrist, they were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. And you call yourselves gangsters? The leader of the thugs charged at Xia Lin. Last time was a fluke. This time, Xia Lin cut him off. This time, you'll be even more miserable. He punched the thug in the face, sending him flying backwards. Then, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, targeting the thug's face, back, armpits, and groin. After finishing off the thugs, Xia Lin said coldly, go back and tell Gao Jionhe that I'll find out the truth about Unicorn Group's debt. If the Gao family was involved, he gritted his teeth. Even if he controls the entire city, I'll tear his empire down. The thugs, fresh from their visit to the orthopedic clinic, returned to Gao Jion's headquarters. Before they could even explain what had happened, Gao Jionhe flew into a rage, kicking and punching them, even targeting their healing wounds. You useless pieces of trash, he roared. The leader of the thugs pleaded, boss, I couldn't beat him. Xia Lin is too strong. Gao Jionhe grabbed a nearby ashtray and hurled it at the thug's head. You're making excuses. He then stomped on the thug's face. You even dared to dodge. Are you feeling brave today? Gao Jionhe, his anger out of control, continued to beat the thug, his insults growing more vicious. You're Li Haoxuan's dog. You're not even fit to be a dog. Behave yourself. Just then, a pair of high heels clicked against the floor. Who dared to anger Mr. Gao? A woman's voice purred. Gong Manly entered the room, accompanied by a handsome, cold-looking man. Gao Jionhe, seeing them, calmed down and sat back in his chair. Did Yu Shaoqiang send you? He asked, his voice laced with annoyance. Gong Manly smiled. Yes, Young master, you heard that Xiao Lin is still alive. He sent me to bring you some reinforcements. Her words were a thinly veiled insult, implying that Gao Jianhe was incompetent for failing to eliminate Xiao Lin. The man standing beside Gong Manli was Wen Chao, a top assassin. "Greetings, Mr. Gao," he said with a smirk. Gong Manli introduced him. "This is Wen Chao, a top assassin from the Assassin Guild. He has never failed a mission." Gao Jianhe stroked his chin. Perfect timing. "I heard Xiao Lin is taking an actress to a game show. We'll take care of him there." At the filming location of Octopus Games, an ancient, magnificent castle, Ling Xu was about to make her debut. "This castle is where they film Octopus Games, right?" Xiao Lin asked. Ling Xu nodded, yes. Before they could say anything else, a familiar voice interrupted them. "Young Master Xiao, still have time to promote an actress. Don't you have a 2 trillion debt to pay?" Zilin rolled his eyes. "Why are you here? You are everywhere I go. You must be a bad omen." Gao Jianhe removed his sunglasses and said arrogantly, "Why can't I be here? My entertainment company is very famous." Ling Xu, recognizing the young man standing beside Gao Jianhe, gasped, Cao Shiyu, the hottest idol trainee in the country, had apparently learned arrogance from Gao Jianhe. "This Octopus Games show is getting worse and worse," he sneered. "Anyone can participate now. If Mr. Gao hadn't personally invited me, I wouldn't even be here." Gao Jianhe chuckled. "Don't worry about these small fry, Xinyu. The championship is yours." As Zilin and Ling Xi were about to enter the castle, screams erupted from outside. "YUFEI is here. It's the best actress, UFEI. She's so beautiful, she looks like a princess." Zilin looked at Ling Xi curiously. "Are they famous?" "Of course," Ling Xi replied. "He's a top idol, and she's a best actress. They're both A-list celebrities." Her voice dropped to a worried whisper. "I'm just a C-list actress. How can I compete with them? I'm not even worthy of being their backup dancer." Zilin shrugged. "Don't worry about it. We'll see who wins in the end." Ling Xu stared at him, surprised by his confidence. Is he arrogant, or does he actually have a chance? She wondered. Inside the castle, all the contestants gathered for the opening ceremony. The MC, dressed in an octopus costume, explained the rules of the game. "Welcome to Octopus Games. The rules are simple. Each artist and their manager will form a team. After 3 rounds of competition, the audience will vote for the champion. The entire game will be broadcast live." He continued, "The first round is the pity back push-up challenge. The manager or artist will do push-ups, while the other person can choose to sit on their back or lie underneath them. The person who does the most push-ups will get the highest score." Gao Jianhe winked at UFEI and said in a seductive voice, "Miss Yu, I see you don't have a partner. Would you like me to help you?" UFEI rolled her eyes at no. "Thank you." She thought, "Does he think I'm desperate?" Just then, a pair of long legs strode towards her. "She's here," UFEI exclaimed. It was Su Mingyu, one of the members of Heidong Society. Xiao Lin's eyes widened in surprise. "Why is she here?" Ling Xu looked at him curiously. "Do you know Director Su? She's a famous banker and a major investor in the entertainment industry." Zilin replied, "She's my creditor." Ling Xu was speechless. Everyone else is surrounded by lovers, and this guy is surrounded by creditors. The Octopus MC announced, "Time starts now." The contestants immediately got into position. Some were doing push-ups, while others were lying on the floor or sitting on their partners' backs. Su Mingyu, unfortunately, bumped into UFEI's chest. They stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I can't do this," Su Mingyu exclaimed, clutching her stomach. "This position is too funny." They both laughed so hard that they forgot about the competition. Zilin watched them, confused. "Is it so funny? You have such a low sense of humor." Meanwhile, Wen Chao and Cao Xinyu had already reached 183 push-ups. Wen Chao said, "I can't do this anymore, get off my back." Cao Shiyu climbed off his back and lay down on the floor. "Go ahead." Wen Chao stared at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who came up with this ridiculous challenge? Ling Xu, seeing Zilin struggling, asked hesitantly, "Boss, can I get off your back too?" Zilin, despite being exhausted and drenched in sweat, asked politely, "Would that be too uncomfortable for you?" Ling Xiu exclaimed, "We're going to lose if I don't. Forget about my image." With a slight blush creeping up his cheeks, Xio Lin said, "Well, I guess I'll keep going." Ling Xiu replied, a nervous giggle escaping her lips. "Okay, but please be gentle, I bruise easily." Their innocent exchange sent the viewers into a frenzy. "Oh my god, they're killing me. Is this really a family-friendly show? My goddess, they're defiling my goddess. This is worse than sex education." Unfazed by the audience's reaction, Zilin pressed closer to Ling Xiu, their faces almost touching. The cameras, capturing every detail, zoomed in on their flushed cheeks and lingering gazes. Meanwhile, when Chao was struggling to maintain his composure, Cao Xiu is below, his eyes narrowed, his expression embarrassed. When Chao couldn't take it anymore, "What the hell is wrong with you?" he shouted, slapping Cao Xiu across the face. "Why are you blushing? You look ridiculous. Get a grip." The audience gasped, their hearts breaking for their beloved idol. "Don't hit him, he's fragile. He's delicate, poor baby." That looked like it hurt. Zilin, his chest heaving, his face slick with sweat, a triumphant grin on his face. "I think we won." Ling Xiu threw her arms around him, her joy impossible to contain. We did it." But Gao Jianhe, watching from the sidelines, smirked, winning. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Xio Lin," he pointed to the scoreboard. "This is a game show, not a weightlifting competition. No one cares how many push-ups you did." Ling Xiu's smile faded as she saw the score. "Cao Xiu and Wen Chao are far ahead, but we worked so hard. It's not fair. Their scores are ridiculously high. Their fans are voting like crazy," she exclaimed, her voice filled with frustration. Zilin explained, his face darkening, "If we want to win, we're going to have to step up our game." The first round ended, and the MC, now dressed in a frog costume, announced the next challenge. "Get ready for round 2. It's time for balloon battle." He explained the rules. Each team has to pop a balloon without using hand. The fastest team wins, but be warned, if you fail to pop the balloon within the time limit, you're eliminated. The contestants took their positions, a large balloon placed between each pair. Cao Xiu trembled as he looked at Wen Cao's menacing expression. "What are you going to do?" he squeaked, his voice barely a whisper. "Are you going to assault me on live television?" Wen Chao, without a word, pulled Ko Xinyu towards him, using their combined weight to crush the balloon. The audience winced. "Don't hurt our precious baby. His poor waist, it's going to snap." The camera cut to Yufei and Su Mingyu, who were locked in a surprisingly intimate embrace. "Whoa, that's a little spicy for daytime television." "Censors, do your job," the MC exclaimed, frantically waving his hands. The audience, however, was loving it. "This is the best game show ever. More, they're so cute. I ship them." Yufei and Su Mingyu, giggling uncontrollably, pressed closer to each other, their bodies swaying rhythmically. Su Mingyu, sensing an opportunity, discreetly pinched the balloon. It popped with a loud bang. We won, she exclaimed, her voice filled with mischievous delight. That was cheating, but adorable. The audience cheered, their adoration for the unlikely duo growing with every passing second. Meanwhile, Xio Lin and Ling Xiu were having difficulties. No matter how hard they pressed against each other, the balloon refused to budge. "What is going on?" Xio Lin exclaimed, his frustration mounting. "This balloon is made of steel or something." Gao Jianhe, watching from the sidelines, smirked, his plan unfolding perfectly. "You may have gotten lucky in the beauty competition, Xio Lin, but you're not going to win this. I own this game show. I'd bribed everyone involved, from the producers to the prop master. The balloon they'd given you was industrial grade, practically indestructible. Enjoy your humiliation, Xio Lin," he thought, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. Ling Xiu, her face flushed as the balloon pressed against her chest, whispered, "Easy, easy." The audience, however, had no intention of being easy. They were eating up every awkward, suggestive moment. "Get her, Zilin, pop that balloon. Let me take your place, Zilin. I'm ready to sacrifice myself for the goddess. This is getting too hot. I need a cold shower. Xia Lin, his patience wearing thin, glared at the stubborn balloon. Why won't you pop? Is this a knockoff or something? As they struggled, Zilin and Ling Xiu's bodies pressed closer and closer, their intimacy points increasing with every awkward bump and grind. Intimacy points increased by 10, intimacy points increased by 10. I can't hold it much longer, Ling Xiu whimpered, her legs trembling. Maybe we should just give up, hold on, just a little longer. Zilin gritted his teeth, his determination renewed. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, pulling her towards him with all his strength. He even lifted her leg, wrapping it around his waist, using every bit of leverage he could muster. Finally, with a deafening bang, the balloon exploded. The audience roared with delight. Holy moly, he did it. That was epic. That man is a beast. He popped a balloon with his thighs. I need a doctor. Parental discretion is advised, folks. Things are getting a little intense. The MC shouted, his voice barely audible over the cheers. Gao Jianhe stared at the scoreboard, his jaw agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. How did they pop that ball? I'd been so sure Zilin and Ling Xiu wouldn't stand a chance. What secret weapon had they used? Their intimacy points were skyrocketing. I've created a monster, he muttered, his face pale. Zilin, his hands on his knees, gasped for air. Popping that balloon had taken every ounce of strength he had. Wow, I guess it really does take a little finesse to win these games, he said, his chest heaving. Ling Xiu beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. This was her first time participating in a game show, and she was already exceeding her own expectations. You know, she said, a playful smirk on her lips, why do you always bend over? Zilin blushed, his ears burning. He stammered, unable to meet her gaze. I salute you. She said, her voice softening. Hooligan, your little brother was saying hello too. The system chimed in. Intimacy points increased by 60. Congratulations. You have earned a new prop card. Xia Lin, his curiosity piqued, quickly checked his inventory. Interesting, he murmured, a slow smile spreading across his face. It seems these prop cards are related to my profession as a goddess contractor. The MC gathered the contestants together. That's all for today, folks. Join us tomorrow for the grand finale. Get some rest, everyone. Hey, Ling Xiu said, turning to Xia Lin, her eyes bright. I heard they're serving lobster tonight. It's going to be epic. In a dimly lit corner of the studio, Wen Chao leaned towards Gao Jianhe, his voice low and urgent. That Xia Lin, he's a threat. We need to eliminate him before it's too late. Gao Jianhe nodded, his face grim. I agree. But how? Before they could hatch a plan, a cool, collected voice interrupted them. Honestly, Gao Jianhe, I expected better from you. Su Mingyu stood before them, her arms crossed, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. If Zilin and Ling Xiu were to disappear, what do you think the public's reaction would be? Gao Jian's eyes widened. Right, of course. You're a genius, Su Mingyu. I almost made a grave mistake. But that Xia Lin, he's a serious contender now. We can't just ignore him. Don't worry, Su Mingyu said, a sly smile playing on her lips. We don't need to resort to murder. I won't let him win, trust me. YUFEI nodded, her eyes cold. I have my ways. A little misinformation during tomorrow's challenge should do the trick. The next day dawned bright and clear, the studio buzzing with anticipation. The MC, his frog costume now adorned with glitter, announced the next challenge. Welcome back to the Octopus Games. It's time for story time. Our contestants will be acting out famous scenes, and their managers will have to guess what they are. The team with the most correct guesses wins. He held up a deck of cards. Each card contains a different story prompt. Only the contestants will be allowed to see them. Before he could continue, a voice rang out. Zilin, clutching a cardboard box, stepped forward. Hold on a second. I propose we put all the cards in this box, shuffle them thoroughly, and then draw them randomly. That way, we can ensure fairness. Otherwise, I refuse to accept the results of this challenge. The MC stared at him, his jaw slack, his eyes pleading for guidance. Zilin leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Don't forget, we're live, the audience erupted, their cheers deafening. That's my boy, he's not playing around, he's so cool. I love a man who fights for justice. The MC glanced nervously at Su Mingyu. She gave him a subtle nod. You know what, he said, forcing a cheerful smile. That's a fantastic idea, let's do it. He quickly gathered the cards from the contestants, his hands moving with practiced ease. But as he dropped them into the box, he palmed one, a sly smile spreading across his face. He offered the box to Ling Xiu as you suggested. You'll be the first to draw. Let the show begin. Ling Xiu stared at the card, her heart sinking. Strong, beautiful woman cries. Growing up, she thought, this is too difficult. Determined, Ling Xiu began her performance. She gazed at Xiao Lin, channeling all her acting skills. She sobbed and wailed, contorting her face in a display of theatrical sorrow, but not a single tear escaped her eyes. She hoped Xiao Lin would be clever enough to understand the hint. Zilin watched her melodramatic performance, his expression confused. His brain seemed stuck in neutral, unable to shift gears and decipher the clue. Is this performance a metaphor? Is there a classic story behind it? He wondered aloud. The audience roared with laughter. Even a fifth grader could do better than her. Ling Xiu panicked. What do I do? I've barely started, and I'm already stuck on my weakness. Zilin couldn't figure it out, but the viewers watching the live stream had already guessed the answer. I recognize her. She's the famous actress who can't cry. That's right. She didn't shed a single tear at her best friend's funeral. While the other contestants were performing with subtle grace, Ling Xiu and Zilin were engaged in a chaotic battle of acting and guessing. Meanwhile, UFEI simply held up 3 fingers, then spread her arms wide and lifted one leg, mimicking a singing bird. Su Mingyu easily guessed the keywords. 3 years without singing. Once it sings, it astounds the world. Ka Xiu was also enthusiastically dancing, as if the stage belonged only to him. On true easily guessed, diligent practice. Zilin, watching the other contestants, grew increasingly impatient. Please perform something. What are you doing? Are you giving up? He cried out. He had no idea that Ling Xiu was equally frustrated, unsure how to make this clueless man understand. She simply couldn't cry. Su Mingyu, watching the scene unfold with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, leaned towards Xiao Lin. Honestly, she said, her tone serious. You don't need to fight so hard. You've already won over so many fans. You have enough to start your career. You don't need the title of champion. But Xiao Lin, his stubborn streak flaring to life, shook his head. I'm not giving up, he said, his jaw set. Not this time. He pulled a card from his inventory, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. By the power vested in me, I activate. The Divine Inspiration card. The audience gasped. What's happening? Is that magic? He's like a middle schooler who just discovered his superpowers. Go, Xiao Lin, unleash your inner drama queen. The card, glowing with an ethereal light, floated towards Ling Xiu, settling on her forehead with a soft chime. Her eyes widened in surprise. What is this sorcery? She exclaimed, her voice a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Are you trying to exorcise my bad acting demons on live television? As if on cue, a single tear rolled down her cheek. The audience gasped. Did she just cry? Ling Xiu, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears, suddenly felt a surge of emotion. She transformed, her body language shifting, her voice trembling with unshed tears. She cried, her voice filled with anguish. Where are you? Zilin, his eyes wide with excitement, jumped to his feet. It's the strong, beautiful woman who cried her way to the top. I know this drama. It's a little obscure, but she graduated from a prestigious drama school. Ling Xiu, fully immersed in her role, became a heartbroken noblewoman, drowning her sorrows in a cup of wine. Zilin, caught up in the moment, shouted, the drunken consort. Ling Xiu seamlessly transitioned into another role, her performance so convincing, so raw, so real, that the audience forgot they were watching a game show. The general's wife, Xiao Lin exclaimed, his voice hoarse with excitement. The Snow Queen, the Princess and the Pauper. The audience watched in awe as Ling Xiu, inspired by some unknown force, delivered a tour de force performance, transforming from one iconic character to another with breathtaking ease. I can't believe it. She's actually a good actress. Who knew she had it in her? I'm obsessed. Move over. There's a new queen of drama in town. Even UFEI, a veteran of the entertainment industry, was impressed. That's some serious talent, she murmured, her eyes narrowed in appraisal. She's not just acting, she's feeling it. Ka Shiu stared at the stage, his jaw agape, his own acting skills suddenly feeling woefully inadequate. Is that even allowed? He whispered, his voice filled with awe and a touch of envy. The MC, his eyes glued to the scoreboard, cleared his throat. Well, folks, it seems we have a new outrunner. Ling Xiu's points are skyrocketing. She's overtaken both Ka Shiu and UFEI, and the numbers are still climbing. As the audience roared their approval, Gao Jianhe, his face pale, his palms sweating, ducked out of the studio, his phone clutched in his hand. Get the ready, he hissed into the phone. I need those numbers boosted. Now? The MC's voice, loud and clear, cut through the cheers. And the numbers are in. Ka Shiu has somehow pulled ahead. It seems the power of fan voting is still going strong. Gao Jianhe, relieved, popped a bottle of champagne, spraying the bubbly liquid everywhere. We did it, he crowed, oblivious to the glares of those around him. Victory is ours, but Zilin's voice, calm and steady, cut through his celebration. I wouldn't celebrate just yet, Gao Jianhe, he held up a stack of cards, a smug smile playing on his lips. You see these cards represent every single story Ling Xiu acted out correctly. And guess what? They're worth points, Gao Jianhe scoffed, his confidence returning. A few cards aren't going to make a difference. You're still down by tens of thousands of votes. The MC, after a moment of frantic calculation, cleared his throat. Actually, he began, his voice trembling slightly. Ling Xiu has 18 cards. And each card is worth 100,000 votes. Ling Xiu, 1.88 million votes. Gao Jianhe's face drained of color. What? He sputtered, his voice a strangled squeak. Are you sure? That's impossible. Xio Lin smirked. What's the matter, Gao Jianhe? Didn't think we had any tricks up our sleeve. He leaned closer, his voice a low murmur. You're not the only one who can play dirty. Gao Jianhe, his heart sinking, turned to Ka Shiu, his voice desperate. How many cards do we have? Tell me you have more than her. The young idol, his face pale, held up 3 fingers. 3. Gao Jianhe stared at him, his mind reeling. All that money wasted. The MC's voice, amplified by the speakers, burned through the studio. And the winner of the Octopus Games, with a total of 1.88 million votes, is Ling Xiu. Confetti rained down as Ling Xiu, her eyes shining with tears of joy, embraced Zilin, her heart overflowing with gratitude. We did it, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. We actually did it. Zilin, his heart pounding, looked into her eyes, his own happiness mirroring hers. We did it, he agreed, his voice husky with emotion. The system chimed in, its voice filled with approval. Intimacy points increased by 90. Excellent work, contractor. Zilin chuckled. Who knew a simple game show could be so rewarding? As the crowd dispersed, Zilin and Ling Xiu made their way out of the studio, their steps light, their hearts full. But their moment of triumph was short-lived. Zilin and Ling Xiu had barely stepped out the door when a voice stopped them, laced with frustration. Why didn't you listen? I told you not to compete for the championship. You've offended many powerful people, people you can't afford to cross. Zilin met her gaze, his voice firm. I've always shied away from responsibility, never shouldering any burden for my father. Now that he's gone, I can't back down anymore. I won't let Unicorn Group disappear. Sumingyu, her voice laced with whirring, said, but this path is dangerous. Zilin's voice was resolute. No matter the danger, I must walk this path. He then led Ling Xiu past Sumingyu, leaving her standing there. He thought, my life is being threatened, and she's still playing hero. Sumingyu stormed off, muttering under her breath. I warned him, but he wouldn't listen, stubborn fool. As they walked back to the city, Ling Xiu, after a long silence, turned to Xio Lin. There's more to your relationship with Sumingyu than just business, isn't there? She asked, her voice soft. I saw the way she looked at you. She really cares about you, Xia Lin sighed. We grew up together, he admitted, but our families, they were rivals. And when she took over her family's company, everything changed between us, we drifted apart. Ling Xiu nudged him playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. So childhood friends, Xia Lin blushed, his ears turning pink. It's not like that, he protested. Back then, I preferred books and poetry to boardrooms and balance sheets. I didn't understand her ambition. Her ruthlessness, we weren't exactly close. He fell silent, his expression growing distant. Back then, I was too busy chasing dreams to notice the sacrifices my father was making, he murmured, his voice filled with regret. Now it's too late, as if remembering something, he looked up, his eyes searching hers. You know, he said, his brow furrowed, you never did tell me why you can't cry. But before she could answer, he gasped, his eyes widening in alarm, where'd you go? Wait, Ling Xiu. Before he could panic, a large, shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere, covered Ling Xiu's mouth, carried her on his shoulder and ran away, leaving Zilin standing there, his mouth agape, his mind struggling. Did he just kidnap her in broad daylight? He took off after him, his mind racing. Don't worry, Ling Xiu, I'm coming, he shouted, his voice echoing down the street. But the kidnapper was already jumped up into the back of a waiting van, his movements swift, practiced. Don't even try it, kid, he snarled, you're too slow. Ling Xiu shouted, wait, don't come in here, something smells. But Xia Lin, fueled by adrenaline and a surge of protectiveness, ignored her warning. If I can't even protect my goddess contractor, he thought, his jaw set, his eyes blazing with determination, then what good am I? I won't let them hurt you, Ling Xiu, I won't let them take you from me. With a burst of speed, he leapt into the back of the van just as the doors slammed shut. The kidnapper stared at him, his jaw agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. How had this skinny rich kid managed to keep up with me? Just as Zilin hopped into the van, two men outside swiftly slammed the doors shut, completely unaware of the identity of the person they were about to kidnap. The van lurched forward, sending the three occupants tumbling around like lottery balls in a spinning cage. They bounced from one corner to another. Hey, don't close the door. I'm still out here, the kidnapper shouted. Yao Jian, he heard his plea but decided not to intervene, just a little longer, he thought. Once I'm done with Xia Lin, I'll definitely let you go. Of course, let you go meant being tossed from the 84th floor. Inside the van, Xia Lin, having finished punching and kicking the kidnapper, interrogated him relentlessly. You bastards, what do you want? The kidnapper, his face a bloody mess, laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the van. You're wasting your time, kid, he wheezed. It's already too late, don't you feel it? The weakness spreading through your limbs, he was right. Zilin's legs buckled, his vision blurring. He tried to stand, to fight, but his body refused to obey him. What did you do? He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. As Zilin's vision faded to black, he realized, with a growing sense of horror, that he'd been drugged. But Ling Xiu, to her surprise, was wide awake. The drug, it hadn't affected her. She cradled Zilin in her arms, her heart aching for him. This is all my fault, she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. You shouldn't have risked your life for me. He stirred in her arms, his voice weak, but filled with conviction. You're my responsibility, Ling Xiu. I won't let anyone hurt you. Ling Xiu chuckled softly. It's been so long since anyone has said such kind words to me. I truly wish I could stay with you forever. She paused, then continued, you want to know why I can't cry? I'll tell you. My childhood was marred by a cruel stepmother. Please give me some food. I'm so hungry, my limbs are weak, she would plead. But her pleas were always met with harsh rejection. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. There's no food left, little Ling Xiu would cry endlessly. I miss my father so much. Her cheeks were constantly stained with tears, her skin raw from the constant flow. But her stepmother grabbed her head and scolded her mercilessly. Stop crying. If I hear you cry for your father again, I'll burn your entire body with a giant scarf. She even extinguished burning cigarette butts on the young girl's delicate skin, leaving permanent scars. Zilin listened, his heart aching for her. He couldn't imagine such a traumatic childhood. Ling Xiu smiled sadly. But you've healed me. Now I can cry. And I'll cry for you. The van arrived at a deserted beach. Zilin and Ling Xiu were thrown out, their hands bound with a heavy rock. Zilin, I thought you were so tough. Let's see how you survive this, Gao Jian, he sneered. Wen Chao, the assassin, rolled Zilin towards the edge of the water, ready to drop him in. With a splash, Xiaolin plunged into the sea. Wen Chao looked at Bomber. What about the other one? Gao Jian, he replied. Leave him. Let him fend for himself. Fortunately, deep beneath the waves, Xiaolin finally opened his eyes. Heaven won't abandon me, he thought, holding his breath. Thank goodness Bai Ji taught me the 7 apertures skill. As Xiaolin struggled to free himself from the crystal clear water, he realized a large rock was tied to his back. After successfully removing the obstacle, he frantically scanned the surface, searching for Ling Xiu. He spotted her sinking deeper into the water, unconscious. Her face was serene, but bubbles escaping her lips indicated she was slipping into a deep slumber. Zilin scooped her into his arms, a chilling realization hitting him. She's drowning. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers, sharing his breath. Moments later, he carried Ling Xiu back to shore. After what felt like an eternity, her heavy eyelids fluttered open. Am I dead? She asked, disoriented. Don't worry, we're both alive, Xiaolin reassured her, earning himself 20 intimacy points. Relieved that Ling Xiu was safe, Xiaolin stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and marched towards Bomber, leaving no loose ends. Gao Jian, he growled, I'm going to fight you to the death. He grabbed Bomber by the collar, raining blows on his face. Wake up. Bomber remained dazed. What's happening? Why is the world spinning? As his vision cleared, he saw Xiaolin's handsome face and gasped in terror. You're alive. Where's Gao Jian? Xiaolin demanded. Tell me, or I'll beat you into a pig's head. Bomber swallowed hard. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. I'll never betray my boss. His stubbornness earned him another punch in the face. Then go back and tell Gao Jian that I won't let him off the hook, Xiaolin said. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me. Bomber, foolishly believing Zilin's threat, ran off, shouting, I'll definitely deliver your message. After being released, Bomber rushed to a bustling bar where Gao Jian was parting. Boss, we're in trouble, Xiaolin said. He's going to kill you. He shouted as he burst through the door. Gao Jian, surrounded by beautiful women, laughed heartily. Bomber, your information is outdated. I already killed Xiaolin. What message? Bomber scratched his head, confused. Outdated? He just beat me up. Just now? Impossible, Gao Jian, he exclaimed. At that moment, a pair of long legs kicked the door open. Zilin, looking cool and collected with one hand in his pocket, walked in. Gao Jian, he was stunned. You? Bomber asked dumbly. How did you know my boss was here? Gao Jian, he slapped him on the head. You idiot. You led him here. Are you that stupid? He quickly pressed a red button on a remote control and shouted, Get rid of him. A group of burly bodyguards rushed in. Xiaolin roared, Get out of my way. He unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the bodyguards sprawling on the floor, crying in pain. Gao Jian, he watched in disbelief. He's that strong. Then, Xiaolin approached Gao Jian. Gao Jian, let's settle this. But when Chao stepped forward, blocking his path. I'm surprised you survived. I tied your hands myself. No ordinary person could have escaped. Xiaolin asked, You're Wen Chao, the gold assassin, right? Wen Chao drew his sword and chuckled. You know my name, yet you still came back to die. Zilin dodged Wen Chao's attack with ease. You killed Li Haoxuan, right? Yes, Wen Chao replied. It was necessary to silence him. Zilin was caught in a dilemma, unsure how to fight Wen Chao, when suddenly he heard a clang behind him. Wen Chao was charging towards him with ferocious intensity. You're cornered. This time, you're dead for sure. Zilin quickly picked up a knife that had mysteriously appeared on the floor. He shouted, swinging the knife, when Chao's sword snapped in two. What the? He exclaimed, stunned. This dagger was forged in cold steel. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Lin slashed at his neck, laughing maniacally. Die, you talkative bastard, Gao Jianhe, who had been observing from the sidelines, was terrified. He cowered like a turtle and pleaded, don't do anything rash. We can talk this out. Xia Lin's face was cold. Talk. You pushed me to the brink of death. Step by step. Did you ever consider talking to me then? Without hesitation, he stabbed Gao Jianhe hard in the shoulder. Zilin is not someone you can mess with. Gao Jianhe's face turned pale. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. He quickly sat down and pulled out a document, hoping to negotiate. Unicorn Group owes me 220 billion. Let's write off the debt in exchange for my life. Zilin's expression remained unchanged. Your life is quite expensive, Mr. Gao. As Zilin was about to sign the document, Gao Jianhe added, Gone manly, she sent 3 gold assassins to Unicorn Manor. They seem to be targeting your maid. I don't know the specifics, though. Zilin's blood ran cold. Cosine, oh no. He was about to deliver a final blow to Gao Jianhe when a voice stopped him. Zilin, stop. It was Luo Yunan, the policewoman. Gao Jianhe, abandoning all dignity, cried out, Officer Luo, you're my savior. Luo Yunan coughed and scolded him. Don't claim false kinship. Zilin glared at Gao Jianhe. Consider yourself lucky. Gao Jianhe trembled, unable to stand. Wait. Luo Yunan exclaimed. This matter hasn't been fully investigated yet. Zilin held up his phone. The culprit is dead. I acted in self-defense. The phone displayed the video of Wen Xiao's confession. Yes, it was necessary to silence him. Xia Lin had secretly recorded the conversation. Luo Yunan checked the video and said, All right, you're free to go. But she warned Xia Lin, you better not commit any crimes, otherwise I'll bring you to justice. Meanwhile, at Unicorn Manor, Cosine, finding the weather unbearably hot, changed into her swimsuit and was about to jump into the pool. But as a highly trained assassin, she immediately stiffened when she smelled gunpowder danger. She leapt from the lounge chair to the other side of the pool, dodging a bullet aimed at her. But there was no escape. 2 more assassins with swords appeared, surrounding her. As they attacked with a coordinated strike, Cosine performed a graceful somersault in midair, creating distance between them. The 3 assassins exchanged glances. Falcon, the leader of the Gold Assassins, shouted, Cosine, you betrayed the organization. I'm here to eliminate you. Black and White Evil joined Falcon, attacking Cosine from both sides. Cosine, clad in her bikini and unarmed, felt a surge of panic. No weapons, and surrounded by 3 Gold Assassins. This time it's a complete failure. But just as the assassin was about to strike her down, a shiny object whizzed past, deflecting his sword. Cosine recognized the object. Is that Hunderblade dagger? Where did it come from? She followed the trajectory of the dagger and saw Xia Lin running towards her. Cosine, I'm here to save you, he shouted. Zilin swiftly reached her, scooped her into his arms, and said, Come with me. Cosine, trusting him completely, let him carry her away. But Falcon wasn't about to let them escape. He fired 2 shots from his pistols. The bullets flew towards them at high speed. Zilin not only dodged them but did so with incredible speed, without even looking back. What kind of speed is that? Falcon exclaimed in disbelief. He dodged them all. After them, Xia Lin carried Cosine towards a maze within Unicorn Manor. As expected of a tycoon's residence, it had all sorts of entertainment. Put me down, Cosine said, embarrassed. Zilin replied shamelessly, Your body feels good in my arms. Oh, Cosine asked playfully, How about I let you touch me first? Zilin gulped and quickly run, let's go. We have more important things to do, Cosine chuckled. So you do know what's more important. As they were running, Xia Lin sensed the Gold Assassins closing in. He quickly changed direction and hid in a thicket. Black and White Evil followed closely behind but lost their trail. Damn it, where did they go? Hox cursed. Xia Lin, hiding in the thicket, felt his heart pounding. If they were discovered, this would be us burial ground. They can't be far, they're still nearby, Black Evil said. White Evil poked his sword into a nearby thicket. Are they hiding in here? The sword came dangerously close to Xiaolin and cosine. Xiaolin quickly covered her mouth to prevent her from making a sound. After finding no one, Black and White Evil continued their search. Let's check up ahead. Cosine let out a sigh of relief. She instinctively leaned against Xiaolin. We escaped death. Follow me, Xiaolin said. I have a way to deal with them. They followed a narrow path, Cosine cautiously looking around. One wrong move, and it would be game over. Zilin carefully pushed aside a thicket, revealing a secret passage. He led Cosine inside. It was a hidden room filled with surveillance equipment. Where are we? Cosine asked curiously. This is my secret base, Xiaolin explained. I've been using it since I was a kid playing hide and seek. There's food, toys, everything I need. I could hide here forever without anyone finding me. Cosine was impressed. Wow, the life of the rich is truly unimaginable. Zilin started clicking on a computer, manipulating the cameras around the maze. Within seconds, the images of the gold assassins appeared on the screen, each one separated from the others. They made a fatal mistake, Cosine said. They split up. She grabbed a small knife and walked out, explaining her plan to Xiaolin. I'll wear a Bluetooth headset. You tell me their locations, and you can enjoy the show. Zilin's voice guiding her through the headset. Two people moving towards the three-way intersection on the right. Cosine hid in a thicket and waited. As the assassins approached, she lunged out, slashing one of their throats so quickly that he didn't even realize he was dead. Then, she dragged the body into the thicket. While the remaining assassin was searching for his comrade, Cosine swiftly moved behind him and delivered a fatal blow. The assassin didn't even know what hit him, his eyes growing heavy as he lost consciousness. Zilin's voice came through the headset. End of the alley, 2 on the left. 3 assassins moving north. Got it, Cosine replied. They worked together seamlessly, like seasoned partners. But Xiaolin couldn't shake off a growing suspicion. Compared to these assassins, Cosine seems even more like a professional killer, he thought. And a high-ranking one at that. He watched Cosine's movements on the screen, stroking his chin. Why does her face look so familiar? He raised his hand, covering part of Cosine's face on the screen, leaving only her eyes visible. Suddenly, a shocking realization hit him. Oh my God, she's the assassin who killed me. I had been harboring a wolf in my own home, but Xiaolin couldn't understand why Cosine's voice in his ear sounded so sweet and seductive. Dear Master, I've worked so hard for you today. How do you want to punish me tonight? Do you want to see me in a maid outfit or a Lolita costume? While Zilin was still confused, Falcon approached Cosine unnoticed. She had let her guard down. How? She gasped in surprise. Zilin, seeing this on the screen, panicked. Cosine. He rushed out of the secret passage, disregarding his own safety. Cosine, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Just as he emerged, Black and White Evil ambushed him from above. Worrying about saving yourself first, White Evil sneered. Xiaolin looked up in surprise. So you were up there. He quickly drew his knife. You're unlucky to have run into me. White Evil charged towards him, laughing. Such big words. Those who talk too much usually don't end well. Surrender. Zilin was trapped between Black and White Evil. Where could he escape? He decided to stand his ground. As they approached, he used his knife to fight off both renowned gold assassins. I'll kill you all, he shouted, throwing his knife. The knife pierced Black Evil's body. Black Evil. White Evil cried out in anguish, enraged by the loss of his partner. She charged at Zilin again, cursing, You bastard, I'll kill you. But Xiaolin was both skilled and quick-witted to slow. He punched White Evil in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground. Everyone from Haidonghui deserves to die, Xiaolin said coldly. Back to Cosine. Falcon was pointing his gun at her. Rest in peace. Cosine, trembling on the ground, said, But you can't harm Xiaolin. He's just a naive young man. Falcon and the other 2 assassins approached her. I can ask the President Gong to spare him, Falcon said. Cosine didn't seem afraid. Instead, she said with a strange satisfaction, Then shoot. I've killed so many people. I want to see what death is like. At that moment, Xia Lin arrived. Wait, where are you going in such a hurry? Falcon pointing his gun at Xia Lin and asked, what do you want? Xia Lin raised his hands in surrender. Compared to Cosine, your boss might be more interested in me, don't you think? Take me to your boss, you're too dangerous. Even bullets can't hit you, Falcon said. If you want to see my boss, you have to lose a leg first. Otherwise, I won't take you seriously. This was clearly a trap for Xia Lin, but to everyone's surprise, Xia Lin immediately agreed. All right. He then plunged his knife into his own thigh, blood gushing out. Falcon was shocked. He didn't even hesitate. Cosine burst into tears, moved by his sacrifice. Are you crazy? Am I worth it? Xia Lin, despite the excruciating pain, replied, I don't know if you're worth it, but I know you've been good to me, and I can't watch you die. Let's go, Falcon said. I'll take you to the President Gong. His men helped Xia Lin walk, while Cosine cried uncontrollably. You idiot. You're such an idiot. Falcon brought Zilin and Cosine to a company called Mage Script Kill. While they were being restrained, a pair of high heels clicked towards them. It was Gong Manly the assassin. Cosine, you never thought this day would come, did you? She asked with arrogance. Your assassin. Zilin exclaimed in surprise. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you my real identity, Cosine replied with remorse. Zilin's heart leapt with joy. So she is the goddess I need to make a contract with? He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Not only did she hide her real identity from you, but she also hasn't told you the truth about the shooting incident outside Galaxy Building, has she? Gong Manly continued. Cosine immediately fell to her knees, begging, President Gong, please don't say anything. I beg you, don't tell him. Why? Are you afraid to let him know? Gong Manly sneered. Tears streamed down Cosine's face. I wanted to leave a good last impression on him. I don't want him to hate me. Gong Manly kicked Cosine in the face. You're dreaming. You joined my assassin organization and still want to have a passionate love affair. I haven't even found a partner yet. What makes you think you can? I want you to suffer until you die. Gong Manly turned to Xia Lin. Xia Lin, you still don't know Cosine's true identity, do you? She's a gold assassin from the Assassin Association. We even shot you outside Galaxy Building. Zilin, don't listen to her, Cosine cried out. But Xia Lin's reaction was completely unexpected. He exclaimed excitedly, wow, that's so cool, we're destined to be together. Cosine was speechless. That's your reaction? Gong Manly was furious. Destined to be together? You two are very affectionate, aren't you? Fine, I'll grant your wish, she shouted. Throw them into the meat grinder. Let their flesh and blood mix together. The room was filled with the whirring sound of the meat grinder. Zilin was terrified. Hey, let's talk things out. Don't be so violent, Cosine, say something. But when he turned to Cosine, he saw a look of utter satisfaction on her face. It's great to die with you, Xia Lin, she said. Zilin was horrified. We're doomed. This girl is lovesick. An assassin dragged Zilin towards the spinning meat grinder. Get in, Xia Lin thought to himself. I can only rely on myself now. After some thought, he decided to use his points to save his life, successfully purchased the Black Jade ointment, consuming 80 intimacy points. With 30 remaining intimacy points, the system announced. His leg wound instantly healed. Xia Lin broke free from the two assassins holding him. How did you? They exclaimed in shock. Xia Lin then slammed their heads together. You don't need an answer anymore, he said coldly. You shouldn't have messed with me. Falcon was horrified. How did you get up? Die? He aimed his gun at Xia Lin again, but Cosine wasn't idle. Taking advantage of the chaos, she jumped forward, snatched a gun and shoot. The bullet didn't hit Falcon's vital point, but it hit his gun-holding hand. Before he could react to his bleeding hand, Xia Lin appeared before him and delivered a lightning-fast punch, sending him flying. Go reunite with your ancestors. Falcon crashed beside Gong Manly, but she wasn't afraid at all. Zilin questioned loudly, President Gong, is Haidonghui behind all this? Then you must know what they did to Unicorn Group. Right, you don't need to ask me. I won't tell you anything useful, Gong Manly replied stubbornly. Zilin, frustrated, charged towards her. Then you'll die with He Donghui. It's too early to say that, Gong Manly said calmly. My trump card hasn't been played yet. Suddenly, four maid assassins emerged from behind Gong Manly, each as strong as a man. They surrounded Xio Lin, making him lose his bearings. He had to fight them off from all sides. These maid assassins are well coordinated, Xio Lin thought, gulping. It's hard to attack. My martial arts are useless here. As Xio Lin was feeling overwhelmed, Cosine appeared with guns in both hands, shouting, Xio Lin, I'm here to help. She fired continuously, but the maids dodged the bullets with practiced ease, their training evident. Suddenly, Gong Manly jumped up and kicked Cosine with her high heels. Your shooting skills have deteriorated significantly, Cosine, she taunted. Cosine, are you trying to get yourself killed? Xio Lin exclaimed in whirring. Gong Manly kicked Zilin. Don't underestimate women. He easily caught her leg and complimented, strong kick. But then, another slender leg wrapped around his neck, catching him off guard. Gong Manly had somehow climbed onto his shoulders and was now sitting on them. She squeezed his neck and said, Do you know who the ace assassin of the Assassin Association is? It's me. Xio Lin was choking. Oh God, I'm going to die. Gong Manly laughed. Slowly savor the feeling of your head being twisted off. As Xio Lin flailed his arms in the air, he accidentally hit her own buttocks. Hey, don't touch me there, Gong Manly shrieked, her face flushed. The unexpected sensation made her squeeze her legs even tighter. You bastard, you dare to tease me? This time, Xio Lin was choked to the point of foaming at the mouth. Gong Manly jumped down and kicked him away. His body slid across the floor before coming to a stop. Are you okay? Cosine rushed to his side. She learned the northern-style leg techniques. Her kicks are very powerful. We can't beat her, Cosine explained. Zilin chuckled wryly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Now I've been beaten up for nothing. Gong Manly raised her leg high. You useless trash, just surrender. Resistance is futile. Zilin's nose started bleeding uncontrollably at the sight of her leg. Cosine thoughtfully wiped his nosebleed and said gently, If I had known you liked looking, I would have let you see more. It's a pity you won't have the chance anymore. Why do you have to be so pessimistic? Xio Lin said. Cosine looked into his eyes and said, Xio Lin, the greatest fortune of my life is meeting you. Zilin felt a flicker of emotion. Cosine leaned closer and whispered, Although the days I spent with you were short, I have no regrets, even if I die now. This scene made Gong Manly fume with anger. You're about to die, and you're still showing off your love. Are you mocking me? A single woman, damn it, she shouted, kicking again. After a passionate kiss with Cosine, the system announced, successfully contracted with Cosine, received 1 year of lifespan. Reward. Heavenly Tribulation Finger and Eagle Eye card. Xio Lin quickly pulled out 2 cards. Heavenly Tribulation Finger and Eagle Eye. With Heavenly Tribulation Finger, he could break anything with a single finger. With Eagle Eye, he could spot prey within a 10-kilometer radius. Zilin used 2 fingers to block Gong Manly's kick, exclaiming excitedly, My superpowers came just in time. Gong Manly was shocked by his 2 fingers and stumbled backward. How could you block my kick with your fingers? She asked in disbelief. My fingers are incredibly amazing, Xio Lin replied. Kill him. Gong Manly ordered the maids. Cosine rushed forward. Xio Lin, my shooting skills are useless now. I can't kill them. Run, it's okay, Xio Lin said, placing a card on Cosine's back. Suddenly, her face lit up. What's this? I can see clearly now. It's like I just had eye surgery. With her eyesight restored, Cosine confidently raised her guns and fired with deadly accuracy. The maid assassins were hit in the chest and stomach, unable to dodge her bullets. Such precise shots, they exclaimed, as expected of a high-ranking gold assassin. I won't miss this time, Cosine said with unwavering confidence. Xio Lin placed a hand on her shoulder. All right, no need to kill them all, I still have things to do. What things? Cosine asked bluntly. Don't tell me you're feeling sorry for them. You don't have to say it out loud, Zilin thought. Oh right, Cosine suddenly remembered something. What did you do to my back just now? Why did my eyesight suddenly recover and become even sharper? You forgot? I treated your gunshot wound before, remember? I know a little bit about magic, so I just unblocked your acupoints. Xia Lin lied smoothly. Cosine believed him without a doubt. Xia Lin, you're so amazing. Her intimacy points increased by 120, reaching a total of 150. Cosine gave Xia Lin a sweet kiss on the cheek. Cosine's intimacy points are really high, Xia Lin thought happily. Cosine's voice suddenly lowered. But Xia Lin, I'm sorry, you were shot by me before. My eyesight was blurry at that time, and I couldn't see the target clearly. If you feel guilty, then compensate me, Xia Lin said. How? Cosine asked, her eyes sparkling. Zilin whispered in her ear, maid outfit, nurse uniform, flight attendant uniform. You pervert, Cosine exclaimed, blushing. They were flirting as if they were the only two people in the room. Zilin thought, Yilan has a headache, Mian Chi has a sense of direction disorder, Lin Shi can't cry, and Cosine has eye problems. I understand now, all contract goddesses have their own flaws. I realized that no one is perfect. Even the legendary beauties had their imperfections. Shishai had heart disease, Jiajian had slumped shoulders, Diakon had small ears, and Yong Gaifei had body odor, he recalled. The goddess palace records 36 beauties, including gold hairpins, jade hairpins, and fairy hairpins. Could it be that each of them has a flaw? He shuddered. Please don't let me encounter someone with body odor. I'll become the young master with rhinitis. Suddenly, Cosine forced Gong Manly to kneel. Cosine asked Xia Lin, should I throw her into the meat grinder? She has a strong personality. She won't cooperate with me anyway, Xia Lin replied. Then let's grind her up and feed her to the dogs. Wait, Gong Manly cried out. I agree to cooperate. Too late, Cosine said coldly. Desperate to survive, Gong Manly spilled everything she knew. Zilin, I have an idea that can solve your current problem. Zilin chuckled and said to Cosine, wait a minute. He sat down on a large chair and said, tell me. He looked like a boss reprimanding his subordinates. Gong Manly, disregarding her pride, said, after Li Xing's death, a core member position in Heidonghui became vacant. You can take his place. Zilin lifted Gong Manly's chin with his hand and said through gritted teeth, you know how deep the grudge between me and Heidonghui is? Young Master Xia, revenge is a dish best served cold, Gong Manly said hastily. No matter how deep your grudge against Heidonghui is, the most important thing is for you to survive in Haikeng, right? Zilin smiled sinisterly. You don't understand me well enough. I must take revenge immediately, or I won't be able to sleep. Do you really think that Unicorn Group was destroyed solely by Heidonghui? Gong Manly continued. What do you mean? Xia Lin asked in surprise. I only know that Heidonghui was ordered to kill your father. They were following someone else's orders. I don't know who gave the order, Gong Manly explained, so there's another force behind this. Zilin thought, my enemy is hiding very deep. Heidonghui is more like their executioner. Joining Heidonghui and investigating might be a good choice. He stood up and asked, but how can I trust that you're sincerely helping me? I'll never forget your kindness in sparing my life, Gong Manly replied sincerely. From now on, I'll obey you completely. I'll treat you as my master. Sorry, I don't trust you, Xia Lin said coldly. He then placed his hand on her head, attempting to forcibly make a contract with her, forcibly making a contract. If the target is not a goddess, there's a 70% chance of failure, the system announced. Target confirmed as a jade hairpins level goddess. That hurts. Gong Manly cried out as Xia Lin pressed his hand to heart. Contract successful. Not enough intimacy points to receive a reward, the system announced. What did you do to me? Gong Manly asked, clutching her head. You now have my mark. From now on, you're my woman. If you dare to betray me, I'll make your life a living hell, Xia Lin replied. After realizing she had become Xia Lin's slave, Gong Manly cried inwardly, you're despicable. Suddenly, an unknown force pressed her down to the floor. Zilin pinned her down with one hand and sneered, Despicable, you forced me to do this. Before my father died, I was just a harmless, happy-go-lucky guy. What do you want to do? Gong Manly shrieked in fear, but after a brief struggle, she closed her eyes and resigned herself to her fate. I might as well treat it as being ridden by a dog, she thought. However, after a moment, Xiao Lin stood up, leaving her confused. He walked out with cosign and said, President Gong, I have no interest in you. I'll be waiting for your good news. Gong Manly scoffed. No interest. I don't believe you're that pure. That night, at Unicorn Manor, Zilin and cosign finally returned home after a long day. After showering, Xiao Lin emerged from the bathroom in a bathrobe, looking refreshed. It feels good to wash away the smell of blood, he said. As soon as he stepped out, a voice called out, Dear Master. Cosign knelt before him, dressed in a maid outfit with cat ears on her head. It's time for bed, she said in a sultry voice. Oh my God, who can resist this? Xiao Lin exclaimed, flustered. I haven't finished showering yet. Let me shower again, but cosign wouldn't let him go. She grabbed his bathrobe and said, Master, let me wash you. She pulled on his bathrobe, and Xiao Lin cried out in alarm, Cosign, calm down. Calm down, but it was too late. The last piece of fabric on his body flew away with the wind. Cosign pinned him down and licked her lips. It's useless. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Master, I'm coming, she said sweetly, and then she gave him a passionate kiss, marking the beginning of their spring night. Zilin's limbs thrashed about. He had just finished a day of fighting, and now he had to continue the fight at home. Who would pity him? The long night passed, and the morning arrived. Zilin sat on the bed, smoking a cigarette, with cosign nestled in his arms. Seeing how eager you were to devour me last night, I thought you were an experienced woman, he said in a daze. But you turned out to be a newbie. You're mean, cosign scolded, blushing. Can't you give me some face? She then poured out her heart. Zilin, you took me in when I was at my most vulnerable. You forgave my sins. You're my savior. I'm willing to be your slave for life, until death. Her intimacy points increased by 100. Xiao Lin was happy but also worried. If you follow me, you must be prepared. My enemies are everywhere. Your life will be in danger. If I die first, you must take good care of yourself. Cosign caressed his face and gazed at him lovingly. We'll live and die together. But then she burrowed under the covers, making Zilin shiver. Again, cosign stuck out her tongue playfully. You did it yesterday. It's my turn today. But unfortunately for them, before they could start their second round, a frantic knocking came from the door. Xiao Lin, are you in there? I'm coming in. Yilan didn't wait for a reply and barged into the room. My young master Xiao, the sun is already high in the sky, and you're still not up, she said loudly. If she had seen the intimate scene just now, who knows how she would have reacted. Zilin had hidden cosign somewhere and replied awkwardly, I was too tired last night. Tired from what? Yilan asked, puzzled. She sat down on the bed and placed her hand on the blanket. I have something to tell you, don't? Xiao Lin shouted. Cosign was hiding under the blanket. She quickly covered her mouth to stifle any sound. What's wrong? Yilan asked. Where did it hit you? Panicked, Xiao Lin blurted out. Don't. I'm not wearing any pants. Yilan's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Not wearing pants, her intimacy points increased by 20. Xiao Lin quickly changed the subject. Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Yilan finally became serious. I've calculated the debt. It seems that the 1 billion debt is uncollectible, so I want to discuss it with you. Do you need to hire a debt collection agency? Zilin thought for a moment and replied, most debt collection agencies are not very professional, and their commission is too high. I'll collect the debt myself. After hearing Zilin's words, Yilan took out a contract and said, This is the loan contract from WAIFUS. Their address is on it. Yilan stood up, waved goodbye, and said, I have an appointment with the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce today to discuss cooperation. I have to go now. All right, go ahead if you're busy, Xiao Lin said cheerfully. However, he probably didn't notice the mischievous glint in Yilan's eyes. She suddenly turned back and pulled the blanket off the bed with a playful expression. Little Xio Lin, reveal yourself. But there was no little Z Lin, only cosine, who had been hiding underneath the whole time. The three of them stared at each other, each with a mix of emotions. Didn't you say she was just a tenant? Yilan asked, her voice trembling. Her intimacy points decreased by 20, disappointed. Yilan turned and left, muttering, so you're sharing a bed. Cosine, afraid of being misunderstood, jumped out of bed. Xiao Yi, please let me explain. But Xio Lin pulled her back and said, no need to explain, you're my woman. You don't need to explain to anyone. Cosine was deeply moved. Xio Lin. They realized they shouldn't stay in bed for too long and got up. Are you going to deal with the woohoo loan? Cosine asked while helping Xio Lin get dressed. I heard that there's a powerful figure behind that company. That's good, Xio Lin replied, rolling up his sleeves. If there's a powerful figure behind them, it means they still need to borrow money. That makes it easier to deal with. Xio Lin and his group then headed to the WAIFUS, another towering skyscraper. As soon as they entered, they were stopped by a group of muscular, dark-skinned security guards. We've dealt with many debt collectors at WAIFUS. Who do you think you are? So you're planning to default on your loan? Xio Lin asked. One of the guards pointed at him and shouted, that's right, we won't pay even if we have the money. If you want to talk to our manager, you have to get past us first. Let me warn you, no one in Haiking can defeat the WAIFUS twin heroes. Before he could finish his sentence, Xio Lin punched him in the nose, causing blood to splatter. Cosine also kicked the other guard, sending him flying. After dealing with the security guards, the three of them swaggered inside. So much for tough talk, Mei and Chi muttered. Inside a large room, a middle-aged man was flirting with a beautiful woman on the sofa. As long as you can make me happy, I can consider paying half of your company's debt in advance. Can't you pay it all at once? The woman asked coquettishly. The middle-aged man was Wang Meng, the boss of Woohoo. He grinned lewdly. Half is 50 million. You'll get a good commission, right? We have plenty of time for the rest. You're so bad. The woman, Xiao Mei, giggled. As they were flirting, the door suddenly burst open. Who is it? Wang Meng shouted, jumping to his feet. How dare you interrupt my good time? Xio Lin put his hands in his pockets and said in a commanding voice, Boss One, Unicorn Group, is here to collect the debt. Wang Meng wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed heartily. I thought it was someone important. It's just young Master Xio. I know Unicorn Group is in trouble, so I've prepared the money for you. Is that so? Xio Lin smirked. Perhaps I misunderstood. Wang Meng then pulled out a thick stack of money. He didn't hand it to Xio Lin but instead threw the bills one by one at his feet. Take the money and buy a coffin. Otherwise, if you get killed by your debtors in the future, you won't even have a coffin, and wild dogs will eat your corpse. Cassine's blood boiled at the sight of Xio Lin being humiliated. You old goat, but Xio Lin quickly signaled her to stop. Although he wanted to kick Wang Meng right then and there, he had to maintain a polite demeanor. I owe people money. My assets are frozen, and my villa is sealed. You owe me money, yet you're still living like a tycoon. Why is it so unfair? Wang Meng pointed his cigarette at Zilin and said, so what if it's unfair? I'm from the Huang family in Haiking. Who dares to touch me? He suddenly burst into laughter. You want to collect the debt? Then be a good boy and flatter me like her. He threw his cigarette, but on the floor, and Qio Mei immediately rushed over like a dog, catching it with both hands, her face full of resignation. Suddenly, Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Wow, I was so busy lecturing you that I just noticed you have two beautiful girls with you. MEINQI and Cassine's faces darkened at his disgusting words. Damn it, I want to kill him. Wang Meng, revealing his true nature, began to negotiate with Xio Lin. Young Master Xio, how about this? If you let these two girls accompany me for 3 days, I can consider paying you 500 million. You're quite the businessman, Xio Lin said sarcastically. Wang Meng grinned lewdly. Just let them accompany me, and I'll pay you everything at once. Xiao Mei quickly chimed in. Boss Huang, as long as you don't pay them, I'm willing to accompany you for a day, a month, even 3 months. Huang Meng looked at her in surprise. Oh, beauty, I want you, but I also want them. What should I do? Seeing Xiao Mei trying to compromise with Huang Meng, Xia Lin exclaimed, Do I know you? Do we have a grudge? Are you willing to sacrifice yourself just to spite me? I have a grudge against her, Mei and Qi said. That's right, Xiao Mei shouted angrily. I'm willing to do anything to destroy you. Her name is Xiao Mei. Mei explained. When we were still working as bodyguards, she stole the boss's luxury watch and tried to blame it on me. But I exposed her, and she was fired without mercy. Xiao Mei didn't want to argue with Mei and Qi anymore and turned to Huang Meng, acting coquettishly. Boss Huang, as long as you don't pay them, I can accompany you for a year and even introduce you to some other beautiful bodyguards. Huang Meng's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? A leopard can't change its spots, Mei sneered. You're truly disgusting. Huang Meng turned to Xia Lin. See, I don't like women. But if you two are willing to accompany me for 10 days, I can consider paying off your debt. After all, you two are high-quality goods, hard to come by. His drool was practically flowing like a river. Can we do it now? Cosine whispered to Xia Lin. Let's go, he replied with a wry smile. If we let him talk any longer, I might faint from the stench. Cosine walked up to Huang Meng and said with a sweet smile, Boss Huang, am I not better than all of them combined? Why are you making things difficult for me? Huang Meng, acting like a dog, nodded eagerly. Yes, 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 I'll listen to you. I'll listen to everything you say. But he was unlucky to have encountered these experienced assassins today. Cosine poked her 2 fingers into Huang Meng's eyes and shouted, Let me show you. I'll blind you. Poking his eyes wasn't enough. Cosine then took a step back and prepared to attack. With a swift kick, she shattered Huang Meng's die, you lecherous old man. Huang Meng was in excruciating pain, his eyes wide open, his mouth gaping like a fish, but he couldn't utter a sound. You dare to hit Boss Huang? Xiao Mei exclaimed in shock. You're so bold. What does it have to do with you? Mei and Qi retorted coldly. Huang Meng, clutching his injured groin, groaned from his corner. Xiao Mei, beat them up for me. I'll pay off all your debts. Xiao Mei, energized by the promise, jumped up confidently. No problem. I'm the top female bodyguard. Top of the street, maybe. Mei scoffed, delivering a swift kick to Xiao Mei's face, leaving it distorted. Top. Mei laughed after landing the blow. You've got some nerve compared to the street. Your face is definitely number 1. Xiao Mei's face, already a mess of botched plastic surgery with a crooked nose and misaligned chin, was now even more disfigured. Mei, you're cruel, Xiao Mei shrieked. But you've offended the Huang family. You won't leave Wuhu building alive. Mei responded with another kick to Xiao Mei's face. Worrying about yourself first, Huang Meng crawled to the phone with his remaining strength and shouted, Call all the brothers. Bring your weapons, hurry. As soon as he hung up, Cosine grabbed his hair and held a knife to his throat. Dare to call for help, I'll kill you first. Before Cosine could do anything, Zilin rushed over and stopped her. Don't be so violent. We're here to collect debts, not to kill people. Oh, sorry, occupational habit, Cosine said sheepishly. Just 2 seconds later, a large crowd could be heard outside the door. Kill them, they're fast, Xia Lin muttered. There must be nearly 100 people. He walked out the door and said, I'll deal with the people outside. You two have fun, got it, Cosine and Mei replied in unison. Huang Meng was the only one who suffered. He trembled violently as he looked at the murderous expressions on their faces. What do you want to do? Don't. His screams echoed throughout the Wuhu building. Zilin had already gone outside. He looked at the crowd before him and couldn't help but be impressed. Is your Wuhu gang a mafia? You came in such large numbers. He continued. Everyone has a responsibility to fight evil. Then he used the Justice Fist to knock down the gangsters like dominoes. He then used the Imperial Fist to slap one of them, making his mouth crooked. He didn't spare anyone. After the fight, Xia Lin realized that he had become much stronger since he first received the Divine Fist, but what level of expert am I now? He wondered. The system answered his question immediately. Currently, the host is at the bronze level, equivalent to the grandmother level in martial arts in today's society. Zilin scratched his head. Bronze level. It seems I'm still very weak. After taking care of the gangsters outside, Zilin returned to the room and saw his two goddesses forcing Huang Meng to open the safe containing all his money. Hurry up, Cassine's voice echoed. If you dare to be lazy, I'll show you what my hands can do. Huang Meng looked like a lowly laborer being scolded by his boss. There's billions worth of cash here, Cosine said to Xia Lin. Can we take it all? Why don't you just take his entire? Zilin was speechless. No, Xia Lin replied seriously. We'll only take what we deserve. Wow, you're so principled, Cosine exclaimed in surprise. I advise you to be a good person from now on and stop doing these shady things, Mian Chi said to Chiao Miai while pushing a cart full of money. This isn't over, Chiao Miai shouted angrily. You're hopeless, Mian Qi sighed. After everything was settled, Xia Lin tore up the loan papers in front of Huang Meng, threw the pieces in his face, and said, Boss Huang, our debt is settled. Zilin and the two goddesses left, leaving Huang Meng kneeling on the floor to see them off, completely humiliated. After they were gone, Huang Meng fumbled for his phone and muttered, They're finally gone. He made a call, his face full of misery. Yozu, you have to avenge me. Although I'm not from the main family, I'm very loyal to you. Today, I was beaten up. Huang Yazu, who was having dinner with a beautiful woman, reluctantly replied, All right, I understand. I've been dealing with him recently, since he dared to cause trouble at your place. I'll have him captured and dealt with as soon as possible. Huang Meng must have said something that made Huang Yazu snap. Shut up, I still have things to do here. I'll avenge you later. After hanging up, Huang Yazu said to the woman, You wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. Tell me, what's the matter? I know that President Huang has been investing in healthcare recently, Yulan replied seriously. Unicorn Group has hospitals and pharmaceutical companies with great potential. Would you consider exchanging debt for equity? Huang Yaozu assessed Yulan. This woman is not simple. She found a way out for Unicorn Group so quickly. I was indeed interested in continuing to invest in Unicorn's healthcare industry. Yulan could use this opportunity to raise the price. Such a capable queen should belong to me, he thought. He stood up, poured some wine, and said with a smile, Business matters are easy to discuss, but we can't talk about business at the dinner table. Let's have a drink first. He then secretly slipped some powder into Yulan's glass. President Huang, this cooperation is beneficial to you, Yulan said, taking the glass. Drink it, and I'll consider it, Huang Yaozu urged impatiently. Yulan drank the wine without suspicion. The drug took effect immediately. Her face flushed, and she felt dizzy. Why is this wine so strong? Her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally closed her eyes. Boss, do you need me to take her to a hotel? The waiter asked after seeing Yulan lose consciousness. It'll be more convenient for you? Huang Yaozu took off his jacket. No need, I can't wait. Go keep watch outside, I'll do it right here. He approached Yulan with his fat belly. Beauty, I'm coming. Just as he unzipped his pants, the door was kicked open. What's going on? Huang Yaozu roared, turning around. It was Xia Lin. He used his lightning speed to appear before Huang Yaozu, catching him off guard. Zilin grabbed his face and pressed his 5 fingers into it. Then, he gathered all his strength into his fist and punched Huang Yaozu in the stomach hundreds of times, shouting, You dare to touch my woman? Do you want to die? In just a few minutes, Huang Yaozu was covered in bruises. Zilin, do you know what will happen to you if you touch me? He said through gritted teeth. Aren't you afraid of death? You fat bastard, Zilin snarled. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me, he said to Cosine. Give me the knife. Without a word, he stabbed Huang Yaozu's thigh with the knife, making him scream in terror. You motherfucker, you actually did it. Xia Lin, as if possessed, kept stabbing the wound, making Huang Yaozu beg for mercy. I was wrong. What do you want me to do to let me go? Zilin sighed. Let you go. It depends on whether she agrees. Mei and she had woken Yilan up. She was still groggy. Xia Lin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would. Huang Yaozu immediately knelt at Yilan's feet and begged, Xiao Yi, I was just momentarily confused. I'm truly sorry. Please, have mercy on me. Yilan seized the opportunity and pulled out the original contract, holding it in front of Huang Yaozu. Use 300 billion to buy Unicorn's pharmaceutical business, and our debt will be considered settled. Huang Yaozu's face contorted upon hearing the offer. 300 billion? Are you kidding me? Unicorn's pharmaceutical business is worth a few billion at most. Zilin, without wasting words, poked the knife right in front of Huang Yaozu's crotch, threateningly. Choose wisely. Left with no choice, Huang Yaozu quickly signed the contract, tears streaming down his face. This is extortion. This is blatant extortion. Damn it. I haven't even touched her, and I've already lost 300 billion. Don't cry. Xia Lin consoled him. At least you still have a pharmaceutical company, unlike others. As they were about to leave, Huang Meng rushed over and complained, Yaozu, you have to stand up for me. That Xia Lin from Unicorn Group came to my place and beat me up. This isn't just hitting me, it's slapping the entire Huang family in the face. But the scene before him left him speechless. What's going on? Why are you two here? And why are you shaking hands so intimately? Are you talking about me? Xia Lin asked casually. Immediately, MEINQA and Cosine sprang into action, raining blows on Huang Meng while cursing him. You lecherous old man. We'll beat you up every time we see you. Please stop hitting me, Huang Meng cried out helplessly. I won't seek revenge anymore. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. This was the most humiliating day of his life, being beaten up by beautiful women repeatedly. After everything was settled, Xia Lin carried Yilan back home. ANQI, it's a good thing you had Yilan's location tracker, otherwise I would have regretted it, he said on the way back. Earlier, MEINQI had cautiously said to Yilan, Director, it's too dangerous to go to such a place to discuss cooperation. Take this tracking device. If you encounter any danger, press it twice, and my phone will automatically receive a distress signal. After Zilin and the others left, Huang Meng said weakly, Yaozu, we can't let this go. Of course not, Huang Yaozu replied, clutching his injured thigh. That's 300 billion. I didn't earn it easily. How can I let it go? He also robbed me of 1 billion, Huang Meng added. Huang Yaozu slapped his uncle without hesitation. Stop causing me more trouble. I have enough problems already. Get out. Despite the slap that almost knocked his teeth out, Huang Meng thought calmly, forget it. To catch a big fish, you have to sacrifice a small one. He said in a coaxing tone, Yaozu, I have a beautiful girl who's been working out all year round. Her body is very flexible. Xiao Mei immediately ran over and said in a cute voice, President Wang, I've admired you for a long time. Not bad. Huang Yaozu thought, impressed. After calming Yaozu down, Huang Meng asked, how should we avenge this? Let me think. Huang Yaozu replied, Gao Jian he wasn't Zilin's match, so I can't act rashly. President Huang, Xiao Mei suddenly said, our bodyguard company once went to the Black Dragon Club for a gathering. Some of our bodyguards got drunk and caused trouble. You should see what happened. The boss of that Black Dragon Club is truly a pervert. He had 20 people beat up our bodyguards and break their arms and legs. He Cheng, the little black dragon. Huang Yaozu asked in surprise. Yes, Xiao Mei nodded. If we can get him to help, we won't have to worrying about eliminating a small fry like Xia Lin. He Cheng has long been known as a master in hiking, Huang Meng said excitedly. I heard that his iron palm can shatter a telephone pole. He stroked his chin. But He Cheng is the adopted son of the chairman of the Black Dragon Corporation. He doesn't lack money or women. It might not be easy to get him to help. Huang Yaozu smiled sinisterly. Don't worry. As the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, a prominent figure in hiking, I know him very well. I'll make an appointment with him now. Meanwhile, at Unicorn Manor, Xia Lin had carried Yilan back home. He gently placed her on the bed, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Yulan's figure is truly something. I was out of breath just from carrying her. As he was about to leave, Yulan grabbed his pants. Zilin, don't go, I feel uncomfortable. Hold me, she said, clinging to him. Zilin looked at her flushed face and felt a little awkward. This request is a bit much. There won't be a next time, he said, but he still hugged her. He was secretly enjoying it while pretending to be reluctant. His intimacy points increased by 30, reaching a total of 280, so soft, so fragrant, he couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, Yulan moaned, I want it, I want it. She then kissed him without warning. Wait a minute, Xiaolin exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you say you just wanted a hug, women? How can you break your promises like that? Yulan didn't seem to hear him. She pinned him down, her eyes filled with desire, like a hungry wolf. Zilin gulped as he looked at Yulan's dazed and flushed face. This drug isn't just a sedative, it's something else. The usually serious and composed Yulan was gone. I'm not taking advantage of the situation, Xiaolin said through gritted teeth. You're forcing me to do this. I'm just a helpful person who enjoys making others happy. He then pressed Yulan down, ignoring her struggles, and they engaged in a passionate and intense workout session. Meanwhile, at the WAIFUS Corporation, night had fallen, but the people there were still wide awake, gossiping and chatting. Huang Yaozu greeted a familiar figure with enthusiasm. You finally graced us with your presence. Please have a seat. The person he had invited was He Cheng, the little black dragon. He Cheng, with his usual icy expression, said, Boss Huang, I'm not here for dinner. I'm here to tell you that the He family will not participate in any matters related to Heidonghui. Don't drag us into this. Before turning to leave, he added, I've said what I needed to say. I'll be going now. He was a cold and principled man, but Huang Yaozu knew him well. He just sat there, smiling sinisterly. He Cheng, isn't your greatest desire to get rid of the little in your title? If you help me deal with someone, I can help you achieve your ambition. He Cheng hesitated, his conscience was still intact. Huang Yaozu, I warn you, I'm absolutely loyal to my master. You're lying. Huang Yaozu said, you've been raised by the He family since you were a child, devoting all your heart and youth to them, even getting injured all over your body. But in the end, He Yuanlong wants to pass everything on to his daughter. I'm just an adopted son, He Cheng replied. If it weren't for my foster father, I would have starved to death on the streets. You can't drive a wedge between us. I'll never betray my foster father. Huang Yaozu looked up and said with a greedy expression, what if I can make you the real black dragon? These words made He Cheng's eyes widen. All his defenses crumbled before his long-held ambition. He immediately turned to his bodyguards and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought you here. You shouldn't have heard what you just heard. He then swiftly knocked out his two bodyguards. He had been talking tough earlier, but now he was showing their true colors. After dealing with his bodyguards, He Cheng wiped the blood off his hands and said, now we can talk. Huang Yaozu hugged Xiao Mei and praised her. Beauty, your plan to borrow a knife to kill someone is brilliant. What reward do you want? I want Mei and Qian Zilin dead, Qiao Mei said with a smile. A woman's heart is the most venomous, Huang Yaozu laughed, but I like it. Huang Yaozu, Huang Ming, and He Cheng formed a team and discussed their plan until dawn. The next morning, at Unicorn Manor, Yulan quickly got dressed and put on her shoes after a night of passionate lovemaking. Yulan, why are you going to work so early? Zilin asked. Of course, Yulan replied. I'm a very disciplined employee, Xiaolin chuckled. We're already like this. Why are you still being so formal? Yulan turned around and said, Boss, just treat last night as a dream. I have principles as an employee. I never have relationships with my boss. She threw a wad of cash at Xiaolin and said, good work deserves a reward. She had completely turned Xiaolin into a cheap gigolo. Zilin was furious at the humiliation. Damn it, you know how to make people angry. He glanced at the bloodstain on the bed and thought, who dreams of losing their virginity? It was clearly your first time, yet you're pretending like nothing happened. You're truly a tough woman. He felt a pang of sympathy. But soon, His greed for money took over. Being a kept man is quite lucrative. I should work harder in the next few days. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and realized he had almost forgotten about his star actress. She's my money tree. Yilan had told him that she had been receiving so many advertising offers lately that her hands were tired. As soon as he answered the call, he heard Ling Shiyu's panicked voice. Zilin, I'm scared. Come to my rescue. I'm at. Before she could finish, there was a scream, and the call ended. He Cheng had slapped Ling Shi, sending her sprawling to the ground. He then snatched the phone and said, Black Dragon Club. He crushed the phone in his hand like it was nothing. His strength was truly terrifying. Boss, what should we do with this woman? One of his bodyguards asked. He Chen grabbed Ling Shi's hair, making her cry out in pain. Let's have some fun, he said with a sinister smile. Ling Shi screamed, partly from the pain in her scalp and partly from the fear of being forced to serve this psychopath. He Cheng dragged Ling Shi into a hotel room where Cao Shiyu was waiting. He tossed a wad of cash at Cao Shiyu and praised him. Good job, Cao Shiyu, no need. Boss Huang already rewarded me, Cao Shiyu replied smugly. He Cheng flipped Ling Shiu over and looked at her with a predatory gaze. Ling Shiu cursed at Cao Shiyu, you treacherous bastard, I trusted you. I even helped you get advertising deals. I was nurturing a viper, Cao Shiyu sneered. You stole the championship from me and still want to help me, are you crazy? Before he could finish his sentence, a door slammed into his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. It was Xiao Lin, who had single-handedly defeated all the bodyguards outside and burst into the room. Zilin, Ling Shi cried out. He Cheng hastily zipped up his pants, surprised. How did you get here so fast? What? Did you think I flew here from Africa? Xiao Lin retorted coldly. Ling Shiyu's clothes were partially torn, and she looked utterly pitiful. I know you're in debt of 2 trillion, so I wanted to take on more jobs to help you pay it off quickly, she explained tearfully. Those who deceived you deserve to die, Xiao Lin growled. Get ready to have tea with the king of hell, kill him, He Cheng shouted. The remaining bodyguards in the room charged at Xiao Lin, each wielding a machete. You incompetent fools, Xiao Lin thought, clicking his tongue. He unleashed a barrage of punches, sending the bodyguards flying. They were He Cheng's underlings, but they were no match for him. I'm going on a killing spree, Xiao Lin declared. The remaining bodyguards shuddered. This guy is a psychopath. He's hitting for the boss, He Cheng chuckled. No wonder even when Chao wasn't your match, you're truly skilled. But unfortunately for you, you've met me. He gathered his internal energy, forming a small sphere, and threw it at Xiao Lin. Take my iron palm, he said confidently. Xiao Lin blocked the attack with all his might. My iron palm has reached its peak, He Cheng exclaimed triumphantly. No one in Hai Keng dares to block my palm. You're still too young and inexperienced. The surrounding bodyguards cheered as if they were watching a show. He dared to block the boss's iron palm. That's a move that can shatter rocks. This guy is looking for death. But they had underestimated Zilin. With a single hand, he sent He Cheng flying across the room. What happened? Why was the boss pushed back? Is the iron palm just for show? The bodyguards exclaimed in shock. Embarrassed, He Cheng quickly explained. I must have been careless just now. This time, I'll use my full strength. His underlings started cheering again. Great. Boss is using his ultimate move, the heart-crushing palm. I heard no one has ever survived this move. Ling Xiu's heart sank at these words. Dodge it, she shouted at Xiao Lin. Zilin, you're dead. He Cheng laughed as he unleashed his attack. Ling Xiu trembled, too afraid to look. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, she whispered, but Xiao Lin remained calm. He dusted off his stomach where He Cheng had punched him and sneered. So this is the legendary heart-crushing palm. It's nothing. It doesn't even hurt as much as a needle prick. He Cheng's face turned pale. What level are you at? You're the first person in the world to survive my heart-crushing palm unscathed. Xiao Lin held up 2 fingers. I don't know my level. Why don't you test me? Despite his fear, He Cheng put on a brave face. I've been practicing iron palm for 15 years. My hands are as hard as steel. I don't believe I can't block your attack. Zilin unleashed his heavenly tribulation attack, and He Cheng used all his strength to block it. But He Cheng was no match for Zilin. He was sent flying once again. The boss's iron palm has been broken, the bodyguards exclaimed. Zilin stood up and grabbed He Cheng by the collar. You dog, you work for He Donghui, then I'll kill you. He raised his 2 fingers, but a voice suddenly stopped him. Lin, show mercy. Zilin turned towards the voice and was surprised to see a familiar face. HEFEI. HEFEI rushed in and explained. Lin, He Cheng is my brother. There must be a misunderstanding. He's your brother? Lin asked skeptically. Yes, he's my brother, HEFEI replied, nodding. Zilin's face darkened. Then let him die. No, HEFEI shouted. She grabbed Zilin's arm and pleaded, please, Lin, I beg you, consider it a favor to me. Zilin thought to himself, killing someone in front of HEFEI will definitely make me an enemy of the He family. He Donghui is already watching me closely. If I become an enemy of the He family, I'll be in an even more difficult position. Where can I run to then? He decided to spare He Cheng for now and find another opportunity to kill him later. Fine, let him go. Killing is messy, Lin sighed. He released He Cheng and said, I'm a hero who can't resist a beautiful woman's plea. HEFEI breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. She then noticed Cao Xin cowering in the corner. Cao Shiyu, she shouted. HEFEI swiftly drew her sword and slashed at Cao Shiyu without hesitation, leaving him no chance to scream. That was the fate of those who were willing to do anything for fame and fortune. Take him to Gao Jianhe, HEFEI ordered her bodyguards. Tell Gao Jianhe to behave himself. If he dares to disrespect young Master Xiao again, he'll end up like him. Yes, ma'am, the bodyguards replied, bowing. HEFEI walked up to He Cheng and said haughtily, our family has its own rules. Those who hold the Black Dragon card are not to be harmed. Consider this a lesson. Meanwhile, Lin quickly helped Ling Xiu put on her clothes and said gently, Xiu, I'll take you home. They had only taken 3 steps when HEFEI called out, wait. Zilin turned around with a frown. What else do you want, young lady? Are you stopping me from killing someone? I'm starting to dislike you. Zilin, don't misunderstand, HEFEI said hastily. I actually came here to find you. My father is seriously ill. We've invited many doctors, but none of them could help. I want to invite you to take a look, she explained. I'm not a doctor. What good would I be? Lin asked, puzzled. Baiji said you can bring the dead back to life, HEFEI replied. You also cured my face. I believe in your medical skills. Zilin finally understood. He chuckled. No wonder you gave me the card and the wine. You were waiting for me here. HEFEI didn't deny it. She bowed deeply and said, please forgive me, young Master Xiao. The He family is in turmoil right now. I couldn't find a trustworthy doctor, so I could only observe from the sidelines. But now I believe you're the one I've been looking for. Lin sighed. Fine, I'll take a look. As HEFEI and Zilin left, He Cheng watched them with a sinister expression. Zilin, I have no grudge against you. You escaped today. But you won't be so lucky next time. HEFEI quickly took Zilin back to the He Manor. My father is in the room ahead, she said as they entered. Jumoli, HEFEI's stepmother, approached them and said sarcastically, oh, the young lady brought a doctor. I don't think it's necessary anymore. He Cheng has already invited the best doctor in Haiking. HEFEI introduced Zilin without hesitation. This is my stepmother. She's extremely wicked. Hey, I can hear you, Jumoli shouted. Why don't you use a loudspeaker and tell the whole neighborhood? The best doctor in Haiking is most likely from the Huang family, HEFEI said. We've always been at odds with the Huang family. How could He Cheng invite him? Before Jumoli could reply, a voice came from inside the house. He Cheng and I are like brothers. I couldn't just stand by and watch when he's in trouble. Zilin wasn't surprised to see the familiar face. Huang Yaozu, it's you again. You're at every feast. Surprised, aren't you? Huang Yaozu chuckled. Our Huang family has been practicing medicine for generations. My ancestors were even imperial physicians in the previous dynasty. There are no diseases we can't cure. Huang Yaozu is personally treating him. Then my father is saved, he FEI exclaimed excitedly. She then turned to Xiao Lin and said politely, Xiao Lin, since Dr. Huang is here, you can. It's okay, I understand, I was just an option, Xiao Lin replied generously. Huang Yaozu started mocking him. You want to be a doctor. You're bankrupt and desperate, so you came here to deceive people, right? You have no shame. Dr. Huang, I heard that He Yuanlong's illness is very difficult to cure, Xiao Lin retorted. Don't ruin the Huang family's reputation. Our Huang family has been practicing medicine for generations, Huang Yaozu said smugly. My ancestors were even imperial physicians in the previous dynasty. There are no diseases we can't cure. As the group was busy exchanging barbs, a maid rushed out, panicked. It's bad. The master is fading fast. You guys still have time to stand around. Hurry. Everyone abandoned their bickering and rushed to check on He Yuanlong. Father, what's wrong? HEFEI cried out in whirring. Let me handle this. Huang Yaozu declared, pushing his way forward. He quickly opened his medical kit, laying out an array of acupuncture needles like a seasoned professional. Watch me demonstrate the Huang family's secret technique, the Taihe needle method. He announced grandly. Xiao Lin couldn't help but snort. That's a bit too dramatic. If he can't cure him, he'll have to leave Haiking in shame. With Dr. Huang here, he'll definitely be cured, Zhu Moli said confidently. However, shortly after the needles were inserted, He Yuanlong's face turned pale, and he started coughing up blood. What's happening? It seems to be getting worse. HEFEI exclaimed, alarmed. This, old master, his condition is more serious than I thought. I can't cure him, Huang Yaozu stammered. Weren't you boasting about your medical skills just now? HEFEI grabbed his collar angrily. You said you're the best doctor in Haiken. If you can't cure my father today, I won't let you leave here. Miss He, please calm down. Let me think of a solution, Huang Yaozu pleaded, flustered. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin had calmly sat down beside He Yuanlong's bed and was examining him. Heavenly tribulation can not only be used for combat but also for checking a person's internal condition, he thought. It's like the legendary inner vision of traditional Chinese medicine. It's truly useful. He gently pressed 2 fingers on He Yuanlong's pulse. HEFEI, your father isn't sick, he's injured, Zilin said. HEFEI, who was about to attack Huang Yaozu, stopped and turned to Xiao Lin. His meridians are severed, and his internal organs are damaged, Xiao Lin continued. It's like he was injured by a master using internal force. What should we do? HEFEI exclaimed in shock. In his current condition, ordinary medicine and treatment methods won't work, Xiao Lin said seriously. Only the great rejuvenation pill can save him. I have this pill, but no matter how precious your medicine is, I'll buy it, HEFEI cried out. Huang Yaozu seized the opportunity to mock Zilin. What a joke. This is clearly gastrointestinal bleeding. What severed meridians? You're just trying to sell your medicine, aren't you? Zilin ignored him and said calmly, his blood and chi are in turmoil, and his body is paralyzed. This is clearly internal injury. You quack, don't harm him further. Insulted, Huang Yaozu jumped up. I'm a quack. Then tell me, who was your teacher? Self-taught. No teacher, Xiao Lin replied calmly. What medical school did you graduate from? Huang Yaozu asked. Never been to medical school, Xiao Lin yawned. With just a few questions, Huang Yaozu confidently declared, your true colors are revealed. You're bankrupt and desperate, so you've resorted to scamming people, right? Zhu Moli also seized the opportunity to criticize Xiao Lin. You're not even a medical student, and you dare to treat my husband. You're so bold. He Cheng, throw this scammer out, she ordered. Immediately, several bodyguards surrounded Xiao Lin enough. HEFEI intervened. If you can't cure my father, don't stop him. Who said I can't cure him? Huang Yaozu retorted. Just kick him out, and I'll invite my grandfather to treat your father. Your grandfather, Huang Simao. The #1 divine doctor in Haiking, He FBI exclaimed in surprise. Huang Yaozhen nodded smugly. That's right. Others can't invite him, but I'm his grandson. Of course, he'll come if I ask. He FBI hesitated, her teeth gritted. Finally, she bowed to Xiao Lin and said, I'm sorry. Please leave on your own. Fine, Xiao Lin said as he turned to leave. If you've chosen the path of death, I can't do anything about it. Still pretending, Huang Yaozhen scoffed. Doesn't he look like a dog? A dog with its owner dead, He Cheng chimed in. Huang Yaozhen then made a phone call and invited his grandfather. Huang Simao examined He Yuanlong's pulse and said, This pulse is strange. It looks like internal bleeding, but in reality, his yin and yang are in chaos. I'm afraid his condition is very bad. How bad? He FBI asked anxiously. His meridians are severed, and his internal organs are damaged, Huang Simao replied. Huang Yaozhen was surprised. Why is his diagnosis exactly the same as Zilin's? What should we do? He FBI cried out. If you want to cure him, there's only one medicine that can save him, Huang Simao said. The other three looked at each other in disbelief. Don't tell me it's the great rejuvenation pill, they said in unison. As Zilin walked slowly through the He family's manor, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. It's a pity that He Yuanlong, a brilliant man, is on the verge of death. I wonder who could have injured him so severely. Their skills must be formidable. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be He Cheng's doing? But he quickly dismissed the idea. He Yuanlong is a renowned expert. Even if he was ambushed, he wouldn't be so critically injured. This must be the work of a grandmother-level expert. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted behind him. Zilin sensed the malicious intent and swiftly dodged the attack. Trying to ambush me, he broke out in a cold sweat. That was externalized internal force, a hallmark of grandmother-level martial arts. Who was that? The attacker was He Taizong, the He family's chief martial arts instructor. You brat, you crippled my He family members. I have to step in to uphold our dignity. He declared. Xiao Lin scoffed. Revenge, more like silencing witnesses. I was wondering who could have injured He Yuanlong so badly, he continued, seeing your iron fists. I understand now. But why would you, the He family's loyal instructor for so many years, sabotage your own family? As Zilin spoke, He Taizong seized the opportunity to attack again. You're indeed a clever member of the Xiao family, he said as he charged towards Xiao Lin. But since you know the truth, I can't let you live. Xiao Lin was ready to fight back. Let's see what the He family's iron fists are capable of. But before they could clash, the FBI rushed in and stopped them. Uncle, stop, she cried. Only Xiao Lin can save my father now. You can't kill him. Zhu Moli and the others had also arrived, pushing He Yuanlong's wheelchair. He Taizong put on a fake smile. So that's how it is. It's a good thing you arrived in time, young lady. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake. AGFEI quickly approached Xiao Lin and said, Young Master Xiao, our He family has wronged you. Suddenly, He Taizong attacked FEI, making Zilin shout, Miss He, watch out. With no time to think, Zilin instinctively jumped in front of FEI and took the blow for her. Zilin, FEI's scream echoed through the manor. Zilin collapsed, exhausted. FEI cradled him in her arms and questioned her uncle. What are you doing? FEI, I watched you grow up. I never intended to kill you, He Taizong replied. But who told you to reject He Cheng? My brother was interested in you, Zhu Moli interjected. If you had just married him obediently, the He family's fortune would have been yours, she smiled sinisterly, but you refused. So don't blame us for being ruthless, brother, FEI exclaimed in shock. Zilin wiped the blood from his mouth and said with his remaining strength, Miss He, don't you understand yet? He Taizong is the He family's instructor, but he wants to usurp your family's power. He's the one who injured your father. I believe he also taught He Cheng his martial arts. So Zhu Moli and He Cheng are probably his children. He Taizong, seeing that his secret was exposed, admitted, That's right. I've been planning this for 25 years. Everything was for this day. Since you know the truth, you don't need to live anymore. He laughed wickedly. But before that, I have to silence you all. Don't, we're your people, Huang Yaozi cried out in fear. Father, Boss Huang has formed an alliance with me, He Cheng explained. After I inherit the He family, Boss Huang will help me join He Donghui, then, our ZHU family will be a true powerhouse. Is that so? Very good, He Taizong said, pleased. Huang Simao whispered to his grandson, Yozu, your father and ZHU family are plotting murder. Their methods are ruthless, don't play with fire. Grandpa, we'll see who's the fire, Huang Yaozi replied with a smirk. Huang Simao sighed, forget it, I'm no longer the head of the family. You can make your own choices. He turned to Xio Lin, young master Xio, can you let me witness the miraculous effects of the great rejuvenation pill before you die? Are you cursing me to die, old man? Xio Lin couldn't help but curse. But he sighed and said, fine, exchanging great rejuvenation pill successful. Remaining intimacy points. 180, the system announced. He rushed over and fed the pill to He Yuanlong. Let me open your eyes, he said. He Yuanlong's face brightened as he felt the life force of the pill coursing through his body. One great rejuvenation pill cost me 100 intimacy points, Xio Lin thought, his heart aching. He's out of great rejuvenation pills, this time, you're dead for sure. He Taizong shouted and charged at Xio Lin, but before he could even touch Xio Lin, a powerful force sent him flying. He Taizong, sent flying by a powerful force, exclaimed in astonishment, this great rejuvenation pill is truly miraculous. The person who had repelled him was none other than He Yuanlong, his strength fully restored. Father, you're awake, He Fei cried out joyfully. He Yuanlong turned to Xio Lin and said, young master Xio, thanks to your help today. After I deal with this family matter, I'll properly thank you. AGFEI bowed deeply to Xio Lin, thank you. After exchanging pleasantries, He Yuanlong turned to He Taizong with fury burning in his eyes. You ambushed me last time and almost killed me. Today, our brotherhood ends here. Let's settle this with a fight to the death. Very well, He Taizong replied confidently. He then struck He Yuanlong with a single palm, sending him flying backward. Father, He Fei screamed. He Yuanlong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock. Have you reached the Xiantian realm? He asked, his voice trembling. That's right, He Taizong replied with a triumphant grin. This time, I don't need to ambush you. I can kill you openly. He Yuanlong's heart sank. He quickly urged his daughter, He Fei, run. Leave Haiking and never come back. Don't avenge me. He Fei hesitated, unable to abandon her father. Want to leave? You can only dream of it. He Taizong laughed. He Yuanlong gulped as he saw He Taizong's speed. Xiantian realm martial artists were immune to swords and could kill with invisible force. There were very few people in the world who could defeat him. The He family is doomed, he thought despairingly. Seeing that a hard approach wouldn't work, He Yuanlong switched to a softer tactic. Brother, you watched He Fei grow up. Please, have mercy on her. Is this how you beg for mercy? He Taizong sneered. It seems you haven't let go of your pride as the He family head. In the end, for his daughter's sake, He Yuanlong swallowed his pride and knelt before He Taizong. Brother, I beg you. Father, don't kneel to him, He Fei cried out, tears welling up in her eyes. Zilin, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel pity. To think that a lifelong hero would be so attached to his family. He Taizong, having achieved his goal, smiled sinisterly. He gathered his internal energy and said, die, no, He Fei screamed. But just as He Taizong was about to strike, Zilin jumped in front of him and blocked the attack. You despicable old man, Huang Simao and Huang Yaozu watched in disbelief, their bodies trembling. Zilin actually blocked He Taizong's attack. Does that mean he's also a Xiantian realm expert? He Taizong was secretly surprised. This young man had taken his attack head-on without flinching. He had also severely injured his son earlier. His skills were definitely formidable. I had to be careful. I don't care if you're Xiantian or whatever, Zilin said. You're just an old man nearing the end of your life. What's there to be afraid of? He sounded confident, but inwardly he was shaken. This old man was indeed a Xiantian expert. A single palm strike had disrupted my dantian and reversed my blood flow. If I took another hit, my meridians might rupture. He secretly nursed his injured hand behind his back. I need to find a way to deal with him, he thought. Suddenly, He Yuanlong pushed his daughter towards Xia Lin. Xia Lin, I'll hold him off, take Hefi and leave. I entrust her to you, take good care of her. But, Xia Lin stammered, detecting contract goddess, initiating automatic contract due to sufficient intimacy points, the system announced. Contract goddess, Hefi Xia Lin was stunned. Contract with jade hairpins Hefi successful. Reward, Black Dragon Heart Technique and True Dragon Vision. Hefi is a jade hairpins level goddess with the title Little Dragon Girl. Her characteristic is clear love and hate. Reward, Black Dragon Heart Technique and True Dragon Vision. Granted 1 year of lifespan, remaining lifespan, 2 years, the system continued. Hefi, you're not going anywhere. He Cheng suddenly lunged at Hefi. I want you to be my wife. He Cheng, be careful. Don't go near Zilin, He Taizong shouted. But He Cheng, deaf to his father's warning, charged towards Hefi. Zilin glared at him and threw a powerful punch. I've been holding back for a long time. He sent He Cheng flying to the hell. He Cheng, my son. Zhu Moli and He Taizong cried out in unison. Xia Lin, you dared to kill my son in front of me. He Taizong roared furiously. I'll make you pay with your life. He attacked Xia Lin with a powerful palm strike, but Xia Lin, having received his new rewards, was now a level higher than before. He dodged the attack with ease. Old man, I'm not afraid of you. You want to kill me, but you expect me to just stand here and die. Are you senile? He Taizong created a thick layer of yin energy and shouted, You brat, you're dead. Zilin, using all his strength, ran from He Taizong, who was hot on his heels. Fighting him head-on won't work, he thought. He stopped and activated the True Dragon Vision card, channeling its energy into his meridians. With renewed strength, Zilin turned to face He Taizong. You've had your turn, now it's mine. He unleashed the True Dragon technique, striking He Taizong in the stomach with a powerful palm strike. But at the same time, He Taizong's attack also landed on Xia Lin. He Taizong coughed up blood and laughed triumphantly. You've been hit by my heart-shattering palm. Your heart meridian will rupture, and you'll explode. You've also been hit by my True Dragon Fist, Xia Lin replied. You won't live for more than 2 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, He Taizong collapsed, dead before the 2 minutes were up. He Yuanlong was stunned. They both died together. Zilin is so young, yet he's already reached the grandmother level. Incredible. Huang Yaozu was also shocked. When did Xia Lin become so powerful? He's far surpassed me. He Taizong, his life fading away, struggled to speak. I'm old anyway, death is inevitable, but you're still young. Don't you feel it's a waste to die with an old man like me? Zilin pulled out a newly exchanged Great Rejuvenation Pill and smirked. What do you think? You still have a Great Rejuvenation Pill? He Taizong exclaimed in disbelief. Zilin swallowed the pill, and his body was instantly revitalized. Who would want to die with you, old man? You're dreaming, you unvirtuous youth. He Taizong shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up blood and died. Father, Jumoli cried out from behind. He Yuanlong rushed towards her and struck her with a palm, sending her flying. Go reunite with your father. After everything was settled, the bodies of He Taizong, He Cheng, and Zhu Moli were covered with white sheets and laid side by side. If it weren't for young Master Xio, our He family would have been wiped out, He Yuanlong said gratefully. I don't know how to thank you enough. From now on, if you need anything from the He family, we'll help you. Old Master He, I have a favor to say, Zilin said, looking at the Huang grandfather and grandson. Find a burial place for them, He Yuanlong readily agreed. My land is vast. You can choose any spot you like. Old Master He, young Master Xio, let's talk things out. There's no need to go this far, Huang Simao said, trying to mediate. Zilin smiled sinisterly. All right, then show me your sincerity. He had planned this all along. Huang Ximao immediately took out the loan paper and bowed before Xio Lin, young master Xio. This is the 300 billion that Unicorn Group owes the Huang family. Consider it forgiven, your sincerity is acceptable. I'll reluctantly agree, Xio Lin said with a smile. After buying back his life, Huang Ximao tried to make another deal. Young master Xio, can you sell us a great rejuvenation pill? Sure, Xio Lin replied immediately. I'll sell it to others for 10 billion, but for you, it'll be 100 billion. Huang Ximiao's jaw dropped. What a terrifying price. But he still agreed. All right, this is my Do Ren Tong pharmacy chain. It has over 1,000 branches and a market value of over 100 billion. Grandpa, are you senile? Huang Yaozu exclaimed, trading a listed company for a single pill. Huang Ximao slapped Huang Yaozu, knocking out a tooth. You useless fool, shut up. Do you want everyone to know how stupid you are? He lowered his voice. If it weren't for you offending young master Xia, I could have exchanged for 10 pills. Do you know what 10 pills mean? 10 chances to bring the dead back to life, 10 medical miracles, 10 lives saved. Xio Lin thought to himself, my lifespan is sufficient for now. I have 80 intimacy points left, and HFEI's intimacy points aren't increasing. I don't have enough to exchange for another great rejuvenation pill at the moment, but this deal is too good to pass up. I need to find a way to earn more intimacy points. He put on an arrogant air. Since divine Dr. Huang is so sincere about medicine, I'll reluctantly sell you one pill, but I'm out of stock right now. Come back in 3 hours to pick it up. Huang Ximao was overjoyed. He handed the document to Xio Lin. All right. Please accept Do Ren Tong, pay later. He Yuan Long was stunned. Young master Xio gave me a pill worth as much as Do Ren Tong without hesitation. We owe him too much indeed, he FBI whispered. He gave us medicine and risked his life to save us. I don't know how to thank him. He Yuan Long smiled and asked, since ancient times, beauties have always been paired with heroes. He FBI, what do you think of Zilin? AGFVI blushed and replied shyly, he's handsome, kind, and has great martial arts skills. He Yuan Long chuckled, if that's the case, what do you think about forming a lasting bond between our He family and the Xio family? It's all up to you, father, He FBI replied, you always know what's best for me. Before He Yuan Long could even propose a marriage alliance, Xio Lin hastily excused himself. I have urgent matters to attend to, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Zilin leaving so abruptly, He Yuan Long called out, why are you leaving so suddenly? AGFEI fumed inwardly, that bastard, how dare he ignore me like that? I won't let him get away with this. He Yuan Long turned to his subordinates, from today onwards, Xio Lin is the second in command of Black Dragon Corporation, no, the second largest shareholder. Immediately transfer 10 billion to his Black Dragon card. Yes, sir, the subordinates replied, bowing. Meanwhile, Xio Lin, in his quest to earn intimacy points, decided to take Bai Ji, who was easily swayed by him, on a shopping trip. Why are you suddenly in such a hurry to take me shopping? Bai Ji asked curiously. I saw that your bag was a bit worn out last time, Xio Lin said, making up an excuse. Just released a new collection, so I wanted to buy you one. Inwardly, he chuckled, of course, the main reason is to fleece you a little. They entered a handbag store and browsed for a while. Bai Ji's usual refrain was, it's too expensive, let's not buy it. Let's save the money to pay off your debt, she said earnestly. CEO works hard every day to earn money, how can I let you buy me such an expensive bag? Zilin didn't know how to respond, you're right. Suddenly, an unwelcome guest appeared. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. You won't be able to pay for any damages. Joe No, you're everywhere, Bai Ji exclaimed in surprise. Do you have a nose for trouble? That's right, Joe No replied. I frequent places like this, unlike you, a poor thing. You should be grateful just to be able to look. Don't even dream of buying anything. What does my shopping have to do with you? Bai Ji retorted. Zhou No sneered. I heard your boyfriend is extremely poor and owes over 2 trillion. If you're looking for a rich guy, you should be more discerning. Don't get yourself involved with someone like him. Bai Ji was speechless with anger. Zilin stepped in. You're wrong. I've paid off 700 billion in a month. I only owe 1.3 trillion now, but even a weak ox is better than a strong horse. It's just a bag. He raised his voice. Salesperson, pack the best bag in the store for me. The salesperson's eyes lit up. To customers, arguing means more profit for me. Our best bag is the 1001 Nights, priced at 30 million. Cash or card? That's too expensive, Bai Ji exclaimed. We don't need to compete with her, let's go. Zhou seized the opportunity to mock them. Can't afford it. Huh. 30 million is an astronomical figure for poor people like you, isn't it? But her mockery was cut short by the sound of the card reader beeping successfully. Zhou No froze, her face turning red with embarrassment. The salesperson was ecstatic. Is this the legendary Black Dragon card? I heard that only those with over 10 billion in assets can obtain it. Besides being a symbol of high status, Zhou stubbornly refused to believe it. This is impossible. Aren't you poor? How can you have so much money? The salesperson handed the bag to Xio Lin. Young Master Xio, here's your bag. Suddenly, Zhou No shouted. Wait, she declared haughtily. This store and this entire mall belong to my boyfriend, Gao Jianhe. He promised to give me this bag. If you dare to sell it, I'll show you what happens. The salesperson hesitated, but I haven't received any such information. Are you trying to trick me? Jonah's face turned cold. I'll call him right now and show you what true power is. She dialed Gao Jianhe's number and started speaking in a sugary voice, as if no one else was around. Honey, didn't you say you wanted to shower me with money? I'm waiting for you at the store. 2 minutes later, Gao Jian's car screeched to a halt in front of the mall. He stepped out and said softly, Joanne, if you like something, just swipe your card. Why do you need me to come? The surrounding crowd gasped. Young Master Gao is here. Zhou No rushed towards Gao Jianhe and whined, Honey, look who I ran into. These two poor devils, we lost to them last time, but they're nothing to you, honey. She didn't notice that Gao Jian's face had turned pale. You're just a speck of dust to young Master Gao, she continued. Today, young Master Gao will slap you in the face. Honey, swipe your card and let these poor devils open their eyes. But Gao Jianhe slapped Jonah's face. You bitch, why did you provoke him? Do you want me dead? He roared. He then knelt before Xio Lin, practically begging to hug his feet. Young Master Xio, I was wrong. It was this bitch who caused trouble. It has nothing to do with me. Zhou No, clutching her swollen face, was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Bai Ji was also bewildered. What's happening? Zhou No turned to Gao Jianhe. Honey, you're mistaken, right? You and Xio Lin are not on the same level. He's not a big shot. Gao Jianhe punched Zhou in the jaw, sending her flying. You understand nothing. Get out of here. Zilin tossed a black bag at Gao Jianhe. This is Kaoshi. He's a bit out of his mind. Deal with him yourself. Gao Jianhe, having witnessed the gruesome scene of murder and dismemberment, had lost all his composure. He trembled and pleaded, Young Master Xio, I promise I won't offend you again. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Zilin turned to Gao Jianhe. This woman is annoying. I don't want to see her in High King again. Gao Jianhe nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, young Master Z, don't worry. I'll make her disappear. Two bodyguards immediately grabbed Zhou No. Sell her to the Middle East, Gao Jianhe ordered. Let her be fish food. Zhou was dragged away, still protesting. Gao Jianhe, you can't do this to me. I'm your woman. After Zilin and Bai Ji left, Gao Jianhe wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. I finally escaped that crazy woman. She almost got me killed. Zilin and Bai Ji, feeling satisfied after their little revenge, left the mall. Intimacy points increased by 20. Total intimacy points 100, the system announced. Bai Ji hugged Zilin's arm and smiled happily. Boss, thank you for standing up for me. That felt so good. Zilin smiled inwardly. That was quick. I already have enough to buy another great rejuvenation pill. Are you happy now? He asked. There's more happiness to come. He handed her the 30 million bag. Here, This is for you, really, you're giving it to me. Bai Ji exclaimed in surprise, this is too precious. I can't accept it. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away, Xiao Lin said nonchalantly. Bai Ji quickly snatched the bag. I'll take it, happy now. Dealing with poor girls was easy, indeed. Bai Ji kissed Zilin on the cheek and whispered, thank you, Xiao Lin. The kiss earned him another 100 intimacy points. Zilin put his arm around Bai Ji's waist and asked, where to next, Bai Ji? Let's go to Do Ren Tong and pick up the ingredients, Bai Ji replied with a giggle. At Do Ren Tong, a famous traditional Chinese medicine store in Hiking, Mianqi was arguing with someone. You must give me an explanation today, she demanded. Otherwise, I'll smash this store of yours. Behind her was her sister, Anna Chiao. Mi replied arrogantly, explanation. Who knows if you even received our ginseng? You probably swapped it with a fake and are trying to return it now. That's not going to happen, either leave, or we'll teach you a lesson. Chiao Mi, you're abusing your power? Mianqi shouted angrily. Chiao Mi sneered, so what if I am? I'm the security manager of Do Ren Tong. I'm in charge here. Either leave, or get beaten up. If you resist, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Mianqi was speechless with anger. Chiao Mi continued to mock her. Mianqi, people like you will always be stepped on. But I've relied on my own hard work to change my destiny and become someone who stands above others. You can only look up to me forever. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. A small security manager has quite the attitude. Mianqi recognized the voice and exclaimed excitedly, boss. Small security manager, Chiao Mi retorted. Do Ren Tong is a listed company. The security manager is a senior executive. Do you know how much the annual salary is? 2 million? That's a figure many people can't earn in their entire lives. But you're abusing your power, Xiao Lin pointed out. You'll lose your job sooner or later. You think you can make me lose my job? Chiao Mi scoffed. Who are you? Are you in charge of Do Ren Tong? What a coincidence, Xiao Lin replied calmly. I just happen to be able to take care of it. Chiao Mi burst out laughing. Do Ren Tong is owned by the Huang family. Who are you trying to fool? If you're so capable, fire me. If you can't, you're my grandson. If you can fire me, I'll serve you for 3 days and 3 nights. A deep voice immediately responded, all right, I'll grant your wish. Chiao Mi's eyes widened in surprise. Boss Huang, you're here. She immediately rushed to Huang Yaozu and whined, Boss Huang, you're finally here. That bastard Zilin is bullying me. He's even come to Do Ren Tong to boss me around. Chase him away. Huang Yaozu stammered, I don't manage Do Ren Tong's affairs. Why not? Chiao Mi exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you the young master of Do Ren Tong? Why can't you manage it? Huang Sima answered for his grandson. Because from now on, the owner of Do Ren Tong is Xiao Lin. Chiao Mi was stunned. What? Huang Sima then announced loudly to all the guests in Do Ren Tong, everyone, starting today, Do Ren Tong has a new owner. Your new boss is young master Xiao. The crowd erupted in applause. New boss. Truly young and talented, an outstanding individual. After the cheers subsided, Xiao Lin ripped off Chiao Mi's name tag. With a stern expression, he said, Qiao Mi, congratulations, your wish has been granted, you're fired. Chiao Mi immediately turned to Huang Yaozu and pleaded, Boss Huang, you can't abandon me like this. We have feelings for each other. Huang Yaozu, however, was quick to distance himself. The weather is lovely today, clear and bright. I still want to live a few more days. I wouldn't dare offend this fierce star. Xiao Lin, Chiao Mi, having lost her backing, turned to Xiao Lin and said in a seductive voice, Young Master Z, I'm a woman of my word. If I'm fired, I'll serve you for 3 days and 3 nights. Zilin was taken aback. Are you serious? Are you that happy to be fired? Before Xiao Lin could say anything, Mianqi rushed forward and kicked Qiao Mi. Get out of here. Zilin couldn't help but praise her. Anqi, your kung fu has improved recently. Of course, Mianqi replied proudly. What's going on? Xia Lin asked. My sister is seriously ill, Mianqa explained. I wanted to buy her some supplements, but the ginseng I bought turned out to be fake. It was all grafted. I came here to reason with them, but Mei abused her power. Anna nodded politely. Hello, Brother Z. Huang Simao examined the box and said, the seal on this box is indeed from Do Ren Tong, but the ginseng is fake. Do Ren Tong has a 100-year reputation. We would never sell fake goods. There must be something wrong here. He turned to his grandson. Yao, you're in charge of procurement. How did this imported product get here? It's from Yishaoqian, Huang Yaozi replied. He said his supply was cheaper. Huang Simao immediately slapped his grandson again. You idiot! Xio Lin stepped forward. Please stop. Huang Yaozi is not wrong. From now on, Doren Tang's matters are my responsibility. He took out the Great Rejuvenation Pill and said, as agreed, Great Rejuvenation Pill purchase successful. Remaining intimacy points. 100, the system announced. Huang Simao held the Great Rejuvenation Pill as if it were a precious gem. He was overjoyed. You are a man of your word. Zilin then ordered loudly, remove all of Yishaoqian's products and return to our previous suppliers. Bring out some top-grade medicinal herbs. Yes, sir, the employees replied in unison. Top-grade medicinal herbs were brought out immediately. Zilin said gently, Anna, these are all genuine herbs from our warehouse, 100-year-old herbs. Take them to nourish your body. Thank you, Brother Xio, Anna said gratefully. Zilin patted her head. You're welcome. Your health is the most important thing. Suddenly, a slender hand grabbed Xio Lin's arm. Mianqi asked in a coquettish voice, Boss, you're so good to my sister. How should I repay you? Xio Lin replied as usual, repay me with your body. All right, Mianqi replied playfully. Zilin poked her cheek. Stop it, be serious. My body is not that easy to sell. Then I'll kiss you, Mianqi said. She intended to kiss his cheek, but accidentally kissed him on the lips instead. Mianqi's face turned as red as a tomato. She playfully hit Xio Lin. Why did you suddenly turn your head? You're so mean, taking advantage of me. The two of them joked and laughed happily, completely ignoring the people around them. Zilin gently stroked Mianqi's cheek and said, My heart ached when I saw you being bullied. From now on, with me here, I won't let anyone bully you again. Intimacy points increased by 100, the system announced. Mianqi's heart fluttered at his words. Boss, perhaps her heart was already stirred. Baiji watched the scene before her and couldn't help but grit her teeth in jealousy. There were so many beautiful women around Xio Lin. Would he really choose me in the end? Such an outstanding man who treated me so well. Could I really let him go? She thought to herself, I have to take the initiative. She walked over and hugged Zilin's arm, saying in a sweet voice, Xio Lin, my rent is due. I have nowhere to go now. Can I stay with you? Zilin didn't hesitate. Of course, it's my honor to share a roof with a beautiful woman like you. Me too, Mianqi exclaimed. I can't be left out. Your rent is due too. Baiji asked Mianqi suspiciously. Mianqi froze. Luckily, before she could come up with an explanation, Anna quickly shed a few tears and fabricated a story. Ours isn't due yet, but we haven't paid rent for 3 months, she said, her voice trembling. We were kicked out by the landlord and have been living under a bridge ever since. Mianqi, now having an excuse, chimed in, yeah, we have to sleep under a bridge every night. It's so pitiful, this excuse was a bit too far-fetched. Zilin, after hearing the sisters' ridiculous story, foolishly believed them. Anna, your illness just started treatment. How can you be wandering the streets? You two should come stay with me too. Thank you, Brother Xio, Anna exclaimed happily. Zilin and the 3 girls then left Do Ren Tong and headed home, each with their own thoughts. Zilin glanced at Anna and thought, this little girl seems innocent, but she's quite cunning. I need to be more cautious. Mianqi was ecstatic. Luckily, my sister is quick-witted. Mei Anna, however, had a sinister smile on her face. It seemed she had something planned. Back at Unicorn Manor, as soon as they entered the house, they saw Cosine kneeling at the door in a maid outfit, holding a pair of fluffy slippers. "Master, welcome home. You must be tired. Please change your shoes," she said. Cosine then took Zilin's coat, acting like a devoted wife taking care of her husband. Bai Ji and Mianchi couldn't help but think, Xio Lin is hiding a beauty in his house. We shouldn't trust these quiet types. They might run off with the whole pot before we know it. Cosine glanced at the girls Xio Lin brought home and felt a pang of jealousy. He finally brought other beautiful women home, more rivals. Cosine, Xio Lin asked, how much would it cost to remove all the seals in this villa? I've asked the Development Institute, Cosine replied promptly. Because Unicorn Manor has precious antiques everywhere. Each room costs 100 million, the living room costs 1 billion, and each villa in the complex costs 10 billion. Zilin looked at his black dragon card. There's still 10 billion in this card. That's enough to unseal one villa. But my Unicorn Manor has 18 main buildings and 24 auxiliary buildings. It's not enough to unseal everything. I need to earn more money. I'm still too poor. Suddenly, the front door was flung open by a slender hand. Hefei, dragging a suitcase and with a lollipop in her mouth, exclaimed excitedly, Xio Lin, I have come to join you, Miss He. Xio Lin exclaimed in surprise. Don't you have a home to go to? Of course not, Hefei replied. I'm just here to join the fun. She then proceeded to choose a room as if she owned the place. This one has a love seat. Zilin sighed, my house is already poor, and now more and more people are coming to stay. Do you want me to go bankrupt? After putting away her luggage, Hefei saw Xio Lin's dejected expression and asked, what's wrong? Are you not welcoming me? Don't worry, I'm not staying here for free. I brought good news. She said mischievously, there's an antique at the Mingyu auction tonight. I'll take you there to appraise it, make money. Xio Lin's eyes lit up. His previous gloominess vanished instantly. Then I'll get the car from the parking lot and take you there. After Zilin left, Hefei started to act like a spoiled princess. Listen up, you women, she said, turning to the other women in the house. From now on, I'm the boss here. You all have to call me big sister, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The other women were dumbfounded. Is this girl crazy? Seeing Cosine turn away without saying a word, Hefei asked, what's with that expression? Are you dissatisfied? This is ridiculous, Cosine muttered. Hefei, enraged, walked over and put her hand on Cosine's shoulder. Stop right there. Cosine, without any hesitation, slammed Hefei to the ground. Hefei was terrified. She's so fast. Missy, Cosine warned sternly, in Unicorn Manor, even a tiger has to hold its tongue, and a dragon has to behave. If you dare to be disrespectful here, I can break your neck at any time. Hefei still tried to act tough. You dare. Cosine immediately grabbed Hefei's neck and lifted her into the air. Hefei gasped for air and pleaded, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Suddenly, Xio Lin's voice rang out. I forgot my phone. I'll be right back. His footsteps grew closer. Zilin was stunned to see Cosine, who had just been choking Hefei, now releasing her and acting like an innocent little bunny. Dear master, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll go prepare it now, she said sweetly. Goat hot pot, Xio Lin replied calmly. Yes, master, Cosine replied cheerfully. Seeing Hefei sitting on the ground, gasping for air, Xio Lin asked solicitously, Miss He, are you all right? Hefei glared at Xio Lin and started to shout, it's all your fault. But Cosine's murderous glare made her swallow her words. It's all your fault for leaving me behind. I was so worried that I coughed. My apologies, Xio Lin said softly. Let's go. Cosine bowed respectfully. Master, goodbye, please come back soon. The three remaining women were speechless. Her face-changing skills are even better than flipping a pancake. Zilin and Hefei arrived at the Mingyu auction house, a towering skyscraper in the heart of Haiking. Inside the auction hall, the auctioneer's voice boomed. a porcelain vase with peony flower and black-green foliage patterns. 100 million. Sold to Mr. Yu of Kyongshen Corporation. Congratulations. Yu Shakyang beamed, basking in the thunderous applause and admiring whispers of the guests. Congratulations, Mr. Yu, on winning another item. The price of this porcelain vase has been steadily increasing recently. You've made a great investment. The woman sitting beside Yu Shakyang seized the opportunity to flatter him. Mr. Yu, you spend money like water. You truly deserve your reputation as the top young talent in Haikeng. This woman was Liu Ryan, a renowned beauty in Haikeng. Even she couldn't resist Yu Shakyang's charm. Yu Shakyang chuckled smugly. You flatter me, Ryan. He was practically bursting with pride. At that moment, Hefei's voice rang out from the entrance. Excuse me, we're late. She and Xia Lin strolled into the hall like protagonists, drawing the attention of everyone present. Not at all, not at all, the wealthy guests greeted them warmly. It's our honor to witness Miss He's beauty. Yu Shakyang's face darkened upon seeing them together. Why are they together? Liu Ryan, noticing his displeasure, felt a pang of jealousy. Whenever Yu Shakyang sees Hefei, he becomes like this. It's infuriating. Liu Ryan watched as Hefei and Zilin approached. As Hefei drew near, she stealthily stuck out her foot, hoping to trip her and cause a scene. However, Xia Lin wasn't blind. He gently warned Hefei, watch your step. Hefei smirked, revealing her cunning side. After all, she was a wealthy heiress. She had played this game before. As she neared Liu Ryan, Hefei deliberately stepped on her foot, hard. Ouch, Liu Ryan cried out, clutching her foot. Hefei feigned innocence. Oh, your foot was sticking out too far, I'm so sorry. Yu Shakyang raised his voice in disapproval. Have some decency. Liu Ryan was embarrassed and speechless. I'm so humiliated. She pointed at Hefei and sneered. Why are you so arrogant? Everyone knows your family's wealth comes from shady dealings. Your family is the only one in Haikeng without a proper background. And you're trying to imitate others by collecting antiques. You have no idea what you're doing. You're just a fake swan pretending to be something you're not. This time, it was Hefei's turn to be speechless. She didn't know how to respond. Liu Ryan took the opportunity to praise Yu Shakyang. Only families with centuries of experience in antique collecting, like the Yu family, and geniuses in antique appraisal, like young Master Yu, have the right to be here. You should leave now to avoid further embarrassment, Yu Shakyang said arrogantly. It's nothing special. I'm just the top young appraiser in the country. Every word he uttered was self-aggrandizing. He sneered at Xia Lin. If Hefei asks, I can choose a valuable treasure for her to display at home. Then no one will say that he family lacks a background. Hefei retorted angrily, I don't need it. I'd rather not play this game anymore. She turned to leave. Let's go. But Zilin grabbed her hand and stopped her. Wait a minute. With one hand in his pocket, Xia Lin said confidently, it's just antique appraisal. What's the big deal? Before the Xia family's downfall, we were the family with the most treasures in Haikeng. Hefei, I'll help you win this treasure today. Yu Shakyang stood up and scoffed. You, Zilin, I think you've gone mad after your bankruptcy. My ancestors have been appraisers and antique dealers for generations. You're nothing compared to me. Just because you've seen a few antiques doesn't mean you know everything. Antiques are not that simple. If a fool like you doesn't die, I'll lose. Zilin smiled and asked, then let's make a bet. Do you dare? Yu Shakyang immediately agreed. Why not? What's the bet? I bet I can win an antique at a higher price than you, Xia Lin replied confidently. Yu Shakyang thought to himself, this guy is in debt and still wants to compete with me in wealth. He truly doesn't know his place. Antique appraisal hasn't happened in years, he said. All right, if you win, all the treasures I win will belong to you. If you lose, just give Hefei to me. Zilin was dumbfounded. What, do you want to get beaten up? You're such a pervert. Hefei blushed. He actually cares about me that much. I'm beautiful, aren't I? Seeing that the bet was a bit inappropriate, Yu Shakyang changed it. If you lose, you have to crawl through my legs. Deal, Xia Lin replied without hesitation. Zilin and Hefei then sat down beside Yu Shaoqiang, waiting for the next auction item. Hefei whispered to Xiaolin, "You'd rather humiliate yourself than give me up. You've been secretly in love with me all along. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zilin thought for a moment and replied, "This is a man's battle. I can't involve women, and aren't you my goddess?" The auctioneer's voice boomed again. "The next item is a Tang Dynasty painting of a lady. Starting bid, 300 million. Yu Shaoqiang raised his paddle, 1 billion. Zilin immediately followed suit, 1 billion and 1. The auctioneer sighed and reminded Xiaolin, "Sir, each bid increment must be no less than 100,000. Xiaolin quickly corrected himself. Then 1 billion and 100,000. This was getting ridiculous. Was he here to be a clown? Yu Shaoqiang raised his voice, 10 billion. "Let's see what you can do now," Zilin smirked. 10 billion and 100,000. "I'll follow you to the end." Yu Shaoqiang's voice echoed through the auction hall, 20 billion. It seems this was all part of Zilin's plan. He smiled with satisfaction. "Congratulations on spending 20 billion to buy this thing," Xiaolin said, feigning reluctance. Yu Shaoqiang sneered, "I thought you were so impressive. Turns out you were just bluffing. And you even mocked me. You're like a dog barking." Hefei immediately questioned Xiaolin. "He now has a treasure worth over 20 billion. How can you possibly compete with him? Are you really going to crawl through his legs? That would be so embarrassing. If you do that, don't consider me an acquaintance anymore." Xiaolin chuckled. Even Han Din had to endure the humiliation of crawling through someone's legs. "What's wrong with me being like Han Din?" "Seriously?" Hefei exclaimed in disbelief. "I'm just kidding," Xiaolin replied. "How can I achieve great things without some skills? Just wait and see. I'll make Yu Shaoqiang cough up blood." "Where do you get your confidence?" Hefei asked curiously. Xiaolin didn't answer. He silently used his true dragon vision to scan the surroundings. He thought to himself, "I'm deeply in debt and cornered. I desperately need money. But relying solely on my eyes for appraisal is not enough. What should I do?" At that moment, the system announced, detecting the host's need for discerning eyes. Initiating exchange. Discerning eyes exchange successful. Deducting 200 intimacy points. Remaining intimacy points, 0. Xiaolin slapped his forehead. "I shouldn't have been so careless. I've used up all my intimacy points, damn system." The auctioneer's voice rang out again. "The next item is a Buddha statue." The battle between the two young masters resumed. 500 million, Yu Shaoqiang shouted. 500 million and 100,000. Zilin counted, 800 million. Yu Shaoqiang continued. Xiaolin gave up. "Congratulations." Next was a Zhuandi incense burner, 1 billion, Yu Shaoqiang shouted. 1 billion and 100,000. Zilin counted, 2 billion, Yu Shaoqiang shouted boldly. Zilin gave up again. "Congratulations." Yu Shaoqiang was about to explode with anger. Fortunately, Liu Ryan remained calm. "Don't you see? He's deliberately outbidding you by a small amount to make you spend more money. The next items are all junk. We can't let him lead us by the nose." Yu Shaoqiang suddenly saw the light. "You're right. I was so angry that I lost my rationality. Thank you for reminding me." The auctioneer continued. A slightly flawed blue and white porcelain vase. Starting bid, 10,000. The guests in the auction hall sneered. Even giving it away would be embarrassing. However, Xiaolin raised his paddle enthusiastically. "I'll take it. No need to raise the price." Yu Shaoqiang couldn't help but laugh. "You really have a taste for trash, don't you? Even taking garbage. Are you a garbage collector?" But Xiaolin was too busy sorting out his bottles and cans to answer him. Next was a pile of flawed items. Starting bid, 10,000. Zilin continued to raise his paddle excitedly. "I'll take it. I'll take it." Next was a piece of amber. Starting bid, 10,000. Xiaolin continued to raise his paddle. "I'll take it. Don't fight me for it." Yu Shaoqiang stood up and sneered. "Zilin, you're truly not afraid of poverty. You're even taking a piece of amber." Aren't you afraid of losing face by displaying this in your house? Liu Ryan chimed in, young master Yu, have you forgotten? His house has been sealed, he's buying this as a family heirloom. Yu Shaoqiang suddenly spread his legs wide and said with a smirk, Xiao Lin, this is the last item. It's clear you have no chance of turning things around. Crawl through my legs, crawl, Liu Ryan echoed. I'll even film it and post it online. Zilin picked up the amber and asked, how do you know I have no chance of turning things around? AGFEI asked in surprise, can these flawed items really turn the situation around? Yu Shaoqiang's item is a Tang Dynasty painting worth 20 billion. Zilin squeezed the amber tightly and said, look carefully. The amber instantly transformed into a blue gem. Everyone was stunned. How did a gem appear? Xiao Lin asked. Are there any appraisal masters here who recognize this treasure? Yu Shaoqiang, the young appraisal master, exclaimed in shock. This is the legendary diamond meteorite six-sided crystal night pearl. Liu Ryan scoffed. It's just a stone. How can it be a meteorite, a diamond, and a night pearl all at once? Zilin said confidently, turn off the lights and you'll see. The lights were switched off, plunging the auction hall into darkness. The gem in Zilin's hand suddenly burst into a brilliant light. The guests gasped in awe. It's really the diamond meteorite six-sided crystal night pearl. This is worth a fortune, a priceless treasure. We've struck gold. The lights were turned back on, and Xiao Lin smirked at Yu Shaoqiang. Well, young master Yu, are you convinced now? Yu Shaoqiang scoffed. Not at all, I'm not impressed. Inwardly, however, he was drooling with envy. I really want it. This is a treasure that can be encountered but not sought. Only by possessing it can I truly gain face. He continued, but don't get too cocky, Xiao Lin. I have an authentic Tang Dynasty calligraphy scroll worth 20 billion. Your night pearl may be priceless, but its actual value wouldn't exceed 10 billion. In the end, it still can't compare to my painting. I should thank you for raising the price to 20 billion. Otherwise, I would have lost. You helped me so much, so you want to crawl through my legs now. Liu Ryan chimed in, crawl now, FEI, don't you like him? I want to see him humiliated and lose all face. FEI, however, was a sensible woman. She said seriously, Xiao Lin, I know you tried your best. If you crawl through his legs today, you'll never be able to stand tall in hiking again. You absolutely cannot crawl, she said reluctantly to Yu Shaoqiang. Young master Yu, I'll go with you. But Xiao Lin suddenly exclaimed, wait, he declared firmly, this painting is fake. His words shocked Yu Shaoqiang. Xiao Lin, don't you dare slander me. Minyu Auction House has never auctioned fake goods. This wasn't just a false accusation, it was digging his own grave. Liu Ryan also said, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. If you can't afford to lose, then get out of hiking to avoid further embarrassment. Zilin continued, it's not entirely fake. This painting is actually a multi-layered painting. Multi-layered painting, FEI exclaimed in surprise. It's called peeling layers, Xiao Lin explained. High-quality paper can be peeled into layers. Some people take advantage of this by peeling a painting into multiple layers and selling them separately. A skilled master can even peel a painting into more than 10 layers. He pointed to a spot on the painting. This area is slightly blurry. It's one of the traces of peeling layers. The guests in the auction hall gasped. We didn't notice it before, we were fooled. As expected of young master Xiao, a nobleman from a wealthy family, he truly has a discerning eye. HEFEI exclaimed happily, Xiao Lin, you can actually appraise treasures. I've truly broadened my horizons today. Zilin chuckled, you flatter me. Young master Yu, your family has been in the antique business for generations. You don't need me to tell you the value of a multi-layered painting, do you? He continued, the value of this painting doesn't exceed 10 million. It's not even worth the 2 billion Zhuandi incense burner you bought earlier. My diamond meteorite six-sided crystal night pearl is the clear winner. While Yu Shaoqiang was still in shock, Xiao Lin quickly grabbed his treasure and left, not forgetting to remind FEI, remember to take the multi-layered painting too. We have to play fair, don't leave anything for young master Yu. lest he accuses us of looking down on him? AGFEI replied excitedly. All right, Yu Shaoqiang was so angry that he coughed up blood. Witnessing his money fly away like that was unbearable. Zilin, you son of a bitch, he screamed, clutching his chest. Young master you, Liu Ryan exclaimed anxiously. AGFEI and Zilin left the Mingyu auction house. Xio Lin, you're amazing. AGFEI exclaimed as they walked. I thought we were doomed today, she continued. But you were like a hacker, turning the tables at the last minute. Zilin chuckled awkwardly. I did kind of hack the system. He glanced at EFEI and wondered. I received a lot of intimacy points when I saved the He family last time. Why didn't I get any this time? Is there a special activation condition? But there were no unusual notifications. Strange. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Zilin, stop right there. It was Yu Shaoqiang, who had regained his composure and called a group of gangsters to ambush Xio Lin. Don't even think about leaving here. He shouted, Yu Shaoqiang, you bastard. EFEI yelled angrily. You're so angry about losing that you don't even care about your reputation anymore, do you? Among the gangsters was Bomber. He stepped forward and recognized Xio Lin. We meet again. Xio Lin was slightly surprised. Bomber, you used to work for Li Haoxuan, doing evil deeds for Gao Jianhe. Now you're following Yu Shaoqiang. You're truly a servant for anyone, aren't you? Bomber roared furiously. How dare you say that? You killed one of my masters and scared another one so badly that he lost face. I finally found a new master, and I must do a good job this time. Zilin replied calmly, Is it my fault? Isn't it because you chose the wrong master? His words struck a nerve with Bomber, leaving him speechless. You're bullying me, Bomber shouted. I'll kill you. As the gangsters were about to attack, Su Mingyu suddenly rushed out and stopped them. Stop! Who dares cause trouble at my Mingyu auction house? Su Mingyu, this is between me and Xio Lin, Yu Shaoqiang said. It's best if you don't interfere. Our families have no grudge, so don't create new enemies here. Su Mingyu laughed loudly. Young master Yu, you're making things difficult for me. Su Mingyu confidently stepped forward and stood in front of Xio Lin and EFEI. I'm in business, she declared. Of course, I have to protect my customers. If people say that items won at Mingyu auction house can't be taken away, how can I do business in the future? Yu Shaoqiang thought for a moment and then conceded. Fine, I'll give you face today. He turned to his men and said, Let's go, Bomber. Before leaving, he threatened Xio Lin. I'll make sure you pay for this. You're dead. After they left, Zilin turned to Su Mingyu and thanked her. If you really want to thank me, Su Mingyu replied, then do something for me. I was just being polite, Xio Lin muttered. He sighed and asked, What is it? Su Mingyu led Zilin into a room where a heated argument was taking place. Mingyu, I'm really fine. If it's too difficult, I'll just quit the entertainment industry. Don't say any more. Zilin looked at the two goddesses arguing back and forth. His curiosity piqued. What's going on? Why all the secrecy? Su Mingyu said frankly, Xio Lin, I want you to be UFEI's boyfriend. Ever since the show aired, there have been rumors about the two of you. I'm fine with it, but UFEI's sponsors need a response. So I'd like to ask you for a favor. What? Xio Lin exclaimed in surprise. Be my boyfriend and help me stop these rumors, UFEI said seriously. It's that simple. Why don't you understand? Xio Lin turned and walked away without looking back. It's inconvenient. Sorry, goodbye. What do you mean? Why, UFEI shouted in surprise. Are you playing hard to get? No one in this world has ever refused to be my boyfriend. Zilin raised an eyebrow. That's not true. I simply don't think much of you. Why, UFEI's face flushed with anger. You bastard. Zilin used his aura to suppress her. Shut up. If you keep cursing, you'll get beaten up. His words successfully silenced UFEI. Xio Lin and UFEI then left the room, leaving the two women behind. That bastard, UFEI cursed angrily. He's too much. Suddenly, Su Mingyu giggled. What are you laughing at? UFEI snapped. I was just insulted. Or I can choose someone else for you, Su Mingyu said. I have a cousin who's more mature than him. No need, UFEI said haughtily. She then said seriously, I want to see how great Xia Lin really is, he doesn't even take me seriously. That night, the streets of Haikeng were brightly lit, showcasing the city's splendor. Zilin's car was speeding home when several cars appeared behind them, tailing them closely. Zilin, I think we're being followed, Hefei said, looking at the rearview mirror. It's normal, Xia Lin replied calmly. It's Yu Shaoqiang's men. He lost so much money, he definitely won't let it go. That bastard Yu Shaoqiang, Hefei cursed angrily, he's lawless. She quickly dialed a number on her phone and ordered, bring your men to Zhenhua Street. At that moment, gunshots rang out, shattering the night's tranquility. The cars behind them opened fire on Zilin's car. Holy shit, they have guns, Hefei exclaimed in shock. Shoot them, shoot Xia Lin to death, a gangster shouted. Don't worry, Zilin reassured Hefei. This is my family's Rolls Royce, it has the highest level of bulletproof protection. They can't shoot through it, my men will arrive in half an hour, Hefei said. Can you hold on until then? Yes, Xia Lin replied. He stepped on the gas and drove deeper into the deserted mountain road. Zilin is heading up the mountain, a voice from one of the pursuing cars shouted. The gangsters' cars quickly followed Xia Lin. When they reached a tunnel, they realized that Xia Lin's car had stopped. They got out of their cars and slowly approached Xia Lin, guns in hand. Bomber pointed his gun at Xia Lin's head and asked, Why aren't you running anymore? Aren't you good at running? No need, Xia Lin replied softly. You're the ones who should be running, he smirked, but you can't run anymore. Suddenly, the He family's rescue team emerged, armed with heavy weapons rarely seen on the market, obtained through the He family's illicit dealings. Holy shit, Bomber exclaimed in terror. Gunfire erupted from the He family's side. Yu Shaoqiang's gangsters fled into the forest in panic. Bomber knelt to the ground in despair. I failed my new master again. Zilin held his phone out to Bomber and ordered, call Yu Shaoqiang and tell him to come bail you out. Under the threat of Hefei and Zilin, Bomber had no choice but to call Yu Shaoqiang. Boss, I failed. They want you to bail me out, he said. However, Yu Shaoqiang berated Bomber mercilessly. You useless fool. Fend for yourself, boss. Don't do this. I'm still useful. Hello, hello. Bomber pleaded desperately, but Yu Shaoqiang had already hung up. Hefei said coldly, since that's the case, go to hell. Suddenly, Xia Lin stopped her. Wait, he said to Bomber, you can go. You're not going to kill me, Bomber exclaimed in surprise. Why? You're already pathetic enough, Xia Lin replied softly. I'm afraid of accumulating bad karma by killing you. His words pierced Bomber's heart like an arrow, causing him to cough up blood. The truth hurts. Bomber then changed his mind and knelt at Zilin's feet. Young Master Z, I won't leave. I have no face to leave anymore. From now on, my life is yours. Go back for now, Xia Lin replied. It's not the right time to follow me yet. That night, at Unicorn Manor, Hefei and Xia Lin returned with a box of treasures they had borrowed from Yu Shaoqiang, their moods elated. We've returned victorious, however, as soon as they reached the gate, they saw Cosine and the others being kicked out of the house, accompanied by loud curses. Get your things and leave. Starting today, this place is completely frozen. What's going on? Xia Lin asked in confusion. Cosine immediately rushed over and explained, Master, you're back? We've been reported for illegally removing the seals. The government has sent people to freeze all our assets. Zilin frowned, reported, who would be so free? A voice from behind him answered, fighting crime is every citizen's duty. It was none other than Yu Shaoqiang, accompanied by Luo Yinon. They had reported Xia Lin. You illegally drove a sealed car on the road, which is also a crime, Yu Shaoqiang said. Zilin gulped. That's a good move. I didn't anticipate that. Luo Yinon took out a pair of handcuffs. Zilin, we found a sealed car outside. You're suspected of committing a crime. Come with us to the police station. Wait, Xia Lin said. Can I just pay the fine set by the court to unfreeze Unicorn Manor? And I won't be punished further, Luo Yinon nodded. Yes, but I think you should come with me, at least you'll be safe. HEFEI, noticing their familiarity with each other, asked curiously, "Do you two know each other?" Zilin and Luo Yunon both denied it vehemently. "No." Cosine then exposed Luo Yunon. "Officer Luo, I saw you in the photo album in the house. You're Zilin's ex-girlfriend, right? You were together for 15 years, but you abandoned him when he was at his lowest point, didn't you?" Zilin put his arms around Cosine and HEFEI and said arrogantly, "The past is the past. Don't dwell on it, we should enjoy the present." Luo Yunon, feeling a pang of jealousy, shouted, "Lin, look at the kind of people you're associating with. Do you know that these two women are not good people? You're only ruining yourself." HEFEI's face darkened. "Watch your words. I can see you for slander." Cosine also said with a murderous look, "Don't kick someone when they're down. Who's the bad person here?" Luo Yunon, in a fit of madness, pushed the two women away from Lin and shouted, "Pay the fine now. Otherwise, I'll arrest you." HEFEI calmly took out her black dragon card. "It's just 10 billion, swipe the card," Yu Shaoqiang sneered. "Zilin, you have fallen into depravity and become a gigolo." Liu Ryan chimed in, "Such a large estate, and you have to rely on women to unfreeze it. If word gets out, you'll be the laughingstock of Haikeng. Shut your mouths." HEFEI shouted angrily. "Otherwise, I'll..." Lin suddenly calmed down. "There's no need to be angry, they're right. You shouldn't be the one paying this money. I'll pay it myself." Yu Shaoqiang started laughing. "So you have some backbone after all, do you have the money? Your night pearl is enough to unfreeze one villa, but you touched the car. Unfreezing the car also requires 10 billion. Do you have it?" Liu Ryan added, "You should go to jail. Who let your Z family buy so many luxury cars?" Zilin suddenly took out the multi-layered painting. "Well, I should thank young Master Yu for this. With this painting, I don't need to go to jail anymore." Yu Shaoqiang burst out laughing again. Lin, are you crazy? You pointed out that this is a multi-layered painting worth no more than 10 million. How can you rely on it to unfreeze a car park of several thousand square meters?" Zilin called out. Cosine replied, "I've prepared it when you called." While Cosine was busy piecing the layers of the painting back together, Lin explained, "I could tell at a glance that this was a multi-layered painting because my family already had the other 2 layers. Now we just need to restore it, and we'll have the authentic Tang Dynasty calligraphy." Yu Shaoqiang, realizing he had been tricked, shouted in frustration, "That's despicable. I object. I object." Cosine finally finished piecing the painting together. "It's really the authentic calligraphy," Yu Shaoqiang exclaimed in disbelief. "So, 3 pieces worth 10 million each have now become a 20 billion treasure," Lin said confidently. "That's amazing," Liu Ryan couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Shaoqiang, however, was furious. He started coughing up blood in anger. Zilin quickly pushed him away and shouted, "Get away. Don't spit on my painting. If you damage it, you'll have to pay for it." Yu Shaoqiang, though unsteady on his feet, still managed to sneer. Lin, so what if you have the authentic Tang Dynasty calligraphy? It's not easy to sell such a valuable painting. You'll still go to jail, at least for 15 days. Go eat prison food, you brat, Liu Ryan shouted excitedly. You might even get used to it and not want to leave. Suddenly, a voice from behind Yu Shaoqiang said, "I'll buy this painting." Someone had informed Su Mingyu. She rushed over and declared in a firm voice, "Haikeng Bank's Supreme Card, 20 billion. Yu Shaoqiang felt betrayed and shouted, "Su Mingyu, are you determined to go against me?" Su Mingyu replied calmly, "Young Master Yu, don't worry. I'm a businesswoman. I'll do whatever is profitable. This is authentic Tang Dynasty calligraphy, and with such a dramatic story behind it, I can inflate the price to 30 billion. Zilin handed the Supreme Card to Luo Yunon. "Here, unfreeze the main villa and the parking lot. Is that enough?" Luo Yunon took the card and reminded Lin, "You'd better not live with these women. They'll only harm you." Zilin put his arm around Cosine's waist, turned around, and replied coldly, "Thank you for your concern, but they were with me when I was at my lowest point. I will never abandon them." HEFEI, hearing Luo Yunon's words, felt her blood boil. "Damn it, you've already broken up. Stop meddling." Don't you have anything better to do? Luo Yunon had no choice but to leave. Zilin, take care of yourself. We're leaving. Liu Ryan, struggling to support Yu Xiaoqiang's heavy body, said, let's go with Officer Luo, otherwise we won't be able to walk later. Yu Xiaoqiang kept muttering, I'm so angry, I'm so angry. He then ordered furiously, call an emergency meeting of Heidonghui's leaders. I want revenge. The next morning, at Heidonghui's headquarters, everyone was present. Having been informed by Liu Ryan, we're all here, so let's get down to business, Yu Xiaoqiang said. He started questioning everyone. Didn't you promise to eliminate Zilin? Why is he still alive and kicking after so long? Not only that, he's even more capable now, daring to challenge me openly. Huang Yaozu and Gao Jianhe, however, remained silent. Xiao Lin had drained all their energy. Seeing that no one answered him, Yu Xiaoqiang slammed the table and turned to Gong Manly. President Gong, you're not raising your assassins just for show, are you? Don't you have 4 gold assassins? Kill him for me. Gong Manly lowered her head and replied, Cosine has been taken away by him. The remaining 3, Black Star, Wen Chao and Falcon, have all been killed by him. Su Mingyu spoke up, young master Yu, I suggest we reconcile with Xiao Lin. We're all here for wealth. Why do we have to fight to the death? No way, Yu Xiaoqiang shouted furiously. I'm the leader of Heidonghui. I can't bow down to Zilin. Gong Manly suddenly stood up and raised her hand. I disagree with your opinion. Moreover, I want to submit an application to join Heidonghui. The applicant is Xiao Lin. Her words were like a bolt from the blue for Yu Xiaoqiang, leaving him speechless. Gong Manly, did I hear you correctly? Yu Xiaoqiang slammed the table again. You want to submit an application for Zilin to join? Before Gong Manly could answer, a voice from the doorway said, You heard correctly. It's me, the handsome Xiao Lin, damn it, Yu Xiaoqiang cursed. You're so bold, you dare barge into Heidonghui's headquarters and even dream of becoming its leader. Dream on, Zilin replied calmly, young master Yu, don't be so hasty. Let's follow the normal procedures. Raise your hands to vote. Su Mingyu was the first to raise her hand. We've invited Unicorn Group to join before. We're just doing it again now. I think Manly's suggestion is good. Let's turn enemies into friends and make money together. Why not be happy? Yu Xiaoqiang, unable to contain his anger, insulted the 2 women who had voted for Xiao Lin. You two bitch. You colluded beforehand, didn't you? But don't forget our rules. More than half of the members must agree. You 2 women can't control Heidonghui yet. We have 9 representatives here. He turned to Huang Yaozu and Gao Jianhe and pleaded, President Huang, President Gao, show them how united we men are. Let Xiao Lin know that he's delusional. However, Huang Yaozu and Gao Jianhe also raised their hands in favor of Xiao Lin. Yu Xiaoqiang was even more furious. What do you mean? Are you rebelling? Zilin walked over and placed his hands on Huang Yaozu and Gao Jianhe's shoulders, exerting a palpable pressure. It's clear, he said with a bright smile. For votes in favor, 1 against, the application is approved. This is mutiny, you're all rebelling, Yu Xiaoqiang roared in frustration. Bomber, arrest them all, don't spare anyone. However, Bomber turned his gun on Yu Xiaoqiang and said coldly, young master Yu, have you forgotten? You abandoned me. From now on, my life belongs to Boss Xiao. Xiao Lin then placed a contract on the table in front of Yu Xiaoqiang. This is the 300 billion debt contract, he said. It's time to settle it. Yu Xiaoqiang, under Xiao Lin's pressure, exclaimed in anger, Xiao Lin, my Qiangshen Corporation has been operating in Haikeng for many years. I've never suffered such humiliation. You're pushing me too far. Bomber smacked Yu Xiaoqiang on the head with his gun. Stop whining. Haven't you heard that before? He then pinned Yu Xiaoqiang to the table and scolded, you only know how to bully others, but you can't stand being bullied yourself. Talk about double standards. While Bomber was forcing Yu Xiaoqiang to sign the debt cancellation agreement, Gong Manly whispered to Xiao Lin, young master Xiao, the 3rd floor is the entertainment area for important members. I'll take you up for a look. Yu Xiaoqiang, meanwhile, was still shouting and struggling. Let me go. Gong Manly led Zilin to a room on the 3rd floor and poured him a cup of hot tea. She even brought it to him and said, "Congratulations, young Master Xio, on paying off your 100 billion debt and becoming one of the leaders of Haidonghui. This is all thanks to President Gong." Xio Lin replied, "Thank you." Gong Manly suddenly sat down on the armrest of Xio Lin's chair and said, "Since I've contributed, shouldn't you give me what you promised?" Zilin took a sip of tea and feigned ignorance. "What, the contract?" he chuckled. "President Gong, why are you in such a hurry? I heard your classical dance is very beautiful. I happen to be free right now. Dance for me, and I'll release you." "Really?" Gong Manly exclaimed excitedly. "So you're captivated by my dance, that's why you did all this?" "Gong Manly, you're truly famous." She then began to dance, her body moving gracefully in the quiet room. Her expressions and movements were captivating and alluring. After finishing her dance, Gong Manly placed her foot between Zilin's legs. She grabbed his collar and asked dreamily, "Master Xio, are you satisfied with my dance?" Zilin nodded with a smile. "President Gong, your dance is very graceful. It's like dancing with a fairy. It's mesmerizing." Hearing this, Gong Manly whispered in Xio Lin's ear, "Then can you fulfill your promise now?" Zilin immediately shook his head. "I can't release you. Once the contract is signed, it can't be broken for life. But don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, you'll be safe." Gong Manly was furious. She pulled out the gun hidden on her body and growled, "Are you playing with me?" She pointed the gun at Xio Lin's head and shouted, "Do you think I'm easy to fool? How dare you treat me like this?" Xio Lin thought to himself, "This little girl is really audacious." He then silently used the system's contract power to control Gong Manly's rebellion. Gong Manly's hands suddenly moved above her head, much to her surprise. "What's happening? I can't control my body. I can't shoot." The system continued to control her, making her point the gun at her own temple. Gong Manly, now in a state of utter panic, pleaded, "Don't, I was wrong." Zilin then made her point the gun at the ceiling and fire a shot. The loud bang made Gong Manly cover her ears. Zilin approached her and said in a stern voice, "Don't try to resist me. I'll let you go when you're no longer useful." Gong Manly thought fearfully, "Xio Lin, you're not a cheerful and optimistic young man, you're a demon. Even though you were forced into this situation by Haidonghui, you've always been a demon inside, and a perverted one at that." After dealing with Gong Manly's audacity, Xio Lin walked out of the room. Su Mingyu was waiting for him, seemingly having overheard their conversation. "Gong Manly is the chairman's person," she warned Xio Lin. "I advise you not to provoke her too much." Zilin put his hands in his pockets and asked as he walked towards her, "You all seem to be very wary of him." "The chairman of Haidonghui is Zhao Kun," Su Mingyu replied. "The Zhao family of Haidong?" Zilin asked. Surprised, Su Mingyu nodded. "Yes. You won the top spot at the auction today. According Su Mingyu auction house's rules, you're eligible to participate in tonight's private auction. The items in the private auction are different from the usual ones." "Not interested," Xio Lin replied nonchalantly. "I have to go home and play with my goddesses." Seeing his stubbornness, Su Mingyu added, "Zhao Kun will be there. He wants to meet you." Zilin paused for a moment and then replied, "It's time to meet the chairman." Later that night, at Mingyu Auction House, in the Grand Auction Hall, the auctioneer's voice rang out, "Welcome to tonight's private auction. Only a handful of people were qualified to participate." The auctioneer slowly unveiled the item and said mysteriously, "This is tonight's private auction item, a mermaid." The mermaid, named Yushiona, had an innocent and pure look on her face. Yu Shaoqiang was groveling at Zhao Kun's feet like a dog. "Chairman, you have to help me. They bullied me so badly. I can only do as you instruct." Zhao Kun, using binoculars to stare at Yushiona, exclaimed in admiration, "What a wonderful auction item today." He completely ignored Yu Shaoqiang, making him anxious. "Brother Zhao, look at me," he cried out. Zhao Kun kicked Yu Shaoqiang in the face and shouted, "Get out of my sight. What's so good about looking at you? Do you have breasts and a butt like her?" At that moment, an arrogant voice rang out from the entrance. "Yu Shaoqiang, why are you kneeling on the ground?" Xiao Lin sneered. The floor is cold. Seeing Zilin's face, Yu Xiaoqiang couldn't help but shout, Xiao Lin, how dare you come here? While he was still flustered, Xiao Lin and Zhao Kun had already approached each other and shaken hands. I've long heard of the unique style of the young master of Unicorn Group, Zhao Kun said warmly. Now that you're on the verge of collapse, you're truly extraordinary. I admire you, Prince Zhao. Your reputation precedes you, Xiao Lin replied humbly. I've long admired you. After the greetings, Zhao Kun put his arm around Yu Xiaoqiang's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Xiaoqiang, Xiao Lin is one of us now. Let's forget about your past grudges. We'll definitely make a fortune if we cooperate in the future. Yu Xiaoqiang thought dejectedly. Didn't you tell me to do those things? Now you're pretending to be innocent. After a while, everyone had arrived for the private auction. As Zilin was looking for a seat, he suddenly saw Yu Fei sit here, she said, extending her hand. Why are you here? Xiao Lin asked in surprise. Guess why I'm here? Yu Fei asked playfully. Zilin sat down and replied casually to join the fun. At that moment, Yu Fei suddenly planted a sweet kiss on Zilin's cheek, leaving him stunned. Click. A camera shutter sounded. Xiao Lin rubbed his cheek and shouted, What are you doing? Su Minyu walked over with the photo and said, Perfect angle. She handed the photo to her manager and ordered, Publish this photo in tomorrow's newspaper, on the front page. Why Yu Fei whispered to Xiao Lin, Now you understand why I'm here, right? Zilin's face darkened. You're determined to use me as a shield, aren't you? Fine, but this photo of yours lacks a bit of fire. He then suddenly lunged forward and captured Yu Fei's lips in a surprise kiss. He even pinned her down on the chair, giving her no chance to escape. Let me go, bastard. Stop it, she protested, but he completely ignored her, treating the place like they were alone. Zhao Kun, sitting nearby, watched with amusement, as if he were watching a romantic movie. This is interesting. What a charmer, are you crazy? Su Minyu scolded, embarrassed. Let her go. Thanks to Su Minyu's intervention, Zilin finally released Yu Fei's lips. Otherwise, he might have continued. Yu Fei's lips were red and swollen, and her face was drained of color. She gasped for air. You bastard, she cursed as she ran away. Zilin licked his lips with relish as he walked back to his seat. Yu Xiona, the mermaid, witnessed the entire scene and was terrified. I can't fall into this man's hands. He dared to humiliate another woman in front of so many people. He must be a tyrant. As the crowd gathered, the auctioneer's voice boomed once again. Tonight's private auction for the mermaid begins. Pure, 20 years old, perfect measurements, 3-year contract, starting bid, 8 million. A flurry of bids followed, 9 million, 12 million, 15 million. Zhao Kun raised his paddle and shouted, 80 million. At this price, everyone else chuckled and said with feigned humility, If young Master Zhao is interested, we won't compete. The auctioneer began the final countdown, 80 million, once. Zilin thought to himself, they're actually auctioning off a woman. I've heard rumors about the peculiar tastes of Hiking's elite, but this is the first time I've witnessed it firsthand. 80 million, twice, the auctioneer continued. If there are no further bids, this mermaid will belong to young Master Zhao tonight. Just as the hammer was about to fall, a shockingly high bid echoed through the hall. 100 million, Xiao Lin stood up abruptly. I bid 100 million. Su Minyu was stunned. Zilin, you can't sit still for a moment, can you? Yu Xiaoqiang, however, was delighted. This scene seemed to excite him. I was worried you'd reconcile with the chairman. It seems my worries were unfounded. You're courting death by competing with the chairman for a woman. Zhao Kun raised his paddle again and shouted, 500 million. He turned to Xiao Lin and said in a low voice, Young Master Xiao, I really like this mermaid. If you yield to me, I'll offer you 3 other mermaids. However, Xiao Lin's system had already spoken. Detecting contract with Jade Goddess Yuxiona, Xiao Lin bid 1 billion, thinking to himself, I didn't want to turn hostile so quickly. I'm not even prepared for a fight, but the system won't allow it. Zhao Kun, his eyes burning with anger, shouted, 8 billion. Chairman, calm down. Yu Xiaoyan exclaimed in shock. You can get any woman you want with 8 billion. I'm not buying a woman, Zhao Kun roared. Do you think I'm buying revenge? Xia Lin bid again. 10 billion, he was worried. This was all the remaining assets he could muster. He couldn't afford to bid any higher. Su Mingyu, sitting beside him, was anxious. Xia Lin, you're crazy. I shouldn't have brought you here. I wanted to reconcile your relationship, but now you've become enemies. Zhao Kun, however, was relentless. 20 billion, Xia Lin froze. Is this guy insane? Spending 20 billion on a woman, does he also have a mission? It seemed he had no choice but to give up for now. After Zhao Kuyuan's 20 billion bid was finalized, Yu Xiaonan was brought to his feet. Here's your item, the auctioneer said. Zhao Kun, fuming with anger, thought to himself, that bastard made me spend 20 billion on this bitch. I'll play you to death. He handed Yu Xiaonan a glass of wine and said with a forced smile, here, have a drink to calm your nerves. Yu Xiaonan took the glass and said gratefully, thank you, young Master Zhao, for saving me from that tyrant. She then drank the entire glass without any suspicion. Let's go, Zhao Kun said, putting his arm around her waist. However, Zilin wasn't giving up. He rushed forward and blocked their path. Stop right there. Zilin, what else do you want? Zhao Kun roared. Are you so obsessed with women that you've gone mad? Zilin pointed at Yu Xiaonan. You can go, but she can't. Yu Xiaonan hugged herself and trembled. He's a tyrant. He dares to snatch someone away from such a powerful figure. I can't fall into his hands, otherwise, I'll be worse off than dead. Zhao Kun's face darkened. This woman is mine tonight. If you can keep her, I'll take your last name. Taking my last name is a bit much, Xia Lin replied calmly. I don't want to be a father so soon. How about this? If I can keep her, you have to give me her contract. Zhao Kun, though fuming, reluctantly agreed. Fine, I don't believe you can keep her from me. Suddenly, footsteps pounded towards them. They were Zhao Kun's bodyguards. My men are not those incompetent fools from the Assassin Guild, he said smugly. I have dozens of invincible warriors from the north. What Blade King, Spear King, they're all nothing compared to my men. Zilin sent a text message and chuckled. Is that so? Then show me what you've got. The door burst open, and Luo Yunan entered with the entire police force. Freeze, she shouted. We suspect you of illegal trafficking. Zhao Kun, seeing Zilin's trick, was so angry that he couldn't speak. You tricked me, he roared. I told you I'd keep her, Xia Lin said with a triumphant smile. He grabbed Yu Xiaonan's hand and pulled her towards him. Come with me. Yu Xia, witnessing this scene, cowered in fear. It's over, it's over. I've fallen into the hands of this tyrant. I'm afraid he'll devour me whole. Zhao Kun quickly approached Luo Yunan and explained, Officer Luo, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I haven't done anything wrong. We were just playing around. Luo Yunan raised her voice. You can leave, but you can't take anyone with you. Zhao Kun turned to Xia Lin and gritted his teeth. Zilin, this isn't over yet. Xia Lin chuckled. I know. Be careful on your way out. I won't see you off. After Zhao Kun left, Su Mingyu rushed over and questioned Zilin. Why did you do that? I tried my best to resolve your feud, but you deliberately made an enemy of him. Zilin feigned innocence. I didn't want to, but do you think he would have let me go if I pretended to obey him? He gave Su Mingyu a sharp look and said coldly, Hey Donghui has been slowly devouring Unicorn Group. You all came after my father, so how could you possibly let me go? Even if he reconciled with me, it would only be superficial. He'd just be trying to lull me into a false sense of security before killing me. He continued, Actually, I bet you hate me just as much as they do. This is where you truly stand. His words left Su Mingyu speechless. She slumped to the ground, dejected. Zilin walked away, not forgetting to say, Treat me better now, because when the truth about my father's murder comes out, I'll kill all my enemies without mercy. Luo Yunan gently helped Yu Xiaonan up. Miss you, don't be afraid. She said seriously, Can you identify who tried to buy you just now? We can arrest him for human trafficking. Yu Xiaonan pointed at Xia Lin and stammered. But before she could finish her sentence, Xio Lin interrupted her. Miss Yu, think carefully before you speak. Don't repay kindness with enmity. Think about why you're here today. Have you achieved your goal? Under Zilin's threat, Yu Xiaono cowered behind Luo Yunan and said, Officer Luo, thank you. No one bought or sold me. Please leave me alone. Luo Yunan was speechless. If Yu Xiaono refused to speak, how could she charge Xio Lin? In a fit of anger, she grabbed Xio Lin's collar and shouted, Xio Lin, I don't know why you've become like this. She pushed him against the wall and continued in a stern voice, but I'm warning you, you'd better obey the law. Otherwise, I'll personally put you in jail. Why have I become like this? Zilin whispered, don't you know best? He said softly, if I was still the foolish rich kid with innocent eyes, would I still be alive? Luo Yunan paused. He was right. Xio Lin removed her hand from his collar and turned away. Officer Luo, I'm no longer a young master. Luo Yunan had nothing to say. She could only order her team to leave. Let's go. She and her team quickly left. Staying here and arguing with Xio Lin any longer would probably give her a stroke. Zilin wiped a tear from his eye, earning a scornful look from Yu Xiaono. I just saved you, and you're repaying me with enmity. Zilin asked coldly. I don't believe you, Yu Xiaono replied. I saw you bullying that famous star, he FBI. Suddenly, Xio Lin grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Yu Xiaono exclaimed in shock. He pressed her hand onto the contract and said calmly, from today onwards, you're my woman. Contract successful, lifespan increased by 10 days. Due to severe lack of intimacy points, no rewards can be received, the system announced. It was pathetically low. After everything was settled, Xio Lin put his arm around Yu Xiaono's shoulder and said, let's go home. And you need to wash your clothes. Yu Xiaono took out her phone and sent a message, her expression troubled. She was texting her mother, Mom, I've transferred my brother's betrothal gift. I'll give him a big red envelope when he gets married. They then left the Mingyu auction house. Bomber, you back to Unicorn Manor, Zilin said. Yes, boss, Bomber replied, opening the car door. He had become Xio Lin's loyal dog, obeying his every command. Inside the car, Xio Lin caressed Yu Xiaono's hand and whispered, beautiful hands, but a bit rough. Remember to take good care of them. His touch sent shivers down Yu Xiaono's spine. I've fallen into the hands of a villain. My life is over, she thought to herself. Even young Master Zhao, a good man, couldn't defeat this tyrant. What kind of abuse awaits me? Suddenly, Yu Xiao's breathing became rapid and shallow. She felt hot all over. It's hot, she said. Can you turn down the air conditioning? I'm so hot. Zilin touched her forehead. Are you feverish? You're burning up. I feel so uncomfortable, Yu Xiaono said, her voice weak and her face flushed. She was starting to lose consciousness. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yu Xiaono pushed Zilin onto the seat and mumbled, help me. Zilin, taken aback by the young woman's strange behavior, said seriously, I remember now. Zhao Kun gave you a glass of wine. That wine must have been drugged. Seeing Yu Xiaono on the verge of losing control, Xio Lin quickly shouted, Bomber, find a place to stop the car. The car screeched to a halt in a deserted area. Zilin shooed Bomber out of the car. Go smoke somewhere far away. Smoke at least a pack before coming back, Bomber muttered. I don't believe it'll take that long. You might call me back after half a cigarette. From that moment on, Xio Lin's 10 billion car started shaking violently, as if it were about to fall apart. Meanwhile, inside the car, a passionate and romantic scene unfolded. Less than half an hour later, it was over. Zilin sat in the car, lit a cigar, took a long drag, and exhaled. He turned to Yu Xiaono and comforted her. Don't cry anymore, I saved you. Zhao Kun drugged you with a powerful aphrodisiac. You would have died otherwise. Yu Xiaono was only wearing Xio Lin's coat, her body trembling pitifully. You bastard, she shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Zilin grabbed her hand. You'd better understand the situation. You're a tyrant, she screamed, ignoring him. Young Master Zhao almost got hurt because he tried to save me. And now you're pretending to be innocent. She kept defending Zhao Kun and accusing Xio Lin of being the bad guy. Zilin frowned. If it weren't for me, would you even be alive tonight? Jia Kun is a good person, you're blind. He flung the car door open. Yushiona, not caring that she was only wearing a thin coat, ran out of the car. I could have survived tonight without you. She cried, I'm better off without you. Hey, little girl, Xio Lin shouted in surprise. But then he noticed something shiny that Yushiona had dropped. What's this? He picked it up and was stunned. It was a tracking device. Yushiona, wearing Xio Lin's coat, ran deep into the forest, not knowing where she was going. She just kept running and running. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide with fear. In front of her, a group of highly skilled assassins, trained by Jia Kun, were hiding in the bushes. How are there people here? She thought in terror. The assassins smirked. She's discovered us. Kill her. I haven't killed such a fine specimen in a long time. Just as Yushiona was panicking, Jia Kun stepped forward. Stop, don't scare the girl, it's just a joke. Recognizing Jia Kun, Yushiona's face lit up. Young Master Jia, you scared me. I thought I had encountered bad people. Jia Kun approached her and asked, Is Zi Lin in the car? Yushiona nodded. Yes, excellent, Jia Kun exclaimed. Everything was going according to his plan. Move quickly, he ordered his assassins. Don't give him a chance to fight back. Behead him. Yes, sir. The assassins replied, grabbing their machetes and running towards Xia Lin's car. Young master, what are you doing? Yushiona asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Jia Kun replied with a sinister smile. I'm going to kill Xia Lin and let him watch you naked. Yushiona gasped. He may be a bit wicked, but he wouldn't do that, would he? Besides, murder is illegal. Young master, you can't commit a crime. Jia Kun burst out laughing. If I commit a crime, you'll be an accomplice. Miss you what? Yushiona exclaimed in shock. I planted the tracking device on you, Jia Kun revealed. That's how I was able to pinpoint Xia Lin's location. His smug expression made Yushiona want to punch him. He's dead for sure today, he added. The assassins had surrounded Zi Lin's car, ready to assassinate him. Why are you doing this? Yushiona asked, trembling. Zi Lin cost me 20 billion at the auction, Jia Kun roared. He also enjoyed the woman I drugged. He deserves to die, to be chopped into 1,000 pieces. He's a perverted psychopath. Upon hearing the truth from Jia Kun, Yushiona was stunned. So Zi Lin was right. That wine was drugged. You're the bad guy. You realized it too late, Jia Kun sneered. Only then did Yushiona realize her mistake. She turned and shouted towards Xio Lin's car. Xio Lin, watch out. But Jia Kun slapped her hard across the face. Shut up. Meanwhile, the assassins had begun their attack. They stealthily approached the car, hoping to catch Xio Lin off guard. However, they didn't realize that Xio Lin was waiting for them. I'm sorry, Zi Lin, Yushiona thought, filled with guilt. I've wronged you. Suddenly, Xio Lin's car spun around, its tires screeching. The assassins tried to smash the windows and drag him out, but they were met with a harsh reality. Oh no, it's bulletproof. Xio Lin kept spinning the car, flinging the assassins who had jumped on board. He gritted his teeth. Luckily, he was a skilled racer, and this was nothing to him. He just had to sit and turn the steering wheel. The car spun in a circle, successfully knocking all the assassins off their feet. That brat, Jia Kun shouted in shock. He discovered us so quickly. Zi Lin suddenly accelerated, speeding towards Jia Kun and Yushiona. Jia Kun, you dared to ambush me. He roared angrily. Don't blame me for turning against you. Today, I'll crush you like a pancake. But Jia Kun, thinking quickly, grabbed Yushiona and used her as a shield. Go ahead, kill us both, he challenged. Zi Lin gritted his teeth, trying to threaten me. Laughable. He didn't slow down, instead pressing the gas pedal harder. It seemed his only thought was to kill Jia Kun. Shit, he's crazy, Jia Kun thought in terror. Zi Lin's car slammed into Yushiona, sending her flying. Jia Kun quickly dodged out of the way. Yushiona's body crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. It felt like every bone in her body had shattered. Zi Lin finally stopped the car and got out. He stood before Jia Kun, his voice triumphant. Chairman Jia, you can't win. Zi Lin, that's your woman. Jia Kun shouted in disbelief. How can you be so heartless? She's lying in a pool of blood, and you don't even care. I'm alone, with only 100 billion in debt, Xia Lin replied calmly. What else do I have to care about? Women, they're nothing to me. He appeared cold and ruthless, but inwardly, he had calculated everything. My path ahead is fraught with danger, he thought to himself. I can't let anyone exploit my weaknesses. If I let Yu Xiaoner control me today, he'll use cosine, Yilan, Lingshu, and Mi and Qi to control me in the future. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, I wouldn't be able to escape. Jia Kun was also thinking. His men were injured, and Xia Lin was no pushover. If he continued to fight, both sides would suffer heavy losses. This guy is ruthless, he has nothing to lose, Jia Kun thought. I can't afford to go down with him. After a moment of contemplation, a smile spread across his face. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, he said, chuckling. Our grudge was all because of this woman. Now that she's dead, let's forget about it. There's no need to fight each other. He turned to leave. Let's go. See you later. Xia Lin, however, Jia Kun didn't know that Xia Lin was in a hurry. His face was pale, and he was silently praying, faster, 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 transform quickly. As soon as Jia Kun and his men were gone, Xia Lin rushed to Yu Xiaoner's body. He pressed his hand on her forehead to heal her. Great rejuvenation pill purchase successful. Due to insufficient intimacy points, 100 days of lifespan deducted. Remaining lifespan, 1 year and 275 days, the system announced. Thanks to the timely administration of the pill, Yu Xiaoner's body was revitalized, and she was pulled back from the brink of death. Zilin wiped the sweat from his brow, watching as Yu Xiaoner slowly regained consciousness. She was hit by my car and almost died. I used 100 days of my lifespan to save her. It's worth it. If she hadn't been on the verge of death, I would have forced Jia Kun to reveal the mastermind behind my family's downfall. After a few minutes, Yu Xiaoner's eyes fluttered open, her face regaining its color. Zilin, Jia Kun is a bad guy. He wanted to harm you, she exclaimed as soon as she woke up. Xia Lin thought, she's only telling me now. You're all right now, go home, he said coldly. Don't follow me anymore from today onwards. We owe each other nothing. He acted cold and indifferent, a stark contrast to his previous behavior. Yu Xiaoner quickly got up and followed him. Zilin, I was wrong about you. I didn't mean to harm you. Don't follow me, Xia Lin repeated coldly. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoner hugged his arm and said stubbornly, No, I've signed a contract to sell myself. From now on, I'm your woman. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Intimacy points increased by 10, the system announced. Zilin remained silent. This was all part of his plan. It was even better that she willingly walked into his trap. After smoking 3 packs of cigarettes, Bomber returned to drive Zilin and Yu Xiaoner to a deserted alley. The car can't enter this alley, Zilin said. Just find a parking lot. Yes, boss, Bomber replied. Zilin had bought Yu Xiaoner a luxurious outfit. From now on, you'll be my secretary, he said. I can buy you anything you want. As they were walking, they suddenly witnessed a scene where a mother and son were fighting over a bag. Son, this money is to pay off your debt, the mother pleaded. If you take it, our house will be confiscated. Get out of my way. Don't stop me from getting rich. The ungrateful son shouted back. This son was a true pain in the ass. This unfilial son was none other than Yu Bao, Yu Xiaoner's younger brother. There are only 10 minutes left until the auspicious time, he shouted. I can definitely earn 10 times, no, 100 times more. Yu Xiaoner, seeing this scene, was shocked. Mum, didn't you say Yu Bao stopped gambling? Didn't you say he had turned over a new leaf? Yu Bao hesitated upon seeing his sister. Yu Xiaoner decided not to hide the truth. This is the money I got from selling myself. She wondered if her mother and brother would show any compassion. However, the scene that unfolded was 3 people fighting over a bag. Give me the money, Yu Bao shouted, his youthful strength overpowering his mother. Give it to me. Don't stop me from making money. Didn't you say you wanted to get married? Yu Xiaoner shouted back. You keep asking me for money, and it turns out you're using it for gambling. Let go, Yubao shouted, raising his hand. It seemed he was about to hit Yushiona. Suddenly, Xiao rushed over and grabbed his hand. Stop it, he said coldly. Who the hell are you? Yubao shouted angrily. Zilin, without any hesitation, slapped Yubao hard across the face. Do you know how to talk? Didn't your mother teach you any manners? I don't think I did, his mother replied, scratching her head. That slap was nothing, Xiao said, unleashing a flurry of kicks, hitting Yubao until his face was swollen. I'm your brother-in-law. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. He felt a sense of satisfaction, however. The mother still loved her son. Don't hit my son. Let him go, Mom. Yubao deserves to be beaten. Yushiona said, pulling her mother back. Leave him alone. You're spoiling him. The mother pushed Yushiona aside without any hesitation. Get out of the way, you demon. But Xiao quickly caught Yushiona and shouted at the mother. This good-for-nothing gambler is your son, but isn't Shiona your daughter? Why are you so biased? My son has to carry on the family line. The mother retorted, what can a daughter do? She belonged to someone else's family in the future. She's just a burden that needs a dowry to get married. How can she compare to my son? Yushiona, hearing her mother's words, lowered her head and mumbled, I'm just a burden that needs a dowry to get married. She was furious. She opened her bag and said in a tearful voice, I just earned enough money for his dowry, and this is how you treat me. Yubao's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He wished he could swallow it whole and keep it for himself. Give me the money, he shouted, lunging towards Yushiona, but Zilin kicked him hard in the groin. Get lost, he said coldly. Yubao lay on the ground, writhing in pain. At that moment, a group of nosy onlookers gathered around. The big boss turned out to be Yubao's creditor, there to collect his debt. Yubao, when are you going to pay us back? He demanded. Yubao, as if seeing a beacon of hope, exclaimed, Brother. He started to get up and play the victim. Brother, I already had the money, but he stole it from me. He even beat me up. It hurts so much. Anyone who didn't know better would think Yubao was his younger brother. Mosquito raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction Yubao was pointing. He then kicked Yubao in the face. I don't care if you got beaten up. I only care about the money. This guy was truly pitiful, getting beaten up all the time. Mosquito approached Xiao and said in a threatening tone, hand over the money if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, when I get angry, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Yubao laughed triumphantly. You're finished. Do you know who Brother Mosquito is? He's the boss of this old town, a big shot in Zhongqing. Yushiona, hearing this, felt a bit worried. Zilin, let's just give them the money. I'm scared. Zilin picked up the bag of money. Okay, he then dropped the bag on the ground. Come and get it if you dare. Mosquito's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He bent down to pick it up without any hesitation. You know what's good for you, he thought. But before he could touch the money, a shoe print appeared on his cheek. Zilin just kicked him in the face. He was sent flying, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Brother, are you still alive? His two lackeys rushed over to check on him. Mosquito didn't answer, his face contorted in pain. How dare you mess with me? He roared. Beat him to death. Suddenly, a voice stopped them. Stop right there. Brother Bomber, Mosquito exclaimed in shock. Why are you here? Bomber said coldly. Mosquito, you should know better than to mess with him. He's my boss. If you offend him, you'll have to answer to me. Mosquito and his men were stunned. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Mosquito said, shaking his head repeatedly. Who doesn't know the reputation of you? And with the powerful backing of Haidonghui, how could we, small fry, dare to offend you? Luckily, they hadn't done anything to Zilin yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have bones left. Zilin chuckled. I didn't know I was so famous. Bomber scratched his head and replied respectfully, Of course, boss, I need some skills to be your driver. Mosquito and his men felt a chill down their spines, their backs drenched in sweat. To make Bomber so respectful, this person must have a powerful background. I just had a brush with death, Mosquito thought. He must be at least a high-ranking member of Heidonghui. Yu Bao, however, still didn't know what was good for him. He approached and asked, "Brother, why did you stop hitting him?" "He's my sister's boyfriend. How strong can he be? You want to die?" Mosquito slapped him so hard that his jaw dislocated. "Don't drag me down with you. I'm not married yet." Mosquito and his men then lined up and bowed their heads like turtles. "We have eyes but are blind. Please forgive us, boss." Zilin casually wrote a check for 1 million and handed it to Bomber. "It seems my brother-in-law isn't very honest," he said. "Discipline him for me. Teach him some manners, especially how to respect his sister." "This 1 million is your fee. Don't worry, boss," Bomber replied confidently. "I'll give you a well-behaved brother-in-law. Will my brother be all right?" Yu Xiana asked worriedly. "He may be a good for nothing, but he's still my brother." Yu Bao, being dragged away mercilessly, was still able to speak. "What are you doing? Let me go, my precious son." His mother cried out in distress. "Don't worry," Zilin chuckled. "We're just teaching him how to be a good person." As the sky grew darker, Yu Xiana led Zilin to a place and said, "This is my home." As soon as they opened the door, the lively scene inside caught their attention. "Are they celebrating New Year's Eve?" Xia wondered. Inside, for women were playing mahjong merrily. "I'll take these 9 tiles." They completely ignored the couple who had just arrived. After a while, one of the women, Maya, turned to them and said with a disdainful tone, "Oh, so this is Xia's boyfriend." Very ordinary, nothing special. At that moment, Yu Xiana's mother coincidentally returned home, bumping into her daughter with a hard shove. "You, the one who sold herself for money, are playing mahjong here," she shouted as soon as she entered. "You've lost all face." "Zilin is excellent," Yu Xiana retorted, "and you're not allowed to insult him, not even you, Mom." Yu Xiao's nosy relatives, fueled by their insatiable curiosity, started bombarding Xia with questions. "Excellent. Which school did he graduate from?" "A prestigious university," one of them asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Zilin, tired of their petty games, simply pulled out his Haikeng Noble Academy graduation certificate and flashed it before their eyes. "Haikeng Noble Academy," they exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that the school with an annual tuition fee of 1 million? Only the wealthy and powerful can afford to study there." Another woman scoffed and said, "What's so great about a school? It's all about how well you're doing in life." "Does he even have a car, or did he take a taxi here?" "The guy I introduced to Xia last time drives an Audi A4L, young and successful." Zilin, not wanting to waste his time arguing with them, simply took out his billion-dollar car key. They immediately recognized it as a Rolls-Royce key. However, despite seeing it with their own eyes, they stubbornly refused to believe it. Is that even his car? Maybe he bought a fake key online just to show off. "Yeah, I've seen this kind of thing on internet. It's so disgusting." Suddenly, a pot-bellied man rushed to the front door and shouted, "Whose is the limited edition gold Rolls-Royce parked outside? It's blocking the road. Move your car." The 2 women who had been mocking Zilin were stunned. A limited edition gold Rolls-Royce. The pot-bellied man looked around and sighed. "They don't look like they own a car like that. Never mind, I'll ask someone else." But Xia quickly pressed the button on his key, causing the car to beep. "Wait a minute, can you help me move it?" The 3 women inside were dumbfounded. It beeped. It's really his car. The nosy relatives were speechless. Then it was Yu Xiana's mother's turn. "I don't understand what a Rolls-Royce is," she said, her voice laced with disapproval. "Do you have your own house? Do you live with your parents?" Zilin silently handed her his villa contracts, her eyes widened in shock. "A villa, not just 1, but 10. He's a real tycoon." The other women were stunned. "Oh my God, I don't have many villas, just a dozen or so," Xia said casually, as if it were nothing. To him, they were probably just like a few leaves. The women, each holding a villa contract, immediately changed their tune, showering Xia with praise. "This young man is so handsome and kind. He's gentle and polite. This is what we call a good son-in-law. Xiana is so lucky to have found such a such a good boyfriend." Her mother exclaimed, almost slipping up. but Yu Shiona coldly snatched the villa contracts from their hands. "If you have nothing else to do, please don't bother Xia Lin," she said, her voice laced with annoyance. "He's very busy. This girl doesn't even understand as much as her son-in-law." One of the women complained, "She's gotten too big for her britches." Yu Shiona grabbed Zilin's hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the bedroom. It's too noisy here." Once they were in the room, Yu Shiona bowed and said, "Xia Lin, I'm sorry. My family is uneducated and has caused you trouble." Zilin sat down on the bed and replied, "It's okay." He pulled a piece of cloth from under his butt and said, "I think I sat on something." That something was Yu Shiona's panties. "What is this?" he asked, his face innocent. "Why is it so small? Do you usually not wear underwear?" Yu Shiona blushed and snatched the panties from his hand. "I'm so embarrassed. I haven't had time to clean the room. It's a bit messy." Intimacy points increased by 10, the system announced. Suddenly, the door burst open. Yu Shiona's mother entered with a tray of food. "Shiona, you must be hungry," she said in an overly friendly tone, a stark contrast to her previous shrewish behavior. "I made chicken for you, and there's some wine your father left behind. Why are you suddenly so nice?" Yu Shiona asked suspiciously, "Do you want money again?" "I'm telling you, I don't have any money for you." "What are you talking about, daughter?" her mother exclaimed, feigning offense. "How could I only care about your money? I only care about my son-in-law." She gently placed the tray of food on the table, closed the door, and said, "Eat while it's hot, and remember to drink the wine. This wine looks a bit suspicious," Xia Lin whispered. He took a sip and continued, "Your mother treats you quite well. She even gave you special treatment." Yu Shiona took a sip and replied, "She just wants a bigger dowry because she sees you have money. But don't mind her, I won't be coming back after today." However, Yu Shiona, who didn't usually drink alcohol, coughed after just a small sip. "It's so spicy," she exclaimed. Zilin, after finishing his drink, walked over to Yu Shiona, lifted her chin, and whispered, "Shiona, you're so beautiful." His eyes were glazed over, and his speech was slurred. Yu Shiona, initially confused, finally realized what was happening. "Oh no, this wine is spiked with aphrodisiacs." Zilin then pushed her onto the bed, leaving her with no way to escape. "Mum, you've killed me," she thought to herself. And so, a passionate scene unfolded. "Zilin, be gentle," Yu Shiona pleaded, her voice trembling. "My family is right outside." Zilin's idea of gentle involved the bed creaking so loudly that it sounded like it was about to break in half. After a vigorous workout, the couple lay in each other's arms, their breathing heavy. "You were so rough," Yu Shiona whispered in Xia Lin's ear. "I fainted several times," Xia Lin chuckled. "Your family's wine is strong. Bring me to bottles when we leave. We have a long future ahead of us." Yu Shiona playfully punched his chest. "You're so mean," she blushed and complimented him. "You're amazing." Intimacy points increased by 200. Total intimacy points, 230, the system announced. Sufficient intimacy points, unlocking contract reward. Zilin received two fortune-telling cards. "These are super rare cards," he thought excitedly. "They can only be used once, but they're enough for me to seize to major opportunities." He looked at Yu Shiona, who was putting on his shirt, and asked casually, "Shiona, what do you do for a living?" He thought to himself, "Besides her beauty, I don't see anything special about her." "How did this happen?" "I'm a future planner," Yu Shiona replied. "But this profession is too advanced. It takes years, even decades, to see results, so it's hard for me to find a job." "I see," Xia Lin said, understanding dawning on him. He got up, put on his jacket, and said, "Let's go. There's a financial forum today. I'll take you to see how the financial world plans for the future." "Can I go?" Yu Shiona exclaimed in surprise. "I know about this forum," she continued. "Many of my classmates are going, but only one of them got an invitation. He's been bragging about it online for 3 days. Everyone is so envious, including me." Zilin reached out and touched her face, his voice soft and seductive. "Remember, during the day, you're my little secretary. At night, you're my beloved. You can go wherever you want." He added confidently, "Don't forget, I'm the famous tycoon of hiking." Yu Shiona blushed, flustered. This guy is quite handsome. She couldn't resist any longer and leaned in, planting a kiss on his lips. Zilin was caught off guard. Intimacy points increased by 30, the system announced. After the kiss, Yu Shiona covered her face with her hands, shyly peeking at him through her fingers. Xia chuckled inwardly. So adorable. Later, at the Haikeng Financial Building, Xia said after getting out of the car, "Xia, wait here. I'll go park the car. You can go inside and wait for me. The invitation is in your bag," he continued. "Just show it to them." "Okay, boss," Yu Shiona replied, turning to leave. Zilin got back into the car, started the engine, and drove down to the parking lot. As Yu Shiona approached the entrance, a security guard stopped her. "Please show us your invitation." She quickly reached for the invitation in her bag, but before she could take it out, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind her. "Oh, isn't this my old classmate, Yu Shiona?" It was her former classmate, Leon Ni. "You finished the job I introduced you to so quickly," she sneered. "How much did you earn? Was the client satisfied with your service?" The man beside her was none other than Zhao Kun. Yu Shiona turned around in shock. "Liang Gokfong, if you hadn't lied to me last night, saying it was just a modeling gig, I wouldn't have signed that contract to sell myself," she accused. "You deliberately harmed me." Leon Ni scoffed. "It has nothing to do with me. You were just stupid." Yu Shiona then pointed at Zhao Kun and continued to berate him. "And you, pretending to be a gentleman? I actually thought you were kind enough to help me. You're the most despicable bastard. If it weren't for Xio, I would have been ruined," Yu Zhao Kun exclaimed in shock. "You weren't run over. What's going on? I clearly saw you lying in a pool of blood, unable to move." After his initial shock, Zhao Kun sighed. "Forget it. It doesn't matter. You cost me a fortune. My plan last night was to teach you a lesson and have some fun. You got lucky and survived. Be happy about it." Yu Shiona was speechless with anger. You. Liani's eyes then fell on the invitation in Yu Shiona's bag. She reached into the bag as if it were her own and sneered. "Oh, you even have an invitation to the financial forum. Fake, right? Someone like you could never be qualified to attend such a high-level event. Give it back to me." Yu Shiona tried to snatch it back. "I have to go in." But Leon Ni quickly dodged, preventing her from getting it back. She ripped the invitation into pieces and said, "The financial forum is the biggest event in the southern financial world. Only the elites can attend." After tearing it up, she threw the pieces on the ground and said, "Lowly creatures like you should stay in your filthy little pond. Don't ever dream of climbing to the level of us elites. You're going to five." Yu Shiona shouted, her anger reaching its boiling point. Tears streamed down her face as she yelled, "Li Yufeng, we grew up together in the same alley. How are you any better than me? Your father is sick and bedridden. If you're so capable, why don't you take care of him?" Leon Ni shouted back, "Shut up. Don't call me Li Yufeng. My name is Leon Ne." She raised her hand to slap Yu Shiona, but a large hand stopped her. Zilin grabbed her wrist tightly and said coldly, "I just left for a moment, and you're already bullying my secretary." Leon Ni raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Your secretary?" She put on a bold face and said, "I don't know who you are, but anyone who can attend this forum must have a certain status. If you're hiring someone as lowly as her as your secretary, it doesn't say much about your status either." As soon as she finished speaking, Zilin slapped her so hard that she fell to the ground. "Who I hire is my business. It has nothing to do with you," he said, his voice laced with menace. You, Leon Ni stammered, clutching her cheek. She was too embarrassed to get up immediately. She pretended to shed a few tears and turned to Zhao Kun for help. "Zhao Kun, he hit me. Don't you see? Avenge me." But Zhao Kun, instead of avenging her, extended his hand towards Xio. "Young Master Xio, what a coincidence to see you here." Zilin shook his hand without hesitation. "Indeed, what a coincidence." Leon Ni was stunned. She got up and clung to Zhao Kun's arm, whining, "Zhao Kun, he hit me." Zhao Kun kicked her in the shoulder without any mercy. "Damn it, I'm not blind. I saw it. I just didn't want to acknowledge it." Xio chuckled. Chairman, you're not angry at me because of this woman, are you? Zhao Kun smiled sinisterly. Women are like clothes, members are like limbs. Besides, you're a leader of Heidonghui. How could I be angry at you over a woman? Zilin put his arm around Yu Shiona and walked inside. The chairman is truly a man of great ambition, he said before entering. We'll go in first, chairman. All right, Zhao Kun replied warmly. You must show your skills at the forum later, no problem, Xiaolin said. Leonie watched them leave, her eyes wide with disbelief. He's a leader of Heidonghui, no wonder Yu Shiona can come to a place like this. She has a powerful backer. Still not satisfied, she complained to Zhao Kun, am I just going to let him get away with hitting me? Shut up, Zhao Kun snapped to him. Women were nothing. He clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in anger. I'll make them pay, he thought to himself. Xiaolin has angered me several times. Today, I'll make sure he can't turn things around at the forum. After the auditorium was filled with important figures, the MC's voice echoed through the hall. Thank you all for attending today's financial forum, the MC continued excitedly. Today, we are honored to have with us the globally renowned Queen of Work, Miss Yi. Thunderous applause erupted, as everyone admired Yilan's talent and her unwavering confidence in her abilities. Yu Shiona, standing among the audience, couldn't help but express her admiration. Yilan is my idol, my role model. My goal is to become a future planner for her. I believe that as long as I work hard, I can definitely work under her leadership. Zilin chuckled and replied, That's easy. Yu Shiona immediately turned to him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Easy. You don't know how formidable Yilan is. You must have heard of Unicorn Group's 200 billion debt, right? Not wanting to dampen her spirits, Xiaolin played along, feigning interest. Unicorn Group, yes, I know them, Yu Shiona began to explain. Unicorn Group was on the verge of collapse. After Yilan took over, she turned losses into profits. Many real estate projects and unfinished projects were restarted. Now, the entire High King praises her as a legend. The attendees also chimed in with their praises, the Queen of Work, the best of the best. At that moment, Yilan gracefully walked towards Xiaolin and Yu Shiona. Yu Shiona was so excited that she shook Zilin's arm, her face beaming with joy. Xiaolin, this is a great opportunity. She's coming towards us. How should I approach her? I really want to meet her. But what Yu Shiona didn't expect was that the Queen of Work, whom she had always admired, would walk up to Xiaolin and affectionately link her arm with his. Boss, today's forum is extremely important, Yilan said. It's great that you could come. I was just about to introduce you to some people. Zilin smiled. You've come at the right time. I also have someone I want to introduce to you. The word boss struck Yu Shiona like an arrow to the heart. Boss? Why is she calling him boss? What's going on? Zilin continued. CEO Yi, this is Yu Shiona, my newly hired secretary. She's a future planner with a keen business sense. Yilan greeted her warmly after the introduction. Hello, Yu Shiona, unable to contain her excitement, rushed forward and grabbed Yilan's hand. Hello, I can't believe I have the opportunity to work with my idol. I'm so lucky, she thought to herself. Oh my god. Zilin is the chairman of Unicorn Group, the young master of the top conglomerate in Huaxia. I've hit the jackpot. While the three of them were exchanging pleasantries, the MC's voice boomed through the hall once again. Beside me is Miss Li, known as the Black Rose of the financial world. In just 3 short months, she has not only accurately predicted the futures market, but also kept the Hansen Index and NAD Index fluctuating within the golden zone. Most impressively, she earned Mr. ZHO 1.8 billion in a single trade. Now, the financial world is buzzing that after the Queen of Work, Yilan, the next rising star is Leonie. Truly, talent emerges in every generation. It seemed like Zhao Kun had paid for this introduction. Otherwise, why would they praise Leonie to such an extent? Yilan chuckled politely, a mere imitation. Leonie, hearing this, snatched the microphone from the MC and declared loudly, I'm here today for one reason only, to claim the title of Queen of Work. In my opinion, CEO years getting old. It's time for her to retire and enjoy her golden years. The audience gasped in shock. Oh my God. She's openly declaring war. Is this a fighting arena? Take your personal grudges elsewhere. Yulan remained calm and composed. The financial world is always like this. Every year, there are newcomers who want to step on the shoulders of their predecessors to rise to the top. But in the end, things don't always go according to plan. She continued, young lady, don't let a bit of luck make you think you're invincible. The financial world is much deeper than you can imagine. You can't handle it. These were Yulan's heartfelt words of advice for Leon Ni, but Leon Ni, stubbornly refusing to listen, retorted, let's have a competition then. Yulan sighed, a competition? What kind? Of course, it's about who can help their boss earn the most money in the shortest amount of time, Leon Ni replied. Yulan readily agreed, all right, I'm not afraid of a challenge. Leon Ni quickly opened her laptop and declared, I choose gold. Before the final report, I believe it will perform exceptionally well. Yu Xiaono turned to Yulan in surprise. The price of gold has been fluctuating a lot recently. A sharp increase today is a foregone conclusion. It's unfair for her to make the first move, Yulan smiled faintly. She's a junior, so let her have her moment. She then instructed her staff, immediately calculate the best investment plan for today. Her staff immediately started typing away on their computers, filling the auditorium with the sounds of breathing and keyboard clicks. Zhao Kun spoke softly, Xio Lin, these women are having their little battle. Why don't we place a bet to make things more interesting? Zilin chuckled, all right, going all in is a form of intelligence, he added. Suddenly, another uninvited guest barged in, his voice loud and boisterous. Chairman, with your status, why do you need to personally get involved? It was none other than Yu Xiaoqian, he said confidently. Let me bet with him. I'll put my auto dealership on the line, worth 100 billion. Zilin didn't hesitate. Then I'll bet my Do Ren Tong. At that moment, one of Unicorn's staff members spoke up. Boss, there are no projects today that can earn more money than gold. Yulan's face instantly froze. This wasn't part of the plan. Yu Xiaoqian and his men burst into laughter, as if they had just won the lottery. Yu Xiaoqian seized the opportunity to mock Xio Lin. You're finished this time. Huang Yaozu raised his hand. I'll bet Hai King Charity Hospital, market value 100 billion. Gao Jianhe followed suit. I'll bet Hai King Trading Company, market value 100 billion. Zhao Kun glanced at Su Mingyu and asked, what about you, Miss Su? Su Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, let me see. Zhao Kun felt a flicker of annoyance. Fine, you chose to stand with Zilin. Don't blame me for not warning you. Su Mingyu responded, he always manages to turn things around. I want to see what he'll do this time. Huang Yaozu immediately seized the opportunity to taunt Zilin, turn things around. You overestimate him. He was just a young man who took advantage of the chairman's absence. Gao Jianhe chimed in gleefully. He relied on hacks to win so many times. Today, his hacks aren't here. He's definitely going to lose. He won't be able to recover. Yulan said with a worried expression, Xio Lin, in this kind of short-term competition, once the opponent gains an advantage and their cash flow is greater than ours, it will be very difficult for us to win. She whispered, I'm sorry, boss, I've let you down. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, Yu Xiaono's voice suddenly rang out. Maybe there's still a chance. She said loudly, it's the chip. Based on my analysis of the international situation, recent market prices have fluctuated greatly. It's very likely that the chip, Yulan immediately countered, the chip market has been flooded with fake news recently. There are reports saying that we need to push for alternative products. Entering the market at this time is very risky, Yu Xiaono exclaimed worriedly. Then what should we do? If we lose this time, we'll lose 300 billion. Yulan's face was covered in sweat. She said softly, we've worked so hard to accumulate to 100 billion in market value. If we lose, everything will go back to square one. We won't even have the strength to start over. At this moment, Su Mingyu rushed over to persuade Zilin. Zilin, apologize to the chairman. Say something nice to him. She urged him repeatedly, don't lose everything because of a moment of anger. but Xio Lin's stubborn expression remained unchanged. Apologize? Never. Even Su Mingyu and Zhao Kun were shocked. This guy's young master temperament was deeply ingrained. Left with no other choice, Xio Lin decided to use his fortune-telling card to predict the future. A warm breeze suddenly enveloped him, causing everyone in the auditorium to gasp in surprise. What's happening? Where is this wind coming from? After the fortune-telling, Xio Lin said confidently, "We're choosing the chip." The members of Heidonghui burst into laughter. "He's gone crazy. This guy is really insane." Gao Jianhe chuckled. "I admire your spirit. You're truly a bankrupt young master with a backbone." Leon Ni couldn't help but laugh along, but a bit of backbone comes at a price. Zhao Kun added, "And what price can't be endured?" Su Mingyu, tired of talking to Xio Lin without him listening, turned and walked away in frustration. "He's crazy. He's betting all our hopes on a gamble. I shouldn't have had any hope for him. Forget it. It's up to him." Yulan also muttered softly, "You've disappointed me." Tears streamed down her face as she choked back a sob. "I tried my best to help you turn things around. You ruined half of Unicorn Group's future just to save her. Why?" Yushiana, seeing that all the blame was directed at her, stammered, "Xio Lin, I'm not sure either. Don't." But Xio Lin suddenly roared, "Shut up, all of you." He shouted, "Listen to my command. Use all our money to buy all the 7-nanometer chips. Sweep the market clean." The staff was stunned. One of them was about to speak up, but Xio Lin immediately retorted, "I'm the chairman of Unicorn Group." His words silenced everyone. Zilin stood before the company employees, radiating an aura of authority. "If you don't follow my instructions," he said, "pack your bags and get out." The employees, with families to feed and bills to pay, gritted their teeth and obeyed. Losing their jobs was not an option. Zhao Kun, witnessing this display of dominance, clapped his hands in mock admiration. "I truly admire young Master Xio's dedication to beauty over his empire. This is what a real man is like. Bravo, bravo." Zilin turned to him and offered a piece of advice. "Chairman, the chip price will skyrocket today. I suggest you stock up on some. It will definitely help you earn a lot." Despite the constant insults and belittling from the Heidonghui members, Xio Lin remained a genuinely decent person, always willing to help them. However, Zhao Kun couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Zilin's suggestion. He laughed so hard that he sprayed water from his mouth. "He's trying to trick me. Does he think I'm as stupid as him?" Omni and Wang Yazu, who were beside him, also laughed until they almost fell off their chairs. "We came here for a financial forum, but it turned into a comedy show starring Xio Lin," they joked. Seeing that Zilin wasn't gaining any ground in this battle, the Heidonghui members started placing bigger baits. "If the chip price increases significantly today, I'll eat shit to mouthfuls," Gao Jianhe declared boldly. "I'll do a handstand while taking a shit," Yu Shaoqiang added. "If you can turn things around with the chip, I'll call you grandpa." Little did they know that they would soon regret their words. "Have you bought it yet?" Xio Lin asked his staff. "Yes, boss," they replied, heads bowed. After a while, Leon Ni checked her watch arrogantly. "Time's almost up." Yu Shaoqiang immediately ordered his staff, "Go and seize all of Unicorn Group's assets. Don't miss a single penny, even if it's a garbage company. Take it." His staff rushed towards Unicorn Group, ready to devour everything. But Xio Lin remained calm. "What's the rush?" Zhao Kayuan seized the opportunity to gloat. "Xio Lin, are you enjoying this? These 2 minutes can bring you back to life, can they? Accept your defeat. You're destined to be a loser for the rest of your life." Just as he finished speaking, a notification popped up on Unicorn Group's computer. "You have a new message. Please check." Yushiana cheered excitedly. "There's news." In reality, everyone was anxiously watching. Uxiana's eyes widened in surprise as she read the news. According to the latest international news, the import of chips has been completely halted. Chip prices in the market have skyrocketed, especially the 7-nanometer chip, which has increased tenfold. Yulan gasped in astonishment. "We've turned things around in a desperate situation." Leonie couldn't believe her ears. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a flurry of notification sounds filled the auditorium. Lian's staff started to panic. My phone has the news, me too. Zhao Kun, after reading the news, clenched his phone tightly, his teeth gritted in anger. It's actually true, I thought I could win big this time. Huang Yazu, Gao Jianhe, and Yu Shaqian, after reading the news, couldn't help but throw their phones on the ground in frustration. Did we wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? All the news is bad. Zilin continued, unfortunately, my cash flow wasn't sufficient. In half a day, I could only earn over 500 billion, but he quickly snatched the contracts from the Heidonghui members, much to their dismay. Plus your 300 billion each, my profit today isn't too bad. Yilan and Yu Xiaona rushed over, their voices filled with excitement. Xiao Lin, we won, we won. Zilin, thank you for supporting me, you're amazing. The three of them hugged each other, celebrating their victory. Su Mingyu, watching their happiness, couldn't hide her surprise. He actually turned things around in a desperate situation. It's a miracle, Zilin smiled sinisterly. Three gentlemen, don't forget that someone promised to do a handstand while taking a shit, someone promised to eat shit, and someone promised to kneel and call me grandpa. His words pierced the hearts of the three CEOs like needles. We shouldn't have boasted, Wang Yaozu and Gao Jianhe shouted in unison. No way, Yu Shaqian retorted. I'm not calling you grandpa, one grandpa is enough. Zilin, despite their refusal to honor their baits, remained calm. Very well, it's fine if you don't keep your word. I have plenty of chips anyway. I've already won big, Liani whispered to Zhao Kun. The chip is now a strong currency, its value increasing 100-fold. This is just the beginning. Next, the commodity battle will be fierce. We can't let Xiao Lin monopolize this profitable business. Zhao Kun nodded in agreement. His mind was already filled with devious plans. Zhao Kun, ever the scheming opportunist, rushed to Zilin and put on a show of camaraderie. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to young Master Xiao for taking the top spot. May you prosper. Yulan narrowed her eyes in suspicion. What is he up to? Is he planning another trick? One would think that Zilin would see through Zhao Kun's fake sincerity, but he responded warmly, Chairman Zhao, you're too kind. Zhao Kun, emboldened by this response, put his arm around Xiao Lin's shoulder as if they were old friends. Young Master Xiao, since you've made so much money, let's share the wealth. We're all members of Heidonghui, sailing in the same boat. How can you eat alone? Xiao Lin immediately shrugged off Zhao Kun's arm and said coldly, I bought the chips myself. I told you to buy them too, but you not only didn't buy them, you even laughed at me. Zhao Kun, unfazed by the rebuke, simply chuckled. Young Master Xiao, I don't have such good foresight as you. Compared to you, I'm just a frog in a well. Xiao Lin smiled. It's not that bad, you also made a lot of money from gold. Zhao Kun's face darkened. Made a lot of money, my ass. Talking about this makes me angry. Without hesitation, he slapped Liani across the face right in the middle of the crowded auditorium. He pointed at her and shouted, if it weren't for this bitch twisting the truth, my relationship with young Master Xiao wouldn't be so strained. Despite his loud outburst, this was all part of his plan. When no one was paying attention, Zhao Kun whispered to Liani, it's just a show. We're putting on a performance for them, bear with it. Liani responded enthusiastically, I understand, hit me harder, it needs to look real. Zhao Kun raised his hand again, as if about to strike her again. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. But Zilin rushed over and grabbed his hand. Forget it, he sighed. Zhao Kun smirked inwardly. This fool is too naive. How about this? Xiao Lin said. I'll give you 100 million chips. Forget about it. You're the chairman. I'll lend you 200 billion. Zhao Kun was overjoyed. This money, Xiao Lin continued, will be directly deducted from Unicorn Group's debt. Zhao Kun nodded in satisfaction. All right, you're truly my good brother. Su Mingyu, seeing this injustice, rushed over to remind Zilin. The chip price has already increased significantly. It will definitely continue to rise. If you sell it now, you'll lose out on the biggest profit. Jiao Kun, seeing that Su Mingyu was about to ruin his plan, lashed out at her. Su Mingyu, stop pretending to be kind. You're just trying to persuade Zilin so you can buy his chips, right? Su Mingyu, caught off guard, stammered, my family does want to buy them, but whether he sells them or not is up to him. Lin pretended to ponder. But I only have 30 million chips left. How many should I sell? The three Heidonghui members, like cats who had found a delicious fish, rushed over and started sweet-talking Lin, young master Xio, sell them to me. We'll pay you immediately, pay first, deliver later. Zilin crossed his arms and said coldly, you three broke your promises, I definitely won't sell them to you. Yu Shakyong scratched his head and explained, young master Z, don't take it seriously. We were just joking, Gao Jian he added, eating shit isn't realistic. Huang Yaozu chimed in, since we're all leaders of Heidonghui, let's change the bet. Zilin was speechless. He simply took out 3 bottles of vodka and placed them on the table. Here, you three, finish these 3 bottles of vodka, then I'll sell you the chips. The 3 men froze, sweat dripping down their faces. After we drink them, will you pay for our funerals? This is too cruel. Zilin sneered, don't want to, then I'll sell the chips to someone else. The 3 men, desperate, grabbed the bottles. I'll drink. They gulped down the vodka as if it were water, but they vomited as fast as they drank. Su Mingyu, seeing the commotion, rushed over. I'll drink too. She said hesitantly, if you don't want to keep the chips, and I want to do chip business. But Zilin looked at her with a cold and distant gaze. Sorry, there's no share for you. I want to sell my chips to my good brothers. Su Mingyu was rendered speechless by Lin's cold rejection. Meanwhile, Lin, seemingly under the influence of something, put his arms around the shoulders of the 3 Heidonghui members and laughed heartily. Good brothers, you're true friends. Su Mingyu muttered under her breath, her voice filled with disappointment. Lin, you're beyond saving. But Lin turned to her, stuck out his tongue, and mocked, as if I need your concern. His words infuriated Su Mingyu. Yu Shiona asked anxiously, why is the boss acting like he's friends with these bad guys? Yu Lan was also extremely worried. Has he forgotten the deep hatred he carries? Has he forgotten the hope of reviving Unicorn Group? She suddenly handed Lin her CEO card. Boss, she said softly, it's time for the old to make way for the new. I made a mistake. I should step down. Step down for whom? Lin asked, confused. Yu Shiana predicted that the chip price would increase, which helped you, Yu Lan replied. She's a qualified venture capitalist. You don't need me anymore. Her words were laced with disappointment and a hint of resentment, hoping that Lin would try to keep her. But Lin immediately countered, no, you didn't make a mistake. Yu Lan was surprised. What do you mean? Zilin looked at the group who was still laughing and joking, and said cryptically, they won't be laughing for long. They'll be crying their eyes out soon. Meanwhile, Leonie, after discussing with her partner, nodded happily. Yes, she hung up the phone with a snap. I've found a beer, she announced. We can earn 5 times the profit with a 200 billion deal. They'll be here soon to sign the contract. Jiao Kun laughed triumphantly. This money is so easy to earn. Yu Shakyang added, our beer has also been found. I don't have 5 times the profit like the chairman, but earning 2 or 3 times is not a problem. Their faces were filled with joy. Lin walked over and said with a smile, congratulations. Congratulations, but the group responded with sly smiles. Their plan to trick Lin had finally succeeded. Jiao Kun started to mock him. Young master Xio, you're truly the son of a bankrupt man. You've already lost over 100 billion, yet you can still laugh. Yu Shakyang joined in the laughter. The foolish son of a landlord, he added, what a fool. Giving us so much money for free. Gao Jian he chimed in, we've earned back all the money he won from us, and even made a huge profit. How satisfying. Leonie looked at Yu Lan and Yu Shiona with disdain. You guys, with a boss like this, still want to revive Unicorn Group. You're dreaming. Zilin, facing their mockery, said coldly, you're celebrating too early. What do you mean? Jiao Kun asked curiously. But Lin remained cryptic. You'll find out soon enough. Just then, Liane's phone rang. Still unaware of what was about to happen, she said excitedly, Zhao Kun, it's the partner. They must be calling to transfer the money, but her hopes were dashed as soon as she answered the phone. The partner on the other end started yelling at her, you lied to me. They've already announced the 5nm chip, and you're still trying to sell me the 7nm chip, dream on. I'm cancelling the contract. Zhao Kun and his cronies were stunned. 5nm, what? Zilin seized this opportunity to show them the news. Breaking international news. Production of 5nm and 7nm chips severely impacted. Prices have plummeted, he smiled. I'm so sorry, but the chips in your hands are now practically worthless. You can use them as toys. Zhao Kun's group, after reading the news, looked like fish out of water, their faces drained of all color. Yushiana cheered excitedly, oh my god, what a dramatic turn of events. Such market fluctuations are truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Xiao Lin turned to Yulan and praised her. See, I told you, you're my strategist. Your predictions are spot on. Yulan covered her mouth and giggled. You have a good eye for talent. She couldn't hide her confidence. Intimacy points increased by 100, the system announced. Yushiana exclaimed joyfully, Boss, it's a good thing you sold the chips in time. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss. You're amazing. Intimacy points increased by 100, the system announced again. Zilin was reaping a bountiful harvest of intimacy points. Yushiana asked curiously, Boss, how did you know that the chip market would fluctuate so drastically? Zilin thought for a moment and came up with a plausible excuse. Well, you just need to pay close attention to the international situation. He thought to himself, I can't tell her that I used a fortune-telling card. Yulan immediately turned to Leonie and said sarcastically, Miss Li, it seems you still have a lot to learn. Leonie was too embarrassed to retort. Zilin, with one arm around Yulan's shoulder and the other around Uxier's waist, said triumphantly, a feast to repay a 200 billion debt, win 3 companies and 300 billion in cash. This trip was a huge success. He left with his two goddesses, not forgetting to say, what a great harvest. Zhao Kun gritted his teeth in anger. I won't let him take 800 billion so easily. It seems I'll have to resort to some tricks. Leonie immediately tried to reassure him. Zhao Kun, don't worry. With my investment skills, we'll make up for this loss sooner or later. But Zhao Kun slapped her across the face and yelled, you bitch. You're not even worthy of being compared to Yulan shit. If it weren't for your meddling, I wouldn't have fallen into his trap. This time, the slap was real, not part of the act. Yu Shaqian exclaimed worriedly, Zhao Kun, what should we do now? We can't just let him walk away with 800 billion. Zhao Kun said, of course not. Where's Simingyu? Huang Yazi replied, I saw her leaving with Xiao Lin. What? Zhao Kun exclaimed in shock. He clenched his fists in anger and said menacingly, Simingyu has been siding with Xiao Lin. She has touched the Su family's bottom line. This is the perfect opportunity for Su Shiji to take over. Outside the financial building, Simingyu rushed after Zilin. Xiao Lin, wait. She asked breathlessly, you didn't sell me the chips earlier. Did you anticipate that the chip price would plummet? It was true, but Xiao Lin denied it coldly. CEO Su, you overestimate me. I don't have the ability to predict the future. He turned his head and said, it was just luck. Su Mingyu was secretly shocked. There's no such thing as coincidence in this world. Even if you don't admit it, I know it's true, but Xiao Lin, why didn't you tell me? After all these years, do you still resent me? This thought made her lower her head sadly. Zilin, with nothing more to say, turned and left. Zilin, Zhao Kun won't give up easily, Simingyu called after him. Be careful, Xiao Lin and his two goddesses then walked down the street and returned to Unicorn Group. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yulan asked, Boss, be honest with me. What's your relationship with Su Mingyu? Zilin massaged his shoulders and replied wearily, didn't I tell you? We're just classmates, Yulan immediately retorted. Stop it. She endured so much pressure to help you many times. It's definitely not just a classmate relationship. You can't hide it forever. Xiao Lin decided to tell the truth. Actually, we had a marriage contract, But then, for some reason, the Su family broke it off. Our families became enemies because of this. Su Mingyu has always felt guilty about it. Yilan was surprised. Breaking off a marriage contract with the top conglomerate without a reason. There must be a reason. There must be something else going on. Lin sighed. I can't figure out why the Su family did that. Maybe they were just playing with me. Yilan whispered, unless the Su family knew in advance that the Xio family would fall. Zilin immediately turned to her and asked, are you saying that my father's death is related to the Su family? Yilan replied, I can't be sure, but the Su family must know something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up such a good opportunity for a marriage alliance. Yu Xiana chimed in, Yi has a point. Upon hearing this information, Xio Lin gritted his teeth and declared, I will find out the truth behind Unicorn Group's downfall. I will make those responsible pay. I will rebuild our family's empire. Meanwhile, at Unicorn Group's headquarters, Su Shiji, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, arrived Jia Kun's orders. They began hauling out company documents, acting like they owned the place. From today onwards, this unicorn building belongs to the Su family. He announced, get out, all of you. Mei and Chi refused to stand idle by. She grabbed a chair and yelled, you bastard. How dare you touch Unicorn Group's property? I'll fight you to the death. She charged towards Su Shiji, ready to smash the chair against him until it shattered into pieces, but Su Shiji was prepared. He quickly pulled out an electric baton and aimed it at Mei, intending to knock her unconscious. Just as danger loomed, Xio Lin arrived like a hero. With his long legs, he delivered a swift kick to Su Shiji's face. The two bodyguards behind Su Shiji rushed to their boss's aid. Get out of here, Xio Lin ordered coldly. Stay any longer, and you'll regret it. Su Shiji quickly got up, wiping the blood from his nose. Zilin, she's just a lowly employee. Is she worth you getting involved? Aren't you afraid of offending the Su family and causing your already struggling unicorn group to completely collapse? Xio Lin slapped Su Shiji across the face. Even your sister wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you're God? The bodyguards were shocked. Young master, you're really bold. They were about to attack Xio Lin, but Su Shiji stopped them. No need to fight. He's just struggling before his inevitable demise. Let him be arrogant for now. What harm can he do? Su Shiji said with a dark expression, Unicorn Group owes my High King Bank 100 billion. It's been overdue for 3 months, according to the contract. Unicorn Group now belongs to the Su family, and the hundreds of billions you earned at the forum also belong to us. Yilan's eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? Our own business ventures have nothing to do with you. Su Shiji pulled out a contract and said smugly, this is a mortgage contract signed by Ziche, Xio Lin's father. Yilan was stunned. What? He mortgaged the entire company. So all my hard work during this time was for you? Su Shiji laughed. That's right, you've been working for us this whole time. Yilan was so shocked that she almost fainted. Zilin patted her shoulder reassuringly. CEO Yi, don't worry, leave it to me. He quickly took out his gold card and said, there's 300 billion in here, 100 billion to repay the debt, and 200 billion for the late fees. How's that? Su Shiji slapped Zilin's hand away. Dream on. I heard you also won 3 big companies worth hundreds of billions in market value. If you're sincere, hand over those companies to me. Only then did Zilin realize what Su Shiji was after. He sneered, so you're also Jia Kun's dog. Su Shiji, exposed, tried to change the subject. Nonsense, pay up. Seeing that Su Shiji refused to accept the money, Xio Lin put the card back in his pocket. Sorry, but you won't be getting a single penny now. His words infuriated Su Shiji. Yilan immediately reminded Xio Lin, boss, if we don't honor the contract, we'll go to jail. I can't let that happen. Zilin calmly tore up the contract and said firmly, my father, even in his confusion, would never sign such a contract. This is a scheme, and I will not honor it. Su Shiji laughed triumphantly. I knew you would say that. That's why I prepared a gift for you, he gestured, and Luo Yinon stepped forward. Zilin, you've committed a crime, she said. Zilin, unfazed by her sudden appearance, said calmly, "You've arrived just in time." Luo Yinon said sternly, "Xio Lin, I told you that if you ever committed a crime, I would arrest you." At that moment, a female voice shouted, "Stop!" Su Mingyu, seemingly alerted by someone in her family, rushed to Unicorn Group with UFEI Sushiji. "The Su family's affairs are not for you to decide," she demanded. Su Mingyu, without any hesitation, pushed Luo Yinon and shouted, "Luo Yinon, do you have any humanity left?" She began to criticize her before Xia Lin gave up his status as a tycoon's heir to pursue the Cinderella who loved him. "You didn't even thank him, and now you're kicking him while he's down." Luo Yinon was taken aback. "Su Mingyu, why are you suddenly attacking me like this?" She retorted, "You have no right to judge me. You were the one who broke off the engagement, humiliating him in Haikeng. What right do you have to talk about morality now?" Su Mingyu stepped closer to Luo Yinon and shouted, "But you're pushing him to his death now." Luo Yinon sneered, "We're both the same." Witnessing this heated argument, UFER approached Xia Lin and teased, "Wow, your love life is quite complicated." As expected, a tycoon's heir, Xia Lin remained silent, knowing that any response would only fuel her teasing. Yushiona exclaimed, "Aren't you the beautiful girl who was harassed by Zilin that day?" YUFEI turned to her and explained, "I was the one teasing him that day. He was just threatening me. You didn't actually believe it, did you?" Yushiana was dumbfounded, another misunderstanding. "I shouldn't judge things based on a single perspective." She muttered to herself, "The world of the rich is too complicated. I wonder when I'll be able to enter it." Suddenly, Luo Yinon grabbed Zilin's hand and declared, "I must take Zilin away today." "Zilin, come with me." Su Mingyu refused to back down. She grabbed Zilin's other hand and shouted, "Luo Yinon, the Su family's affairs are now under my control. We don't need your help. You can leave." Luo Yinon looked at Xia Lin with a determined gaze. "Zilin, come with me. I'm doing this for your own good." Zilin quickly pulled his hand away and sneered, "For my own good, I understand. You want to lock me up so that the people of Hiking won't target me, the remnants of Unicorn Group, anymore, right?" Luo Yinon's eyes lit up. "Yes, the waters of Unicorn Group are too deep. If you continue to investigate, you'll lose your life. Coming with me is the safest option." But Zilin said softly, "I'd rather die seeking revenge than live in hiding." He added, "I don't trust you." His words pierced Luo Yinon's heart like a knife, leaving her speechless. "Zilin," she stammered. Xia Lin cut her off coldly. "Captain Luo, your business here is done. You can leave." Luo Yinon's face turned pale. She knew that this might be the last time he would treat her gently. "Retreat," she said reluctantly. But Sushiji protested, "Wait, Captain Luo. You can't just leave like this." As soon as he finished speaking, someone slapped him. Su Mingyu scolded him coldly, "Who the hell do you think you are? Since when do you have the authority to make decisions for the Su family?" Sushiji wiped the blood from his mouth and retorted, "Su Mingyu, open your eyes. This is the best opportunity for our Su family to swallow Unicorn Group. I won't let this chance slip away. Why are you stopping me? What are you thinking?" Su Mingyu slapped him again. "I'm the current CEO of the Su family. I know what I'm doing. I don't need your concern." She continued, "Moreover, the Su family's success today is the result of generations of hard work, not through underhanded tactics." Sushiji muttered, "Talking about being righteous." He then shouted, "What role did our Su family play in the siege of Unicorn Group?" "You know it very well." Su Mingyu gasped, "Shut up." This was the secret she had been trying to hide, and now Sushiji had revealed it. She ordered him to leave without any hesitation. "Get out of here." Sushiji gritted his teeth in anger. "Fine, give up this great opportunity. Let's see how you'll explain yourself to the Su family when you get back. Let's go." He stormed off with his bodyguards, too humiliated to stay any longer. Su Mingyu couldn't help but curse under her breath. She turned to Xia Lin and said apologetically, "Xia Lin, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I didn't plan this." Sushiji acted on his own. "As for the contract, it's invalid." Xia Lin replied softly, "Su Mingyu, thank you." You're the only one who didn't kick me while I was down. I'll remember this kindness. Su Mingyu said seriously, if you're grateful, then I want you to promise me one thing. What is it? Xio Lin asked curiously. Su Mingyu said anxiously, no matter what happens in the future, please spare my Su family. Hearing Su Mingyu's plea, Xio Lin hesitated. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a long time before finally saying, I agree. Relieved, Su Mingyu sighed, Fei, let's go. But Zilin stopped you. Fei, stay with me. What? Su Mingyu exclaimed in surprise. She then thanked Zilin, while Fei stood there, confused and clueless about the situation. It took a while for Fei to understand what was happening. She cried out in disbelief, she's selling me off just like that, and to you. How can she be so at ease? Zilin scratched his head, because I'm a good person. Fei pouted and turned her back to him. Who would believe that? Her words infuriated Xio Lin, while Yuxiana giggled, finding the two amusing. Zilin then led Fei and Yuxiana to a crowded cafe. It's simple to clear up the rumors about me and CEO Su, Fei said, holding up her coffee cup. We just need to create rumors about me and you. I've already planned everything. What's the plan? Xio Lin asked. I've hired paparazzi, Fei replied. We just need to be photographed on a date. Outside the cafe, several people wearing masks and carrying cameras were hiding in the bushes, watching Fei. Xio Lin blew on his tea to cool it down. People online aren't easily fooled these days. Your plan won't clear your name, Yuxiana agreed. It's too deliberate. It would be better if you two acted more intimate. Zilin praised Yuxiana. Good idea. Fei glared at them. Are you two ganging up on me? She said reluctantly. I don't want to be taken advantage of by you again. Last time, your acting was so bad that the photos were useless. They're now in my trash can. Zilin replied nonchalantly. If you don't want to be intimate, then there's only one other way. What is it? Fei asked immediately. Shiona, it's your turn, Xio Lin said. Yuxiana immediately splashed her coffee onto Fei, drenching her hair and face. You bitch, how dare you seduce my boyfriend? She yelled, putting on a jealous act. Fei was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. Wow, you're a good actress. You should consider a career in acting. She quickly got into character, stood up, knocked over the coffee cups on the table, and shouted, Who's the third wheel here? She pointed at Yuxiana. When Zilin and I started dating, you were probably still playing in the mud. Yuxiana retorted, Xio Lin loves me, not you. Their dramatic scene attracted the attention of the nosy onlookers, who immediately took out their phones and started recording. This is hot news. Fei has a boyfriend, and there's another woman involved. I thought she was a lesbian. It seems like it was just a rumor. It was Xio Lin's turn to act. He stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, Enough, either you to get along, or get out. The onlookers scoffed. What a cliché drama. Fei's eyes welled up with tears. It was time to showcase her acting skills. She covered her face and ran out of the cafe, sobbing. I was wrong about you. Xio Lin couldn't help but admire her performance. She's a professional, excellent acting. Fei ran out of the cafe, sobbing dramatically. But as she was running, a car suddenly blocked her path. The onlookers gasped in awe. Wow, it's a Porsche 911. Inside the cafe, Yuxiana pointed outside and said to Xio Lin, Boss, look. The person who stepped out of the car was none other than Sushiji. He held a bouquet of roses and a car key. Fei, he said, this car is a gift for you. Do you like it? Fei was surprised. Sushiji, despite his wealth, she remained cold and said, I've told you many times, I don't like you. If you keep pestering me, I'll tell Mingyu. Sushiji grabbed her hand and sneered. Su Mingyu, she can barely protect herself now. Fei quickly pulled her hand away. What are you doing? Let go of me. Sushiji laughed sinisterly. Fei, I like you. I'm giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Let me tell you, Su Mingyu is finished. Your golden goose has fallen. If you want to survive in Haikeng, you can only rely on me. Fei exclaimed in disbelief. No, I don't believe you. At that moment, Tsushiji became the center of attention on the street as Xia Lin delivered a swift kick to his waist. Tsushiji thought to himself, this familiar feeling. I've missed it. Xia Lin's voice rang out coldly. Stay away from her. Tsushiji was shocked. It's you. He clutched his waist and said, Xia Lin, what does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling? Zilin put his arm around Yufi's waist and pulled her close. She's my girlfriend. What do you think? His words stunned Tsushiji. They're actually dating. Seriously? The onlookers started buzzing with excitement. Yufi's boyfriend is so cool, two men fighting over Yufi. It seems like she's really not lesbian. Tsushiji, unable to argue with logic, resorted to mocking Xia Lin. You think you're still the young master of the Xia family. You think you're still a tycoon. You're not even worthy of dog shit. He shouted, everyone, come and see. This is Xia Lin, the famous tycoon, the young chairman of a company with 200 billion in debt. And he's still a virgin. The onlookers started gossiping. So Yufi's boyfriend is the bankrupt young master of Unicorn Group. Tsushiji continued to show off. He patted his car and said, can you even afford to buy your girlfriend a car? Can you afford a Porsche 911 like this? It's worth millions. Millions are probably an astronomical figure for you now, right? Zilin took out his phone and replied, it's just a small Porsche. One phone call is all it takes. Tsushiji burst into laughter. Our tycoon knows how to brag. You still think you're the young master you used to be. You want to summon a luxury car with just one phone call. Are you daydreaming? Xia Lin asked calmly. What if I can? Tsushiji immediately boasted, a debtor like you who can't even repay a large sum of money. If you can really summon a luxury car here, I'll kneel and apologize to you. I'll even call you Grandpa. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the roar of multiple car engines behind him. Several luxury cars were speeding towards them from the other lane, each one sleek and brand new. Ferrari, Bugatti, Aston Martin, all worth tens of millions. Tsushiji couldn't believe his eyes. He clutched his head and thought, no, this can't be happening. They must be just passing by. But suddenly, the drivers got out of their cars, pushed Tsushiji aside, and rushed towards Zilin. They bowed respectfully and said in unison, Boss, the cars have arrived. Zilin turned to Yufi. Yufi, choose whichever you like. If you like them all, you can have them all. Why, Yufi exclaimed in delight. Really? She walked over and chose one. I'll take this one. The onlookers gasped in admiration. As expected of a celebrity, she has good taste. That car is 10 times more expensive than the 911. Zilin turned to Tsushiji and reminded him, you said you would do what if I could summon a luxury car here? Tsushiji still refused to believe it. No, you must have borrowed them. This is impossible. After scrutinizing the cars for a moment, Tsushiji declared, these are Yu Shakyan's cars. I know them. They have nothing to do with you. Zilin calmly pulled out a contract and said, I'm sorry, but young master, you transferred ownership of these cars to me today. Tsushiji clutched his head in disbelief. Damn it, my information is outdated. Yufi turned to Xia Lin and said coquettishly, let's go. I'm worried about Mingyu. Okay, Zilin replied. But Tsushiji, unable to accept defeat, shouted, you bitch. He started hurling insults at Yufi. You're a money-grubbing, vain slut. However, Xia Lin swiftly used his long legs to deliver a kick to Tsushiji's groin. Kneel, he ordered. Tsushiji couldn't help but fall to his knees. I was going to give you face because of Mingyu, Zilin said, but your mouth is too foul. Despite his injuries, Tsushiji said triumphantly, Su Mingyu's reputation is ruined now. After today, she no longer be the CEO of Hiking Bank. She have no place in the Su family either. Yufi gasped in alarm. What have you done to her? Tsushiji laughed. Nothing much. Her brother is dead. Her family line is severed. She has no chance of inheriting the Su family business anymore. Yufi's face turned pale. Her mouth fell open in shock. She turned to Xia Lin and pleaded, Xia Lin, please help Mingyu. She's helped you so many times. Zilin thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, let's go see what's happening. But Sushiji, still on the ground, burst into laughter. It's useless, he's already in her coffin. Zilin couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked Sushiji in the face and shouted, "Shut up! Were you mute in your past life? Why are you so talkative in this one?" Meanwhile, at the Su family's graveyard, Su Minyu's cries of grief echoed through the air. "Brother, why did you leave so suddenly?" She hugged her brother's coffin and wept bitterly. "How am I going to explain this to our parents? What am I going to do?" She turned to Elder Huang and Wang Yaozu and pleaded, "Elder Huang, please save my brother. Save me. I'll give you whatever you want." "I can't lose my brother," Elder Huang sighed. "Minyu, please accept the truth. He's gone. Even the great rejuvenation pill can't save him now. I'm powerless." Huang Yaozu shouted, "The great rejuvenation pill is a treasure that my grandfather traded the entire Doren Tong for. How can it be wasted like this?" Suddenly, Su Minyu kowtowed at their feet. "I'll definitely pay you back for the great rejuvenation pill," she cried. "Please save him." But Elder Huang still refused. "I can't save your brother." While Su Minyu was busy pleading and grieving, Su Hao, the second elder of the Su family, ordered, "Bury young master." His subordinates immediately replied, "Yes, sir." But Su Minyu rushed forward and blocked their way. "No one can touch him. He's not dead. He's still warm." "You can't bury him alive," Su Hao whispered to Su Xiao, the family patriarch. "Old master." Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Emboldened, Su Hao said, "The old master has spoken. Eldest miss, you're too distraught and have lost control. Take her away and bury the young master." Su Minyu was dragged away by the subordinates, but she refused to give up. No, they pinned her to the ground to prevent her from escaping. She cried until she had no more tears left. "Get away from me. I'm not crazy. Get away from me. No, 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 you bastards. You won't get away with this." The subordinates quickly lowered her brother's coffin into the grave, ignoring Su Minyu's cries. Su Hao seized the opportunity to whisper to Su Xiao, "Father, Minyu is too devastated to manage the company now. Besides, the Heidonghui has expressed their disapproval of her. I think it's best to let her rest for now." Su Xiao pondered for a moment and then replied, "All right." After receiving his father's approval, Su Hao said confidently, "Then I'll temporarily take over as CEO of Haiking Bank." This was what he had always wanted. "Give me a shovel," he demanded. A subordinate immediately handed him one. Was he really going to bury his own nephew with his own hands? Indeed, he was. Throughout the entire process, Su Hao didn't shed a single tear. He kept shoveling dirt onto the coffin, burying it deeper and deeper. But at that moment, the screech of tires caught everyone's attention. Zilin had arrived just in time. "Stop," he shouted. While UFEI helped Su Minyu up, Xia approached Su Hao and said, "You're an elder of the Su family, yet you disregard Su Minyu's feelings and bury her brother with your own hands." Zilin continued sternly, "You're in such a hurry because you have a secret you can't let anyone know, right?" Su Hao seemed flustered. He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "What are you talking about?" He then pointed at Xia and questioned, "Who the hell are you to act so arrogantly in my Su family's territory?" At that moment, Su Shiji arrived and shouted, "Father, he's Zilin, the scoundrel of the Xia family." "So it's him," Su Hao exclaimed. Su Minyu cried out desperately, "Xia, my brother is still alive. Please save him. Are you sure he's not dead?" Zilin asked. Su Minyu replied, her voice trembling, "I can feel that he's still alive." Seeing Minyu's heartbroken state, UFEI couldn't hold back her tears either. "Please help her," she begged Zilin. "Even if her brother is dead, at least let him have a proper burial. He can't be buried like this." Xia picked up the shovel from the ground and said, "All right, I'll help." But Su Xiao shouted, "Stop him. Don't let him dig up our Su family's grave." Several subordinates rushed towards Zilin, trying to stop him. Zilin said coldly, "Seeing how eager you are to bury a child, you must be hiding something." He then started using the shovel to hit the subordinates, one by one, causing them to cry out in pain. Su Hao felt uneasy and ordered, This brat knows martial arts. Summon Master Song. Just 2 minutes later, Master Song was brought to the graveyard. Mingyu turned to Su Shao and accused him. Grandfather, didn't I warn you not to get too involved with Zhao Kun? Why are his people here? Su Shao's face darkened. Did anyone listen to your warning? Do you really think you're the head of the Su family? You're just a money-making tool for us? Su Mingyu's face turned pale. You finally revealed your true colors. She trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Su Shiji shouted, Master Song is not only a famous Tai Chi master, but also a top expert in poisoning. This brat is no match for him. Kill him. Master Song didn't say a word. He jumped up and aimed a kick at Zilin. Xia Lin, be careful, Su Mingyu warned. Zilin gritted his teeth and ducked just in time to avoid Master Song's swift kick. Master Song didn't stop. He brought his powerful leg down again. But Xia Lin quickly blocked it with the shovel. However, Master Song's kick was so strong that it broke the wooden shovel in half. Zilin glanced at the grave behind him and thought to himself, I have to finish this quickly. I can't drag this out any longer. Master Song seized the opportunity to jump up again and aimed a punch at Xia Lin's face. But Zilin was ready. He grabbed Master Song's hand, surprising him. Zilin secretly used the dragon's strength from the system and punched Master Song in the face, causing him to cough up blood. Master Song fell to the ground at Xia Lin's feet. Xia Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the system, I would be finished today. Su Shao, Su Hao, and Su Shiji all exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Xia Lin was truly not to be trifled with. Zilin slowly approached the bodyguards, causing them to tremble in fear. They all backed away, trying to hide. Xia Lin reached the coffin and quickly opened it. He lifted Su Mingyu's younger brother into his arms. Su Mingyu couldn't hide her emotions. While Yuefei was overjoyed, her trust in Xia Lin was not misplaced. Su Mingyu knelt beside her brother and pleaded, Xia Lin, you must save my brother. If you can save him, I'll do anything for you. Huang Yaozu interrupted, he's beyond saving. My grandfather even gave him the great rejuvenation pill, but there was no reaction. He then questioned Xia Lin, tell me, is your great rejuvenation pill fake? Did you deceive our Do Ren Tong? Zilin frowned. What do you mean fake? If you don't understand, don't spout nonsense. He's faking his death. Of course, the great rejuvenation pill wouldn't have any effect. His words shocked the two members of the Huang family, faking his death. Su Mingyu's intuition was confirmed by Xia Lin's words. He's not dead. I said he wasn't dead. I could feel it. At that moment, a loud voice boomed, nonsense. Su Xiu reprimanded Zilin, how dare you accuse me of burying my own flesh and blood alive? You're spouting nonsense and misleading everyone. You have no respect for our Su family. Do you really think our Su family has no one left? Zilin calmly brushed aside the hair on Mingyu's brother's forehead and said, look at this. Everyone gasped in horror, a venomous spider. It's sucking the life force from Mingyu's brother's head, and it's getting bigger. Zilin forcefully threw the spider to the ground and retorted, no, this is a head-lowering technique. He then exposed the culprit. It's Master Song's head-lowering technique. Everyone turned to look at Master Song and saw him coughing up blood. It turned out that the spider was a part of Master Song's power. Master Song said, I didn't expect anyone to see through it. I was careless. Brat, I'll remember you. Su Xiu shouted angrily, you dared to harm my grandson, capture him. But Master Song simply waved his hand and released a cloud of poisonous gas. You think you can capture me? Dream on. The bodyguards, who inhaled the poison, collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. Blood flowed from their eyes, noses, and mouths. They screamed in agony, as if they were on the verge of death. After killing the bodyguards, Master Song fled. Su family, you won't escape. Wait for your death. After he left, Su Shao turned to Su Hao and reprimanded him. Look at the foolish thing you've done. You brought a wolf into our home. Su Shiji quickly explained, Grandfather, you told us to. But Su Hao shouted, shut up. Su Hao knew better than to argue. He knelt at Su Xiu's feet and apologized, Father, it's all my fault. He kowtowed repeatedly and explained, I trusted Zho-kun, and that's why our Su family is facing this disaster. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Su Xiow glanced at Xio Lin and sighed, what's the point of punishing you now? The dead can't be brought back to life. Our Su family must move on. Su Hao smiled slyly and said, I'm willing to compensate Mingyu and return the CEO position to her. Su Shao lamented, what a pity. My grandson was so young. If he was still alive, I would definitely entrust the Su family's inheritance to him. I had high hopes for him. Su Mingyu felt disgusted by his words. She stood up and shouted, you're all hypocrites. What's the point of saying these things now? But Zilin grabbed her shoulder and said, don't be hasty. The good part is yet to come. Zilin smiled and asked Su Shao, do you keep your word? Su Xiow replied with a bewildered expression, I am a man of my word, of course. I keep my promises. Hearing this, Xio Lin quickly shook Su Mingri's younger brother awake. Hey, little guy, wake up and become the heir. Su Shiji sneered. He's been drained of his life force by the head lowering technique and buried alive for so long. Even a god couldn't save him, Su Hao exclaimed. He's just pretending. As soon as they finished speaking, Su Mingri suddenly opened his eyes and asked, rubbing them, why am I here? What happened? Everything had unfolded according to Xio Lin's plan. Su Hao and Su Shiji were stunned. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The dead have come back to life. Su Mingyu rushed over and hugged her brother tightly, crying uncontrollably. Brother, you're finally okay? Elder Huang finally understood. I see. The head lowering technique on him has been lifted. The great rejuvenation pill naturally wouldn't have any effect because how can it bring the living back to life? Feeling like he had learned a valuable lesson, Elder Huang bowed to Xio Lin, sir. You are truly a divine being. I am deeply impressed, Xio Lin replied. It was just a small trick. Su Mingyu suddenly rushed over and hugged Zilin tightly, saying gratefully, thank you so much. Zilin smiled. It's all right. It's all over now. After thanking Zilin, Su Mingyu hurriedly handed her card to Elder Huang and bowed to him. Elder Huang, I know your great rejuvenation pill is precious. I will definitely repay your kindness. There's 80 billion in this card. I'll sell my assets to repay the rest. Su Hao gritted his teeth at the sight. That brat is giving away 100 billion of the Su family's assets. What a waste. Su Shiji couldn't hide his anger either. Su Mingyu only cares about herself. She doesn't care about the Su family. If she's in charge, the Su family will be ruined sooner or later. Zilin reminded Su Shao, Old Master Su, don't forget your promise. You said that if the young master was alive, you would let him inherit the Su family. I think the Su family's inheritance is worth hundreds of billions, right? Seeing the injustice, Su Hao scolded, let me tell you, the Su family's vast fortune is not for this brat to control. Zilin sneered, oh, so your words were just empty promises. You're going to let them be carried away by the wind. That's too despicable, Su Shiji stammered. This is a major decision. We need to think it through carefully. Su Hao chimed in, that's right, this is a serious matter. It can't be treated like child's play. At this point, Su Xiow's voice suddenly choked up. I'm Su Shao, I am a man of my word. Finally, he sighed and said, all right, the future heir of the Su family will be Su Mingri. Su Shiji and Su Hao were outraged. Grandfather, how can you be so foolish, father? Su Xiow shouted, shut up, it's my decision. It's not your place to interfere. Do you think you're the head of the family? Zilin clapped his hands happily after hearing Su Shao's decision. Old Master Su, you've made the wisest decision of your life. Su Mingyu also cheered, grandfather, you really kept your word. Don't be like a butterfly that lands and then flies away. Su Shao smiled and replied, of course. But deep down, he was scheming, foolish. Su Mingri is still a child. If he becomes the heir and something goes wrong, I can always depose him. It's just a matter of my words, Su Hao snorted inwardly. It seems I still need to find another way to get rid of this brat. Seeing that he had no more excuses, Su Hao immediately changed his tune. Congratulations, father. Our Su family finally has an heir. The future is bright. Su Hao rushed over to Xia Lin and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Xia, for your help. I will remember this kindness. But now, our Su family has some matters to attend to. We'll take our leave now. Su Shiji exclaimed in surprise. Father, you're thanking him. He stole my woman. We can't let him go just like that. But UFEO walked over, took Zilin's arm, and retorted, Who's your woman? Su Shiji sneered, A fickle woman like you? Zilin, without any hesitation, slapped Su Shiji across the face, dislocating his jaw. Speak politely, Xia Lin reprimanded sternly. Build a healthy society, speak properly. Su Shiji immediately clutched his face and whined, Father, he hit me. Su Hao shouted angrily, How dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Lin interrupted him, Shut up. If it weren't for old Master Su's sake, I would hit you too. Su Hao was rendered speechless. Su Shao finally spoke coldly, Young Master Xia, I am grateful for your kindness in saving my grandson. But this is a family matter. It's not for an outsider like you to interfere. Su Mingyu immediately defended Zilin. Grandfather, Xia Lin has always had our family's best interests at heart. He's not an outsider, Su Hao shouted. Enough. You're biting the hand that feeds you. You're fired from your position as CEO of Highkane Bank. Otherwise, you'll give away our entire Su family fortune to outsiders. Su Shao didn't bother defending Su Mingyu. Mingyu, step back. Su Mingyu felt utterly helpless. Grandfather, seeing his sister being mistreated, Su Mingri stepped forward and said, Grandfather, I have something to say. It's about second uncle. Su Hao's face turned pale with fear. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He had no idea what was coming. He quickly tried to coax Su Mingri. Mingri, you've just woken up. Don't talk too much. It might affect your recovery. Let me take you back to your room. But as soon as Su Hao reached out, Su Mingri's body trembled uncontrollably in fear. Su Mingyu quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Su Hao explained, I'm taking him back to his room to rest. It's for his own good. You're spoiling him too much. He then criticized Su Mingyu loudly. If he wants to be the heir, he needs to act like one. Mingri, come here. Su Mingri trembled and hid behind Su Mingyu, whispering, Sister, I don't want to go with him. Su Mingyu held Su Mingri's shoulders and said firmly, You're afraid that someone will harm you here, right? Her words made Su Hao and Su Shiji feel uncomfortable. Su Shao intervened. Mingri, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm here to protect you. With his grandfather's assurance, Su Mingri finally spoke up, his voice trembling. Grandfather, that day, I was hiding in the study, playing games. I saw second uncle Su Hao and Master Song. That day, Su Mingri was playing video games in the study, unaware of anyone's presence. He was engrossed in the game. Why hasn't the support with vision returned yet? The team is about to attack. While he was playing, he heard footsteps approaching the study. Su Hao's voice rang out, The Su family will be mine sooner or later. Master Song asked curiously, How? Su Hao replied, Just kill that brat Su Mingri. His words shocked Su Mingri to the core. His hands, which were controlling the game character, froze. Master Song said confidently, I can just kill him directly. Su Hao immediately objected, No, we need to do it in a way that won't arouse suspicion. As he was speaking, Su Hao suddenly stopped. He noticed a small hand sticking out from behind a table in the corner. He walked over and saw Su Mingri trembling in fear. Since you've seen everything, I can't let you live, he said. He then pushed Su Mingri to the ground without mercy. Master Song, do you have a way to kill him without leaving any trace? Su Hao asked. Master Song replied, Don't worry. I have many ways to make him die without anyone knowing. He took out a venomous spider and smiled sinisterly. I have many ways to make him die without anyone knowing. After hearing the whole truth, Su Mingyu gasped in horror. So it was you, Su Hao, exposed by a child, immediately denied it. How dare you accuse me? He even tried to shift the blame to Jiao Kun. Didn't I just say that I was deceived by Jiao Kun and fell into his trap? Su Hao's face darkened. You keep rambling. How many times do I have to admit my mistake before you're satisfied? Su Shao asked. Explain yourself. What's going on? Su Hao insisted. Father, Mingri is a child who has just recovered from an illness. His mind is not clear. He then blamed everything on Su Mingri. Su Mingyu shouted angrily, You're still making excuses. Zilin patted Su Mingyu's shoulder and calmed her down. Calm down. The more agitated you are, the more confused you'll become. Su Hao, confident that he had covered his tracks, shouted, You have no evidence. Don't falsely accuse others, especially your elders. Su Hao quickly said to Su Shao, Father, Mingyu and Mingri are clearly colluding to deceive us. That brat Mingri is so young, yet he's already twisting the truth. He'll be a great threat to the Su family in the future. He spoke without a hint of remorse. Su Hao declared, I demand that Su Mingri be stripped of his heir status immediately. Su Shiji, as if waiting for this moment, immediately started praising himself. That's right, only I am qualified to be the heir, not a lying brat. Su Mingri exclaimed, You're lying, I have evidence. Su Shiji rushed towards Su Mingri and demanded, Where's the evidence? Show it to me. If you can't show it, I'll beat you to death. Su Shao said helplessly, Shiji, let him finish. Su Mingri slowly took out his phone from his pocket and said cautiously, I recorded a video. However, the phone wouldn't turn on. Su Mingri exclaimed in worrying, What's wrong? My phone is broken. It's useless now. Will I have to return it? Su Hao immediately threatened, You can't even produce evidence, and you still want to lie your way out of this. Come with me and reflect on your actions. Su Mingri, frightened, hid behind his sister. But Xiao Lin stepped forward and said, Wait a minute. I can fix the phone. Su Hao laughed inwardly. Master Song has already erased the phone's memory. You can't recover anything. He challenged Xiao Lin. You have such skills. Let's see then. Zilin quickly took the phone and examined it, while Su Hao looked on triumphantly. He was certain that he would win this round. Su Hao reminded Zilin, If you can't fix it, don't waste our time. Our Su family has to discipline our children. Zilin asked softly, What if I can fix it? Su Shiji exclaimed, Impossible. Zilin said confidently, Then let's make a bet. If I can't fix the phone in 10 minutes, I'll give you all 10 of my Bugatti cars. But if I can fix it within 10 minutes, you'll have to crawl on the ground and bark like a dog 10 times. Zilin had no hesitation because he had the system's hacking abilities. Su Shiji, excited by the prospect of winning the cars, exclaimed, Bugatti. Zilin, I accept your bet. The system's voice rang out. Detected. Host requires grand repair technique. Initiating exchange. Grand repair technique acquired successfully. Consumed 200 intimacy points. Remaining intimacy points, 5. Xiao Lin couldn't help but complain. It's just fixing a broken phone. Why is it so much? Don't you have a cheaper option? The system replied. The grand repair technique can repair damaged life forms and structures. The intimacy points consumed depend on the extent of the damage, ranging from a minimum of 1 point to an unlimited maximum. Zilin was excited, so even if my body is severely injured, I can use the grand repair technique to restore it to its original state. This is great. All right, let's try it out. Zilin used the grand repair technique, consuming 1 intimacy point to fix the broken phone in his hand. Su Shiji exclaimed in surprise, How is that possible? Did you secretly switch it with a new phone? Su Hao, though surprised, reassured himself. Even if he switched it with a new phone, it doesn't matter. There's no video evidence. Let's see if you can still laugh at the end. But just a few seconds later, Xiao Lin opened the photo gallery and played the video that Su Mingri had recorded. Su Hao's voice rang out from the phone, Just kill that brat Su Mingri, and the Su family will be mine sooner or later. Su Hao, after seeing the video, immediately denied it. This is fake. It's all fabricated. Anyone can create a deepfake video these days. Xiao Lin, you falsely accused me again and again. What are you trying to do? He was truly a shameless liar. Su Hao shouted, Father, don't believe his nonsense. But Xiao Lin handed the phone to Su Shao and said, Whether the video is real or fake, you decide for yourself. Su Shao watched the video and gulped. This. He thought for a moment and then announced, From today onwards, Suhao and Tsushiji will be grounded for 6 months. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Tsushiji started crying. Grandfather, we didn't do anything wrong, but Suhao remained calm. He reminded his son, all right, Shiji, just do as your grandfather says. We must always prioritize the Su family's interests. Our conscience is clear. He thought to himself, 6 months of grounding is nothing. It's not even a punishment. Zilin said, thank you, old master Su, for upholding justice. He thought to himself, attempted murder of the heir, such a serious crime, and only 6 months of grounding. Suddenly, Su Shao said sternly, but ultimately, this is an internal matter of the Su family. I hope young Master XIA will not interfere further. Zilin replied, I'm not interested in the Su family's internal affairs. He grabbed Tsushiji by the collar and said, but Bates must be honored. Tsushiji shouted, Grandfather, save me, this guy. Su Shao stroked his beard and looked away. You kids made a bet. I can't interfere. Don't worry, young Master Z won't make things too difficult for you. He beckoned Sumingri over. Sumingyu watched as Sumingri and Su Shao entered the house, feeling a sense of relief. Mingri will be safe with him. Meanwhile, Xia Lin was stepping on Tsushiji's back and shouting, Bark. You have to accept the consequences of your actions. Tsushiji was still stubborn. I won't. Suhao, seeing his son being humiliated, stepped forward to defend him. Zilin, that's enough. Stop it. Don't go too far. Sumingyu immediately defended Zilin. What's wrong, second uncle? Do you want to take Shiji's place? She sneered. Then crawl down and bark like a dog. You don't want to. Fine, then pay up the cars you bet. Tsushiji, despite his humiliation, finally sighed, fine, I'll bark. Zilin burst into laughter. Tsushiji, you're truly a dog. Sumingyu approached Zilin, her face flushed. Zilin, I don't know how to thank you this time. Zilin replied politely, you've helped me a lot too. Consider this as repaying your debt. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Miss Su, you don't have to see me out. He turned and left without looking back. Sumingyu, left behind, felt a turmoil of emotions. She wanted to chase after him and stop him, but she didn't have the courage. She thought sadly, he still hasn't forgiven me. I was really forced back then. At that moment, UFVI ran over and said, Mingyu, why did you give up on such a good man like Xia Lin? He's leaving now. Are you really not going to chase after him? Sumingyu hesitated. She whispered, I can't chase after him. I don't have the face to. Our Su family owes him too much. To her surprise, UFVI laughed and said, you said it yourself. If you're not going to chase after him, then I will. I can't miss out on such a good man. Sumingyu was stunned. She watched UFVI's retreating figure and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. UFVI, you're truly a backstabber. UFVI quickly caught up with Xia Lin and asked, hey, isn't it tiring to shoulder so much debt alone? Why don't you find someone to share the burden with? Zilin was puzzled. Don't you like women? Why are you even interested in me? UFVI replied proudly. What are you talking about? That was all for show. Lesbian couples are very popular now. Zilin stepped closer to UFVI and asked, Celebrity, are you sure you're approaching me out of curiosity or genuine feelings? I'm a dangerous person. UFVI gulped and said firmly, I've thought it through. I want to give it a try. Then, disregarding her image, she leaned in and kissed Xia Lin passionately. Zilin responded enthusiastically, making UFVI's hands and feet tremble. After they separated, Sumingyu, who had witnessed everything, appeared out of nowhere. She said awkwardly, did I come at a bad time? Zilin extended his hand and said, no, you came just in time. He pulled Sumingyu closer and hugged her waist. She said shyly, I thought it through too. I don't want to argue anymore. I want to face everything head on. Zilin replied happily, I'll be with you. And so, the three of them lived happily ever after. The two women shared an ice cream cone, enjoying the cool treat together. Inside the Su family's main house, Su Mingri was kneeling before Su Shao for some reason. Su Xiou asked in a raised voice, Mingri, if someone threatens our Su family, how should we respond? Su Mingri replied firmly, of course, we should eliminate those bad people. Su Shao continued coldly, but what if that person is not a bad person? Su Mingri was stunned by the question. He stammered, then, I don't know. This question was beyond the comprehension of a 10-year-old child. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Of course, we still eliminate them. It was none other than Su Hao and Su Shiji. Su Hao said with a smile, moreover, we must eliminate them completely, leaving no trace behind. Su Shiji echoed, whether they are good or bad, as long as they are detrimental to the Su family, they must die. After the two uninvited guests finished speaking, Su Shao said softly to Su Mingri, your kindness will only harm our Su family. You are not a qualified heir. Su Hao cheered excitedly. Father is truly wise. Su Shiji also started taking credit. Grandfather, I will definitely manage the Su family and make it the top family. But Su Xiaow's next words made them freeze. Neither of you are suitable to be the head of the family. Su Xiaow criticized them angrily. You are ungrateful and harm your own family members. With such a wicked heart, you will only lead the Su family to endless doom. Su Shiji asked nervously, Grandfather, if you don't give the Su family to us, then who will you give it to? Su Xiaow replied firmly, Mingyu, of course. He explained, Mingyu is not only capable in business, but also has a mature personality. Only she is the most suitable heir to the Su family. I will never let the Su family fall into your hands. Su Hao's face immediately darkened. Father, Shiji is right, you're being foolish. Su Shiji added, it seems like the Su family needs a new leader. Su Xiaow shouted angrily, insolent, who gave you the audacity to say such things? Su Hao said, just listen to me obediently. My older brothers have been dead for over 10 years, the inheritance should be mine. If not, then neither Mingyu nor Mingri have a chance. Su Shao roared, unfilial sons, what are you trying to do? But he didn't notice the venomous centipede that had previously sucked the life force from Su Mingri slowly flying back. Su Mingri shouted, Grandfather, be careful, but it was too late. The centipede plunged its stinger into Su Shao's forehead, causing his eyes to roll back. Finally, the centipede burrowed deep into Su Shao's forehead. Even if he could see it, he couldn't do anything. Su Shao pushed Su Mingri away and shouted, Mingri, run! Su Mingri cried and shouted, Grandfather! But Su Shao was determined to protect his grandson. Go, run! The centipede had already burrowed deep into Su Shao's brain, and he started to lose his mind. Su Mingri seized the opportunity and ran out. Su Shiji shouted, catch that little bastard! Immediately, a venomous snake, following Su Shiji's command, chased after Su Mingri. Ready to attack him, Su Mingri didn't dare to look back. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Shao quickly grabbed the snake's head and shouted, get away! Don't you dare touch my grandson! But the snake quickly sank its sharp fangs into Su Shao's blood vessels. The old man's legs went numb as he felt the venom coursing through his body. Finally, weakened by the poison, Su Shao collapsed just 2 seconds later. Su Hao said, Old man, you usually ignored your 2 children from the first wife, but at the critical moment, you used your life to protect them. You're truly a good father. Su Shao, with his last breath, revealed the truth. If I had shown them too much favoritism, they would have fallen victim to your schemes long ago. Su Hao cheered excitedly, you understand me best, father. You knew my wicked intentions and acted accordingly. No one loves their children more than their father. Before taking his last breath, Su Shao said with a long sigh, my biggest regret in my life is listening to your instigation and choosing to cooperate with the Zhao family to seize Unicorn Group. Now they have come for revenge. Our Su family is doomed. With that, the old man's eyes closed shut, never to open again. Su Hao sneered. That little Xia Lin is just scratching the surface. Master Song will send him to his grave, Su Shiji laughed. With the Zhao family's backing, even the Z family in its prime was nothing, let alone in its current state. Meanwhile, in Su Mingyu's room, the three were enjoying each other's company when Zilin suddenly exclaimed, Why do I have a bad feeling? Why Yuefei said shyly, Are you afraid that the paparazzi will catch us? Don't worry, I've locked the door. Besides, the soundproofing here is excellent. No one will disturb us, no matter how loud we are. She giggled softly. Lin grinned mischievously. You said it yourself, then I won't hold back. Waifu closed her eyes and moaned. You're so bad. Lin's hand reached for Ufui's breast. Just as things were heating up, there was a frantic knocking on the door. It was Sumingri, who shouted, Sister, open the door. Help, save me, Lin asked curiously, what's that noise? Sumingyu, thinking it was her brother trying to interrupt their fun, replied casually, what noise, let's continue. But outside the door, a giant monster was chasing Sumingri. He leaned against the door with all his might and shouted, No! Don't come any closer. The monster opened its jaws wide, ready to swallow Sumingri whole. The mere thought of it terrified the boy. But suddenly, a foot stomped on the monster's head, forcing it to close its mouth. Lin shouted coldly, You beast! How dare you bully my brother-in-law? Sumingyu rushed out and helped her brother up. Mingri, she asked in fear, what's going on? Why is there such a big lizard in the house? Sumingri, though scared out of his wits, mustered his courage and said, Sister, grandfather. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer and burst into sobs. Second uncle and cousin killed grandfather. There's a centipede and a snake. Sumingyu gasped, What? Lin also exclaimed, the 5 venoms technique. It must be Master Song. His words were immediately answered. That's right, Su Hao said as he approached. Master Song was just pretending to be weak earlier. You didn't really think he couldn't defeat you, did you? Sumingyu trembled. Second uncle, grandfather wouldn't really. In contrast to Sumingyu's grief, Su Hao laughed gleefully. That's right, the old man wanted to give the Su family to you. He deserved to die. Lin couldn't help but curse, You bastard. Ufuii added, You're worse than an animal. Sushiji turned to Master Song and said, Why waste your breath on them? Master Song, kill them all. Master Song nodded immediately. He clasped his hands together and muttered some strange incantations. Then, another giant lizard, this one blue, emerged. It yawned widely, having just woken up. But before it could even attack, Lin delivered a swift kick to its groin. You bastards, go to hell, he shouted. Fueled by rage, Lin jumped up with all his might and threw a punch. The force of the blow was terrifying, sending Su Hao, Sushiji, and Master Song flying backward. Lin landed lightly, cracking his knuckles as he looked at the 2 men sprawled on the ground. The Su family's 100-year legacy has bred to beasts like you. Today, I will cleanse the family for Mingyu. Su Hao, his face swollen and bruised, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Do you really think Sumingyu is that good? 7 southern provinces besieged the Xiao family. Do you really think the Su family stayed out of it? Sumingyu's face paled, and she pleaded, Don't say it. Mentioning this incident made Lin lose his composure. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he asked, What do you mean? Su Hao, helped up by Sushiji, replied slowly, The Heidonghui besieged the Z family. The leader was indeed the Zhao family, but the Su family also contributed greatly. Lin froze, his voice barely a whisper as he asked Sumingyu, Is he telling the truth? Sumingyu's face turned from pale to white. That, Su Hao added fuel to the fire. Not only that, the one who delivered the fatal blow was my own niece. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He didn't believe Su Hao's words and turned to look at Sumingyu for confirmation. Tell me, is it true? Sumingyu remained silent, her head bowed. She was lost in thought, remembering the day Xiao died. Flashback ZQI was attacked from behind by Li Galaxy, who tried to strangle him. However, Xiao, with his martial arts background, was a strong fighter. He threw Li Galaxy off and shouted, You bastard! When I was training in martial arts, you were still playing in the mud. Xiao stood up angrily. If it weren't for the children here, I would have buried you alive. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kun appeared from behind and stabbed him in the back with a knife. He sneered, Old man, you're wrong, I'm not a child anymore. ZQI was caught off guard and could only utter, you. Zhao Kun pulled out the knife and said to the others, since we all want a share of the unicorn group, let's not fall behind. One stab each, then, Yu Shaoqiang and Gao Jian. He stepped forward and stabbed Ziche in the back, causing him to bleed profusely. The pain and the feeling of betrayal made Zqi furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You animals, you!" Huang Yaozu, holding a knife for the first time, was terrified and trembled uncontrollably. "What are you doing? We agreed to negotiate. Why are you killing him?" But he was reminded that the family's interests came first. Reluctantly, he stepped forward and stabbed Xio Che in the back. "Uncle Xio, don't blame me, I had no choice." Su Mingyu, standing in a corner clutching her purse, was startled when Zhao Kun threatened her. "Miss Su, we're all accomplices now. If you don't participate, you won't be able to leave this place." She didn't want to kill anyone, and her eyes welled up with tears. Ziche, his body trembling, clutched his stomach wound, trying to stop the bleeding. He looked at Su Mingyu and said, "Su Mingyu, you're my daughter-in-law. Even you." Su Mingyu panicked and stammered. Suddenly, Ziche lunged forward and grabbed Su Mingyu's hand with the last of his strength. He said weakly, "Promise me, protect Xio Lin, don't let him seek revenge for me." Su Mingyu understood his meaning and tried to stop him. "No, uncle." But before she could do anything, Xio Che let go of her hand. He then used all his strength to drive his thumb into his chest, creating a large hole. Blood spurted out. Su Mingyu watched as Ziche died in front of her, tears streaming down her face. "I promise her sadness was their joy," Zhao Kun cheered, waving his arms. "From now on, the 7 southern provinces will be ours." His words brought smiles to the faces of the others. And a flashback remembering this scene made Su Mingyu collapse to the ground, her head bowed. She answered Zilin's question in a whisper, "It's true." The confirmation of his suspicions sent a surge of anger through Xio Lin. Years of suppressed grief and resentment boiled over, and tears streamed down his face. "Father, you died such a tragic death." Distracted by his emotions, Zilin didn't notice Master Song summoning a giant python. "Die!" Master Song roared. Seeing the python lunging towards Xio Lin with its jaws wide open, Su Mingyu rushed forward to shield him. "No!" As the python's fangs neared, Su Mingyu closed her tear-filled eyes, accepting her fate. She would take this fatal blow for Xio Lin. Perhaps her death would be enough to atone for her past sins, but it's never over until it's over. At the last moment, Xio Lin turned around and pushed Su Mingyu to the ground. He took the python's bite on his shoulder. Su Mingyu reached out desperately, sobbing, "No, no." Seeing Zilin's lack of resistance, Su Shiji sneered. "Zilin, I thought you were so good at fighting. You're nothing but a weakling." Su Hao, seeing Zilin writhing in pain, became even more excited. Kill him now." Master Song, who was chanting a deadly spell, laughed cruelly. "As you wish." The python sank its fangs deeper into Xio Lin's shoulder. Su Mingyu and Ufei cried out in unison, "Stop!" As Xio Lin struggled, coughing up blood, the system's notification appeared. "Warning, host's life force is rapidly depleting. Detected. Goddess of contract. Intimacy level meets contract requirements." Information about the goddess of contract appeared. Goddess. Su Mingyu. Rank, Jade Pendant. Title, The Beauty of Jiangcheng. Characteristic, devoted to love. Reward, time reversal to minutes. Lifespan extension 2 years. Xio Lin, almost losing his mind, crushed the system's notification and roared, "I don't care." He grabbed the python's body, sensing danger. The python loosened its grip on Zilin's shoulder. Suddenly, Xio Lin's eyes widened, looking even more menacing than the python itself. He channeled all his strength, unleashing the dragon's strength, and ripped the python apart. Master Song gasped in horror. "Heavens, divine power!" After that energy-consuming attack, Xio Lin collapsed to the ground, his face pale and blood staining his lips. Seeing this, Su Hao shouted, "Master Song, finish him off." He killed the python, but he's severely injured. Su Shiji added, "Take his life now, while we have the chance." Master Song approached Xio Lin with his scythe, a cruel smile on his face. In this desperate situation, Xiao Lin took out a prop card. "Do you really think I'm helpless?" he said with a smirk. He pressed the prop card against his chest to activate it. A blinding light erupted, startling Master Song, but Master Song didn't hesitate. He jumped high into the air and swung his scythe at Xiao Lin, who was now radiating with power. "Die," he roared. Those words should have been Zilin's, because in the next second, he used the Black Dragon Heart technique to strike Master Song in the face. The blow sent Master Song flying backward. Su Shiji and Su Hao were shocked. Master Song lay on the ground, coughing up blood, such immense power. Even Master Song acknowledged Zilin's strength, and Su Shiji began to fear. "Damn it, this guy is too hard to kill." One might think that after taking such a heavy blow, Master Song would give up, but he persisted. He clasped his hands together and started chanting a venomous spell. Dark purple, sinister energy emanated from his body, his face contorted with malice. "Fine, then I'll use my ultimate technique." He gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength. Veins bulged on his body as his muscles swelled, becoming even more defined. This was the result of using the Forbidden's technique, God Strike. Zilin recognized the technique and paled. God Strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Song's fist was already in front of him. That's right. Good eye. Xiao Lin managed to jump back just in time, avoiding the punch that landed on the ground with a loud thud. He immediately counterattacked, throwing a punch at Master Song's stomach. "I don't believe you." However, Master Song's body, enhanced by the God Strike, was many times stronger than an ordinary person. Zilin's punch felt like a mere tickle to him. Xiao Lin was shocked. Why is there no reaction? Before he could react, Master Song threw another punch. Zilin narrowly dodged the powerful blow by jumping up. But the sudden jump caused him to lose his balance and fall backward. Master Song seized the opportunity and jumped high into the air, aiming to stomp on Zilin. Su Mingyu and Ufei, watching from the side, screamed in terror. "Watch out!" Just as Master Song's foot was about to land, Xiao Lin rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He quickly got back on his feet and faced Master Song. Xiao Lin realized that dodging wasn't a viable strategy. He had to unleash his full power, otherwise, he would surely die here today. He started brainstorming, trying to combine his techniques. Black Dragon Heart technique plus Dragon Strength. What if I add Divine Fist? He felt the energy flowing through his hands, but it wasn't enough. No, it's still not enough. I need to fuse it with Divine Fist. While he was still pondering, he was startled by Master Song, who had clasped his hands together and was bringing them down in a powerful punch. "There's no escaping this time," Master Song roared. In this critical moment, Xiao Lin had a breakthrough. He combined his techniques into a new move and shouted, "Ascending Dragon Fist Max." He poured all his strength into this punch, unleashing a terrifying force. Master Song couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow to his chest. In an instant, Master Song's body exploded, sending blood and gore flying everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. Zilin, consumed by rage, his eyes burning with hatred, ignored the blood splattered on him. Su Hao and Su Shiji, witnessing this scene, were so terrified that they fell to the ground. He exploded. After dealing with Master Song, Xiao Lin turned towards Su Hao and Su Shiji, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're all going to die," he declared. Su Hao, scared out of his wits, pleaded, "Xiao Lin, please, we'll do whatever you say." Su Shiji, usually so arrogant, was now surprisingly obedient. Yes, we'll be your dogs from now on." Despite their pleas, Xiao Lin showed no mercy. He lunged forward and grabbed Su Hao and Su Shiji by the throat. "You're worse than animals," he snarled. He then squeezed their throats, killing them both. Afterward, he casually tossed their bodies to the ground. Su Mingyu rushed over and asked anxiously, "Xiao Lin, are you okay?" Zilin, consumed by the desire to avenge his father's death, turned to Su Mingyu and grabbed her throat, his eyes blazing with fury. "You bitch, you were also involved in my father's murder, weren't you?" Su Mingyu's face turned purple as she struggled to breathe. "I had no choice," she choked out. Ufei, seeing this, rushed forward to intervene. "Xiao Lin, calm down." Zilin, Hearing Yuefei's plea released Su Mingyu, he looked down at her, his voice cold and menacing. I need a satisfactory answer, otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. Despite the threat, Su Mingyu remained stubborn. I can't tell you, she decided to risk it all. Just kill me, consider it my atonement. Zilin was taken aback, his anger reaching its peak. He grabbed Su Mingyu's head and slammed it down. If you don't tell me, he threatened, I will kill every single member of the Su family. His words terrified Su Mingyu. She finally relented. All right, I'll tell you. She then recounted the whole story. Qinglong Mountain in Haikeng was originally planned to be developed into a new district. The Zi, Zhao, Cao, Su, Huang, Yu, Li, and other major families joined forces to establish a development fund. The Xiao family held a 50% stake. The initial development went smoothly, but everything changed when they unearthed a rare metal or during the foundation work. It was a metal worth countless times more than gold on the market. It was extremely rare in the world, and its value was immeasurable. Due to the massive quantity discovered, everyone had their own thoughts. They unanimously agreed to abandon the new district development and focus on mining Qianmen. The potential profits were unimaginable. However, Uncle Z believed that Qinglong Mountain had a dragon vein. Mining it would undoubtedly destroy the feng shui, plunging Haikeng into chaos. Everyone involved would become eternal sinners. To dissuade them from mining, Uncle Z borrowed 200 billion to buy all the usage rights to Qinglong Mountain. This was the reason why the Xiao family owed 200 billion to the other major families. Zilin, understanding the situation, felt a pang of heartache. He covered his face with his hands and said the major families were initially dissatisfied. They still wanted the mineral, so they conspired to pretend to sign a contract with my father and then kill him, right? Su Mingyu replied sadly, yes. Suddenly, Xiao Lin realized something was amiss. That's not right. You would rather die than reveal the truth. You must be hiding something, aren't you? Su Mingyu was startled, but she knew she couldn't hide it any longer. Yes, you're right. I can't lie to you anymore. She confessed. Actually, before the incident, I secretly warned Uncle Z. I told him about everyone's secret. The next day, he decided to go to his death. Xiao Lin was shocked. What? The day Su Mingyu came to inform him, Xiao Che listened quietly and then turned around, saying, Xiao Lin is not a spoiled brat, but he's worse. He spends his days idle, with no ambition or drive. He doesn't even realize he was born into such a family. He's not qualified to inherit anything. I don't care anymore. If he continues like this, even if I live for another 15 years, the Z family will be ruined in his hands. He closed his eyes and continued, if I don't die, he will never grow up. He then talked about what he had to do. For the sake of heaven's will, I must protect the dragon vein. For the sake of humanity, I can't let our country's resources flow out. For the sake of justice, I must make Xiao Lin truly mature. He turned to Su Mingyu, so tomorrow, I must go to my death. ZQI placed a file and a gun on the table. He asked Su Mingyu, after I die, please secretly help Zilin and guide him to become a man worthy of our family name. Su Mingyu was shocked. End of flashback. Back in the present, Su Mingyu handed Zilin the file that ZQI had entrusted to her. Uncle Z used 200 billion to buy all the ownership rights to Qinglong Mountain. It's all in my hands now. It's all yours. He told me to give it to you after you left Haikeng, but in the end, you were still caught in their trap. Zilin's hands trembled as he held the land ownership documents. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the documents to his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Learning the truth about his father's death filled him with immense grief. He cried out, calling for his father. After calming down, he clenched the documents in his hand and slowly stood up. I want you to organize a press conference for me. His expression turned sinister. I want to publicly transfer the mining rights to Qinglong Mountain. Su Mingyu asked anxiously, what are you planning to do? Zilin replied coldly, it's time to end this. The next morning, Unicorn Villa was bustling with activity. The sound of mahjong tiles clacking filled the air. Zilin was startled as he entered the house. Two large round tables had been set up, and all the goddesses of contract he had subdued were gathered around them, playing mahjong. He couldn't believe his eyes. To mahjong tables. Seriously, he walked over to the dining table and saw 8 dishes prepared by the goddesses. The sight made him want to cry. What the hell is this? Who am I? Why do I have to eat this? Even if I starve to death, I will never eat this. Meanwhile, Shiona was leisurely enjoying a cup of coffee in her room. Ah, this is so delicious, she sighed contentedly. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. Zilin lifted her onto his lap and showered her with compliments, making her blush. My fairy, you're so beautiful. Engu Shiona's heart fluttered. Is this day finally here? As the two were getting cozy, a voice called out from outside. Boss, someone wants to talk to you. Startled, Xiaolin lost his balance and fell, while Shiona hid under the blanket in embarrassment. Oh my god, this is so awkward. Xiaolin got up and opened the door, only to find Gong Manly standing there. What do you want? He asked coldly. Gong Manly pretended to stumble, forcing Xiaolin to catch her. She blushed and blamed Xiaolin. Boss, you're so bad. You hugged me and wouldn't let go. Zilin blushed, embarrassed for her. He was tempted, but he managed to maintain his composure and let go of Gong Manly. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? What is it? He asked, changing the subject. Gong Manly, caught off guard by his sudden release, was stunned for a moment. Then, she shyly took out a lunchbox and said, You haven't eaten anything today. No one else cares about you, but I do. She opened the lunchbox, revealing 4 plump oysters. These are good for men's vitality, she said, batting her eyelashes. Zilin looked at the oysters with a pained expression. Are you trying to kill me? Just get to the point. Gong Manly leaned against the table and got straight to the point. I heard you're planning to transfer the ownership of Qinglong Mountain. That's a gold mine. Are you really going to give it up? Zilin picked up an oyster and ate it. Qinglong Mountain can not only solve my current predicament, but also earn me a lot of money. Why wouldn't I? From Gong Manly's questions, Xiaolin realized she was sent by Jiao Kun to investigate the matter. Gong Manly took off her shoes and rubbed her foot against Xiaolin's leg. Boss, aren't you afraid that they'll gang up on you and devour you? Zilin replied nervously. I'm more afraid of you devouring me right now. Seeing Zilin's flushed face, Gong Manly leaned closer and asked, Weren't you so fierce with me last time? Why are you afraid of me now? It's true what they say. Heroes are no match for beautiful women. Zilin couldn't resist anymore. He wrapped his arms around Gong Manly's waist and asked in a suggestive tone, I wonder if Miss Kung shares the same thoughts as me. Gong Manly replied seductively, Perhaps this time, we're on the same page. We can understand each other better. Xiaolin, pleased with her response, started to caress her body. Gong Manly moaned softly, You're so bad. Xiaolin's luck was truly terrible. Just as things were getting heated, a voice called out from outside. Zilin, are you there? Xiaolin recognized the voice as he at the eyes. He had a bad feeling but replied, I'll be right there. Gong Manly seemed intrigued by the interruption. Hfei was standing outside, holding a mysterious purple bottle of wine. She stared at the bottle and licked her lips. Today, I must capture Xiaolin. Hearing someone approaching, Xiaolin panicked and pushed Gong Manly away. Quick, hide. Don't let anyone see you. Hfei carrying a pot of wine entered. Brother Z, I'm here, she announced. Zilin's face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Under the blanket, Shina and Gong Manly saw each other. Both were surprised. What's up? Why are there two? They thought. Look at each other awkwardly. Hfei placed the pot of wine on the table and said flirtatiously, Brother Xiao, I know you've been working hard lately, so I specially prepared a pot of nourishing wine for you. It will boost your energy and make you incredibly virile. Zilin felt a headache coming on at the mention of nourishing wine. Are you trying to kill me? He thought. He stared at the pot of wine, his eyes wide with horror. What the hell is in this thing? He pointed at the pot and shouted, Are you trying to kill me by making me drink this? Hfei giggled, Of course not. Before Xiaolin could react, she grabbed his mouth and poured the wine down his throat, saying, I hope the one who kills me is you." Before he could even taste the wine, a voice called out from outside. "Zilin, where are you? I have something to report." Cosine appeared, looking flushed and out of breath. She closed her eyes and said, "Master, the auction location has been arranged, and the sniper positions have been chosen." There's no chance of failure. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked and speechless. Zilin, his face red as a beet, gasped, "Good. Good job. This time, I will definitely settle this score." Suddenly, Cosine rushed towards Xiaolin, pulling out a weapon, seemingly to attack him, but she wasn't targeting Xiaolin. She had noticed someone hiding in the room. "Who's there? Come out." Two throwing knives flew out, 3 terrified women who screamed and cried. Cosine, her face filled with murderous intent, demanded, "Why are you hiding here?" She brandished her knives and threatened, "It seems like you've heard things you shouldn't have." The 3 women huddled together, crying and screaming. "Oh, help! We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything at all." Seeing the tense situation, Xiaolin intervened. "It's okay. They're with me. Since they're here, let's discuss our plans together." Cosine was still suspicious. She pointed at Gong Manly and shouted, "She was asking about you earlier. She used to be with the Haidonghui. I don't think she can be trusted to join us." Gong Manly, terrified, clasped her hands together and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm just here to deliver a message. Please spare me," she continued, trying to save her life. "They've joined forces, Brother Xio. They've teamed up to attack you at the auction. They've invited a large number of experts to attack Qinlong Mountain." Cosine was still unconvinced and continued to interrogate her. "Who are these experts?" Gong Manly trembled as she replied, "I don't know much about the others, but there's one who's extremely dangerous, the clown." Cosine's brow furrowed, and she broke out in a cold sweat. "The clown." Zilin turned to Cosine and asked, "How strong is this clown? You look terrified." Cosine explained, "The clown is the world's #1 assassin. His physical skills are bizarre and unpredictable. He has a terrifying doll and countless deadly weapons. He's extremely dangerous. Countless people have died at his hands." Hearing about the clown's strength, Zilin stroked his chin and said, "It seems they've spent a lot of money to kill me." He then clasped his hands together and said, "Don't panic. When they come, I'll handle them all. There's nothing to worry about." He turned to Cosine and said, "Cosine, you take the sniper position. Proceed according to the original plan." Cosine nodded immediately. "Yes, sir." Zilin turned to He Fei, "You lead the Black Dragon squad to defend against the experts on the mountain." Fei replied resolutely, "Leave it to me. I'll make sure they can't escape with their lives." Zilin then turned to Gong Manly. "Gong Manly, continue to be my informant. Report any information immediately." Gong Manly nodded in agreement. "Okay," Xiaolin added, "but you must be careful. Jia Kun is not someone to be trifled with. If your identity is exposed, retreat immediately." Gong Manly replied, "Don't worry, I'm experienced. You don't have to worry about me." She thought to herself, "I can't believe he's worried about me. No one has ever cared about me like this before. I'm so happy." Xiaolin, hearing her thoughts, was startled. 3 pluses, it seems my charm is truly great. Just a few simple actions, and it's already like this. After making all the preparations, Xiaolin headed towards the door. "Let's go," everyone responded in unison. "Okay." Shiana, sitting on the bed, her face flushed, asked Xiaolin, "Boss, everyone has their assignments. What about me? What's my mission this time?" Zilin lifted her chin and said softly, "Your mission is to make your boss happy." He thought to himself, "Your mission is obviously to be plucked. How can you not know that?" Her face turned red as a beet, and her intimacy level increased by 100, bringing the total to 1000. She pouted and said, "You're so bad." Seeing her intimacy level skyrocket, Xiaolin was stunned. Her intimacy level increased so much. "It seems I was too focused on interacting with the other beauties earlier and didn't pay attention to her." The two then started to engage in passionate activities. "Tonight, I must grind for intimacy levels. I need to prepare for the big battle tomorrow." Meanwhile, at the grand hall of the banquet, people were mingling and laughing. A woman entered, her voice loud and arrogant. My esteemed bosses seem to be in high spirits. It seems you're determined to acquire Qinglong Mountain. A man turned around and laughed. This is all thanks to Miss Su's efforts. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to deal with that old man. Xio Chen Mingyu approached him and replied, it was nothing. I just explained the pros and cons to him. Suddenly, Zhao Kun turned to Zhou No behind him and shouted, Miss Su has done us a great service. Pour her a drink. What are you standing there for? Zhou No stammered, yes, yes, yes. She took a glass and, while pouring the wine, secretly slipped something into it. She then walked over to Su Mingyu and said, Miss Su, we've all had a drink. Only you haven't. On such a joyous occasion, you can't spoil the mood. You must drink 100%. Su Mingyu took the glass from the short-haired woman and said, I should have a drink. Gong Manly, standing behind them, looked anxious. Seeing Gong Manly trying to interfere with his plans, Zhao Kun behind her angrily shouted, Gong Manly, you've been getting very close to Xio Lin lately. I heard you even went to his villa last night. Don't get your priorities mixed up and interfere with my business. Hearing his words, Gong Manly's face turned pale, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She turned to him and laughed nervously. I was just confirming some information. I didn't do anything. Zhao Kun turned to the group of young men behind him and said, I hope our Heidonghui will always remain united. Don't let any outsiders ruin everything. The young men behind him cheered in agreement. Yes, yes. Su Mingyu took a sip of her wine and immediately felt dizzy. Why am I suddenly feeling so hot? She thought. Zhao Kun approached her from behind and extended his hand. Miss Su, may I have this dance? Su Mingyu felt awkward and stammered. Before she could finish, Zhao Kun interrupted her. Miss Su, we'll be working together to develop Qinglong Mountain in the future. Can't you at least give me this much face? Left with no choice, Su Mingyu agreed and extended her hand. All right. Just as he thought he had succeeded, a loud voice boomed from outside. The eldest young master of the Xio family, Xio Lin, has arrived. Hearing this, Zhao Kun's face turned pale. What the hell? Why is he here now, of all times? He clenched his fist in anger. Damn it, he couldn't have come at a worse time. He looked towards the entrance and saw a group of people entering. It was Xio Lin, looking dashing and surrounded by beautiful women. Seeing Zilin's arrival, Zhao Kun stepped forward to block his path. Young Master Z, we've been waiting for you. Zilin replied coldly, to be remembered by young Master Zhao, it's my honor. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Gong Manly tried to ease the situation. Let's not be so formal, let's get straight to the point. Young Master Zhao, have you brought the money? Young Master Xio, are you ready? Hearing Gong Manly's words, Xio Lin took something out of his pocket and said, I've brought it. But, he turned to Zhao Kun, whether young Master Zhao can get it or not is another matter. Zhao Kun's face was drenched in sweat. What do you mean by that? Zilin held up an envelope and declared, today is an auction, the highest bidder wins. Hearing Zilin's words, the crowd burst into laughter. Zhao Kun turned to the group of young men behind him and said angrily, what are you laughing at? Didn't we agree to bid together? The young men shouted, sure, we support this method. Two of them laughed and said to each other, we also want to get rich. Qinglong Mountain is a gold mine, who wouldn't want a piece of it? Zhao Kun gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, you dare to betray me. He pointed at the two men and shouted, but what makes you think you can compete with me? The Zhao family's wealth is far beyond your reach. A chubby man said provocatively, that's true. He turned to Su Mingyu, what if the three of us join forces? Zhao Kun was stunned, you're really something. He turned to Xio Lin and cursed, Xio Lin, you're truly cunning. You successfully used a divide and conquer strategy. Zilin retorted, young Master Zhao's Heidonghui was already a united front. He then turned to Gong Manly and said, but I must thank someone for helping me. Seeing Zilin looking at Gong Manly, Zhao Kun flew into a rage and cursed, you ungrateful wretch. You're really something, Gong Manly. Gong Manly raised her hands in confusion, thinking to herself, Xio Lin, you bastard. You dare to sell me out. Xiao Lin turned to protect Su Mingyu. Thank you, Miss Su, for your cooperation and support. Seeing Zilin embracing Su Mingyu's waist, Zhao Kun was furious. His body trembled with rage. Well done, Su Mingyu. You're finished, Su family, Su Mingyu thought to herself. Xiao Lin, I know you're doing this on purpose. You're venting your anger. You hate me. Xiao Lin pushed Su Mingyu aside and said, now, let's get down to business. He raised two fingers and said confidently, the starting bid is 200 billion. The crowd gasped in shock. What, 200 billion? Zhao Kun was stunned by the price. Didn't you say the price was 10 billion? Zilin replied, oh, you even know my base price. Zhao Kun stood there, speechless. Zilin turned to his girlfriends and said, it seems there's a mole among us. One of the girls, her face pale with fear, stammered, it's not me, it's not me. Zilin pointed behind him and shouted, you're the mole, cosign. Cassine's face was drenched in sweat, and she kept denying it. It's not me. Xiao Lin was furious. He waved his hand and shouted, get out. Cosign sighed. Knowing she couldn't deny it anymore, she left as Xiao Lin ordered.